Inside the mobile fortress, Nova continued to organize the resistance. Her attention kept on returning to the area where Mammon was located. "How are they doing?" Selena asked. She had exhausted all her big spells. She was currently resting inside the mobile fortress. "They are still battling Mammon," Nova answered. Lita and the Soul Swan had retreated and played support. "Really? That is impressive," Selena remarked. "I was skeptical about what they were doing when we were busy fighting the underworld forces here. I guess their effort is not wasted." "To be honest, I had the same thought as you," Nova said. "Too bad we can no longer summon our guild army," Selena said. "Otherwise, we can make a push to aid them." After losing so many grounds in Orbor, they did not only lose the capital and the settlements. The land where their guild headquarters were located was also overrun by the demons. Aside from one guild with its headquarters near the border, all other guilds had lost theirs, including wicked witches. Hence, they no longer had a guild army. I've made up my mind," Nova uttered. "About what?" Selena asked in bewilderment. "This will be our final stand." "Euro? Why?" "With those four, now is the best time to defeat Mammon," Nova said. "If we can't win now, we won't win later. We will only become weaker with each retreat. Might as well give our all now to secure the highest chance for victory." Selena didn't object. She agreed with Nova. Yet she was terrified. There was a false sense of comfort in delaying what they had to do. A false sense that a miracle might appear if they waited long enough. But most of the time, things just got worse because of the delay. Selena looked in the direction where Genie and the others were battling Mammon. Perhaps the miracle had appeared. She just didn't have enough faith to accept it. "Let's do it," she said to Nova. Nova nodded. "I will send the commands to the native soldiers. You informed all our guild allies. It's all out now. Win or lose, this will be the deciding battle." Following that decision, the pace by which the army reorganized its position increased. Before, Nova only tasked a portion of the army. Now she went all out. The soldiers pushed out at the demon army, especially near Mammon's location. They would lose a lot of soldiers with such a reckless move. But this was to ensure no demons disrupted the battle between Genie's team and the devil. As for the battle itself, it still went on fiercely. Genie's dragonflight skill lasted an hour at max level. Her flight speed was very fast under the skill's effect. She continued to zoom in and out of Mammon's range as she delivered her attacks. The one who faced Mammon in direct combat was Spring Crown. With his ability to identify weak points, he continued to deflect Mammon's assaults. He activated Key Weapon to strengthen his weapon for the task. It was taxing, though. Mammon's attack speed was extreme. One mistake and he could miss the mark. His concentration was fully on point as his weapon clashed with Mammon's. David had the easiest task as he continued to unload his bullets from range. Thanks to the high damage of the Fallen Apostle's gun, he was able to inflict enough damage so the damage was not offset by Mammon's natural recovery ability. Mammon's health point bar went down at a slow but steady rate. His celestial soldiers continued to fight any demons who attempted to approach. The levels of his celestial soldiers ranged from level 84 to 94. Many of their grades were special elites. A good portion was rare elites. Around 20 were mythical grades. The mythical grades were all level 94. These celestial soldiers had no problem dealing with the demons and stopping them from interfering. However, they lasted only 2 hours. Fortunately, Nova decided to go all out. Her soldiers could take over once the celestial soldiers ran out of duration. Freddy was itching to advance to fight Mammon, but he restrained himself. Genie had asked him not to. He fired standard range attacks while healing Spring Crown and Genie when needed. He summoned Trance to do the fighting, but they didn't last long. "Genie, should I use it now?" Freddy sent a message in their chat group. "Hold. Mammon hasn't shown all his cards yet," Genie replied. "We can grind him down like this if these are all he has." "Easy for you to say. One mistake and it's my ass on the line," Spring Crown complained. "And you call yourself the #1 gamer?" David ridiculed. "I don't. It's my fans who call me that. Spring Crown returned. Focus, people. Genie chided. Genie's dragonflight came to an end. Her speed was back to normal. She took position opposite Spring Crown, so Mammon had to divide his attention. She readied herself. She didn't have Spring Crown's ability to safely block Mammon's weapon, but she had the Dragon Lord reflex that helped her dodge Mammon's attacks. Have you run out of juice? Mammon said as he looked back at Genie. What worried Genie was the devil was grinning. A dark sphere appeared from Mammon. The sphere enlarged and covered them all. It reached even some who were fighting in the vicinity. The defenders inside the sphere suddenly found themselves in a pitch-black environment. They couldn't see anything. Those outside the sphere were startled to see a black dome suddenly materialize on the battlefield. They couldn't see what was inside this black dome. They estimated the diameter of the dome to be around 1/2 kilometer. Spring! David! Move back! Genie yelled once their surroundings turned into complete darkness. The two had begun learning mana sense, but they were still inadequate. Against opponents like Mammon, they wouldn't be able to cope if they had to rely on their limited mana sense. Spring Crown wasn't an amateur. He flew away once he lost vision. He was not fast enough, though. Luckily, he had basic mana sense. He detected an incoming attack a split second just before it hit. Luckily, he already transformed his weapon into a buckler and put it before him. He managed to shift the buckler a bit when he sensed the attack. He felt a strong impact on the buckler. He suffered damage as his body flew uncontrollably from the impact. David was in a better position because he was further away. However, he didn't know where to aim since he couldn't see the target. His celestial soldiers were also in trouble. They couldn't see in the darkness except for the 20 mythical grades who had mana sense. The most troublesome thing with this dark sphere was it only affected enemies. The demons had no problem seeing the defenders. They didn't let go of this chance and pounced at the celestial soldiers who had become blind. The skill Mammon used was called the Absolute Darkness Domain. Its effect was not only robbing the enemies of their vision. It also caused damage over time, reduced the enemy's stats and defense, and increased all the dark element damage suffered by the enemies. As the DOT started appearing above her head, Genie sensed an incoming attack. Luckily, the time slowed before she was hit. She barely dodged the slash. It was harder now because she suffered a debuff which made her slower. Before she could do anything, she sensed another incoming attack. She again narrowly dodged this attack. Mammon's attack speed was already abnormal to begin with. With her being slower and the sole focus of Mammon's assaults, she knew she couldn't keep this up for long. All the while, Mammon's laughter echoed through the dark space, taunting her. When she decided she shouldn't hold back anymore, several bright silver lights shone all over the place. These lights couldn't drive away all the darkness, but they let the people inside the dark sphere at least see a little. These silver lights were produced by a spell cast by the Soul Swan. These lights not only provided vision within Mammon's domain, but they also provided buffs to allies. These buffs countered the stat reduction from the Absolute Darkness domain. Mammon looked over at the Soul Swan with dissatisfaction. It was still fighting one of his wolves. He was about to rush over to teach the Soul Swan a lesson when he heard Genie's voice. "Your opponent is me." Mammon looked back at Genie. He was surprised to find that her appearance had changed. She was geared in full-body armor that was different than before. The armor looked like a set. They had a dark blue glow and had shapes that showcased draconic features. Genie stabbed her spear aiming at Mammon's face. Mammon twirled his monk's spade. The weapon's bladed end slapped the spear. The spear was repelled, but it returned with lightning speed. The spear's pointy end hit Mammon's weapon. The impact was one time, but 7 clanging sounds were heard. The monk's spade was thrown back as a result. This greatly surprised Mammon. The force he felt from the recoil was stronger than when Spring Crown deflected his weapon. While he knew Spring Crown used an unknown secret technique to repel his attack, he was sure Genie's feat just now was brute force. This woman outworlder was able to generate enough force that rivaled his strength. Genie blew away Mammon's weapon using 7 spears assaulting heaven. But if she only relied on her normal strength to perform the spear art, She wouldn't have achieved the same feat. Mammon's weapon would probably just stagger a little. What had boosted her strength was a buff skill. This skill was also the one giving her the draconic set armor on her body. The skill was named Dragon God's Protection. It was Dragon Lord's level 80 skill. The skill gave Genie superb defense and enhanced her overall stats. Aside from improving the user's stats and defense, this skill also enhanced the Dragon Lord reflex. Under normal circumstances, the response skill slowed the time to 30% of its original speed. Under Dragon God's Protection, Dragon Lord reflex slowed time to only 5% of normal time flow. Additionally, if Genie performed a counterattack during this moment, the counterattack was guaranteed to be a critical hit. Mammon's surprise only lasted an instant. The grip on his monk's spade tightened. The weapon stopped slipping away. He then brought the weapon back with blinding speed. In Genie's eyes, the weapon slowed to almost a stop when it got close. She easily moved her body to the side to evade the slash. She spun in the air while dodging. In her perception, she was also moving very slowly. It was just her perception that sped up. At the end of her spin, she thrust her spear just as Mammon's weapon moved past her. Her spear stabbed into Mammon's hand that was holding his weapon. The stab was again using 7 spears assaulting heaven. Following the system's influence, the stab was a critical hit. It multiplied the power of Genie's spear art by a great deal. Rarga Euro! Mammon cried in pain. The demons nearby were startled by the cry. This was the first time they heard that sound from Mammon like, ever. A dark, thick liquid flowed out from the spot where Genie had stabbed. The liquid was like tar. This was the devil's blood. Genie's stab not only caused a critical hit, but it also managed to wound Mammon's hand. The wound was small. Genie's spear failed to pierce deep enough. The black blood stopped flowing in just 1 second. While the stab hurt, the shame of getting wounded by an outworlder hurt more. Grahaha Euro! Mammon roared in fury. His anger was so great he couldn't express it in words. His monk's spade started spinning while he continued roaring. Mammon's weapon moved at a speed imperceptible to normal eyes. Dark aura also followed his slashes. These dark slashes formed a net that blocked Genie's escape paths. Before she knew it, it was like hundreds of Mammon's weapons came assailing her from all directions. Genie used 100 spears, though Mammon's slashes were impossibly fast. Each time the slashes got near, she could see the weapon due to Dragon Lord reflex. Her spear accurately stabbed at the incoming slash and repelled it. This went on for uncountable times. Though she successfully stopped Mammon from landing a clean hit, she knew she couldn't continue like this. She suffered a little damage from each clash. This showed Mammon's damage value surpassed hers by a great deal. That was also after taking her high defense into account. The damage from the clashes continued to build up. Her health point bar was down to half in just a short time. David came to her rescue. He barged in while shooting rapidly. The rapid shooting was from Bulletstorm skill. The bullets from that skill accurately hit the slashes aimed at Genie. The slashes were stopped while he flew at high speed. He grabbed Genie and pulled her out of Mammon's net of slashes. David could perform this feat due to using a buff skill, Super Soldier. This was the beginning skill of the Celestial Commander. Aside from increasing his stats to make him faster and stronger, this skill also slowed the time in his perception. This enabled him to aim accurately during the rapid shooting of Bulletstorm. Additionally, this skill granted knockback effects to all his shots. That's why his bullets were able to stop Mammon's slashes momentarily. Mammon was displeased his prey escaped his clutch. He wanted to give chase, but he sensed a strong attack from his rear. He swiveled back while swinging his weapon. He was forced 1 step back from the impact. His opponent recoiled back more than 10 meters, so he was still stronger. Yet, getting forced to take 1 step back stoked his fury again. The one who had clashed with him was Spring Crown. A shimmering aura enveloped him. His weapon god also had a buff skill. A skill for level 80 Weapon God Descent. This skill enhanced his overall stats and increased the damage dealt by all his weapon skills. It also lengthened the window when the red dots enlarged on his opponent's weak points. Mammon sensed a second attacker, but due to the stagger, He failed to block the attack from the second attacker. The second attacker was a human-sized broadsword. It hit his face before flying up. It then transformed into a giant axe and sliced down. Grahayuro! Mammon slashed his weapon. The axe was smashed to the side. Damage number appeared on the axe. The axe stopped mid-flight before transforming into a humanoid automaton. It had different weapons for arms. A spirit weapon? Mammon uttered after seeing the second attacker. He had never seen a spirit weapon with such a form. While he was still wondering about this spirit weapon, another came stabbing. Mammon's mana sense let him dodge this second one. The second spirit weapon was a humanoid automaton with spears for arms and legs. 6 javelins floated around the automaton. They stabbed at enemies within range. "Pin him down!" Jeannie exclaimed. She rushed back after drinking a recovery potion. The second spirit weapon was hers. Both Spring Crown and she had used their buff skills. They fought Mammon at close range from 2 sides while their spirit weapons stole opportunities to land attacks. David was back to delivering damage from range. David summoned his shield drone to add his firepower. While fighting, 4 extra arms holding different weapons sprouted from Spring Crown's back. An apparition also appeared above him. This was Blade Dancer's Azura and Berserker's ancestral possession. Spring Crown could use these 2 skills because of his level 50 weapon god skill, Skill Master. This skill gave him access to the skills from other melee classes. Every 10 levels gave him access to another skill. At max level, he could input 3 skills from other melee classes. The level of these skills followed the level of his skill master. He couldn't change the skills he had selected during combat. So, he had to prepare beforehand what 3 skills to use before the battle. Freddy didn't stay idle. Aside from sending range attacks, he cast World Warden's level 50 skill, World Spirits. At max level, 30 healing spirits came out to follow and heal nearby allies. 4 latched onto Jeannie, Spring Crown, David, and him. 2 went to the Soul Swan and Lita, who fought nearby. The rest spread further, looking for allies to heal. These world spirits countered the DOT from Mammon's absolute darkness domain that was still eating at their health points. "You 4 are becoming more infuriating than a nuisance," Mammon uttered. He used Whirlwind Slash, forcing all his opponents back. "You have been getting free hits for so long. Let me give you something in return." He lifted his monk's spade before bringing it down. A dark crescent energy came out of that slash. The dark crescent was thick and large. It rushed forward while leaving a long trail of broken earth. His target was David. David wanted to move away, but the dark crescent emitted a shockwave that made it difficult for him to move. His shield drone went in front of him to protect him. Spring Crown's spirit weapon in the form of a spear pierced through the pressure generated by the dark crescent. Its speedy flight let it overtake the rushing crescent energy. It came in between David and the crescent energy before transforming into a large buckler. The crescent energy crashed into the buckler. The buckler alone was unable to stop the powerful attack. It was flung away and suffered high damage. The crescent energy continued onward and hit David's shield drone, shattering it in the process. It finally hit David, who blocked it using his fallen apostle's gun. David's health point fell to more than half. If not for Spring Crown's spirit weapon and his shield drone, he might have lost his life from that dark crescent. A dark aura from the dark crescent latched onto him. This aura continued to devour his health point. His equipment's durability also dropped a great deal. If he had not blocked the attack using his indestructible gun, his armor would have probably been destroyed. Freddy cast Advanced Cure to purge the affliction. Mammon grunted. These pests were truly persistent. He cursed in his mind. He attempted to lunge toward David to finish the job, but something burst out of the ground and held his leg. He looked down and saw one of his legs entangled by vines. The vines were from Freddy's non-standard skill, Entangling Vines. He cast it after curing David. Mammon pulled the leg that was restrained. The vines easily snapped from his strength. Yet, that short halt let Jeannie and Spring Crown approach again. The 2 stopped Mammon from going to finish David. "This is it. I'm done playing with you," Mammon shouted. He whistled. His two dark wolves that were fighting Lita and the soul swan came running back to him. The two reattached themselves to his shoulder. "You should be honored I let you see my true form Euro," Mammon exclaimed. A transformation happened to his body. His body became even bigger than he already was. Hairs started growing over his previously scaly skin. Even the 4 wings on his back were covered in fur. His demonic face elongated. His face became more like the 2 wolf heads on his shoulders, while the 2 wolf heads grew horns and became more demonic. His monk's spade dissolved and became a pair of dark claw weapons. When his transformation was over, he became a 3-headed devil werewolf. Genie and the others were stunned. Not because of the change in Mammon's appearance after the transformation. They were already aware Mammon could do this. Wilted had informed them beforehand. Their surprise came from the pressure the devil exuded after the transformation. The intensity of his aura was completely different from before. Mammon's 3 heads flashed a grin before he vanished. Genie's dragon Lord reflex triggered. She was shocked to find the devil was already next to her. Even with the time in her perception slowed to almost a standstill, Mammon's speed was still considerable. His darkness-coated claw was already almost upon her. Genie tried to adjust her body position to dodge. But since only her perception sped up, her movement was extremely slow. She watched in helplessness as Mammon's claw got close. She couldn't push her body to move faster. Then Mammon's hand touched her. Her perception went back to normal. She suddenly found herself deep in the ground after scraping the ground for almost 100 meters. She lost almost 1/3 of her life from the hit, and this was also while her dragon god's protection was still active. Damn it! Spring Crown cursed. He rushed forward while activating Weapons Festival. His Azura and Ancestral Possession were still active. Combined with the melee weapons floating around him, he was as if a squad of combatants. Mammon's grin never wavered. His 2 claws turned into a blur. Even with his superb eyes, Spring Crown was having trouble keeping up. The weapons floating around him were smashed away just from 2 of Mammon's swings. His ancestral spirit dimmed after getting a hit. With his 6 arms, Spring Crown tried to target the weak points in Mammon's claws. Unfortunately, he was not fast enough, even with the buff from Weapon God Descent. His strike failed to hit any of the weak spots. The resulting impact sent him crashing to the ground. Several silver darts and light beams hit Mammon. Mammon looked at his attackers. They were from Lita and the Soul Swan. After his 2 wolves returned to him, those 2 were free. They didn't get close enough, though. Several demons intercepted the 2. David's celestial army descend had run out of duration. With only Nova's soldier blocking the demons, some managed to slip through. These demons didn't touch Genie and the others. Mammon had sent a mental command to his army that these 4 outworlders were his. Mammon ignored Lita and the Soul Swan. He let his demons deal with the 2. He turned to David. That outworlder had been shooting at him non-stop like he was a target practice. It's time to teach the prick a lesson. "Oh, Hayuro," David uttered when he saw Mammon's glare. His super soldier buff had ended. It didn't last as long as Genie and Spring Crown's buff skills. But even if he still had the buff, he doubted he could match Mammon's speed under the Cerberus form. He wasn't just going to lie down and do nothing, though. He fired with the 2 guns in his hands. Mammon ducked and swayed while advancing. His fast movement created multiple afterimages as he dodged David's bullets. He could have just tanked David's shots and charged forward faster, but he wanted to toy with David. To give David a sense of dread while mocking him by not allowing even 1 bullet to touch his body. "You think I can't hit you? Eat this," David exclaimed in anger. David used Celestial Commander's level 70 skill, Celestial Army Volley. An army of celestial soldiers materialized before him. They were arranged in a vertical square formation, starting from the ground to the air above David. When they opened fire using their gun spears, there was no space to dodge. The volley was so compact that Mammon would still be hit no matter which direction he moved toward. Genie, who rose from the ground, sighed at the sight. David's Celestial Army Volley was an offensive skill. Unlike Celestial Army Descend, The celestial soldiers vanished after carrying out their attacks. This skill was best used to inflict damage on a large number of enemies. It was a waste to use it on one enemy simply to ensure the attack hit. But then again, perhaps it was time to go all out. Cerberus Mammon was too dangerous. Freddy, prepare to use it on my signal. Genie sent him a message. She then sent another to Spring Crown. Spring, can you cover me for a while? I need some time to prepare my rune technique. I want to say no, but I guess I have to man up, Spring Crown replied. However, even if I want to, I can't stop him if he targets you. He is too damn fast. Don't worry. I have a way to make him target you, Genie said. You know what a euro? I am even more worried after hearing that, Spring Crown said. Mammon indeed couldn't dodge David's celestial army volley, even with his speed. The volley was too compact. He stopped mocking David and charged forward. A dark protective shell covered his body as he charged. The volley battered this shell, but they could not penetrate it. The bullets from the volley exploded upon collision. The AoE blast passed through the shell and caused damage to Mammon. He ignored the blast. He continued charging. Ugh! I'm not Donia Euro, David exclaimed. The image of multiple missile launchers appeared behind him. The missiles were then launched. This was Missile Battery, Celestial Commander's level 60 skill. It was similar to Tetsuo's homing missiles, but David's missiles were bigger and more powerful. These missiles also had tracking abilities. They chased after Mammon when the devil stopped his charge and jumped to the side to avoid getting hit. Mammon harumphed. He swung his claws. His action discharged multiple dark blades. These dark blades also had homing abilities. They intercepted the missiles before they arrived. Their collisions resulted in multiple huge explosions. Genie came before Mammon during this time. Spring Crown also approached from opposite directions. Mammon failed to approach David, but it cost David 2 skills for that. It seems you two are very eager to die first, Mammon uttered. His claws turned into a blur. Genie could hardly block the blow. She was forced back again. While she retreated, she exclaimed, Big talk! You are just the same as Ragshu. The mention of his son's name immediately drew Mammon's attention. How do you learn that name? He yelled and charged toward Genie. Genie had expected that. She moved away while shouting, Freddy now! Cerberus Mammon might be fast, but if they knew where he was going to be, they could still catch him. Mammon landed where Genie was a moment ago. He was about to continue the chase when the ground under him erupted. A pair of titanic hands came out and grabbed his legs. What? He looked down and saw a Trent-like creature. The creature seemed to be composed of earth, wood, and metal. This creature was the World Sentinel. It was summoned by Freddy using World Warden level 90 spell. It was an eternal grade with the same level as Freddy level 91. Mammon tried to move away, but the World Sentinel's grip was strong. His 2 claws pounced mercilessly, but the World Sentinel had extremely high defense and health point. It didn't mind the punishment. Vines even started coming out from the World Sentinel's arms. These vines wrapped around Mammon's legs, making the grips even tighter. Spring Crown and the spirit weapons attacked from behind while Mammon was incapacitated. Do you think this can stop me? Think again, Mammon exclaimed. He lifted one of his claws before bringing it down. The claw conjured a giant wolf's shadow. This shadow shredded one of the World Sentinel's arms. Despite its high defense, that arm was severed. Genie knew the World Sentinel wouldn't hold Mammon for long. While the World Sentinel still had one remaining hand on Mammon, she shouted, Spring! No need to be afraid of Mammon. Slay him as you did with Ragshu. Huhayuro! Spring Crown had no idea who this Ragshu was. You! Mammon turned to Spring Crown. It's you who killed my son? The report said that the killer was a male outworlder wielding 2 swords. Spring Crown used 2 swords among the many various weapon transformations during the fight. The report also mentioned the killer was using magic, which Mammon attributed to a misunderstanding. Everyone knew that an outworlder was limited to a single class. The demons who saw his son's killer must have mistaken some skills for spells. You're Sona Euro? Spring Crown asked with a confused expression. Just go with it. Spring Crown received Genie's message. Ah, hella euro. Spring Crown cursed. He then yelled at Mammon. That's right. I'm the one who killed that pathetic Ragayuro, whatever the name is. So he was your son? Then I will waste you just as I've wasted him. Mammon's 3 pairs of eyes narrowed to a slit. His 3 mouths were grimacing, exposing all the sharp teeth. Graha euro, I will kill you a euro. You will pay for what you have done a euro. Like a frenzied wolf, Mammon mauled the remaining arm of the World Sentinel still holding him. That arm was soon severed as well. Spring Crown had moved away. Now that he became Mammon's sole target, he couldn't attack as conveniently as before. Mammon charged at him. Spring Crown changed his weapon to a glaive. He then made a vertical slash. A gigantic dark crescent shot out from that slash. What a euro! Since Mammon was charging towards Spring Crown, he ran directly at the dark crescent. His surprise was not because of having an attack suddenly before him, but it was the attack itself. The dark crescent that Spring Crown unleashed was the same skill he used earlier, the infernal crescent of darkness. His claw clashed with the dark crescent. The dark crescent was destroyed, but Mammon had to stop his charge. It was truly the infernal crescent of darkness. Mammon exclaimed in his mind. He could feel the dark energy latching onto his claw, devouring his health point and his weapon's durability. How do you learn this skill? Mammon exclaimed. This was supposed to be a skill unique to him. Hee hee. Don't you want to know? Spring Crown taunted. He slashed his weapons. Multiple dark blades shot out. What a euro! Mammon exclaimed in surprise. This was again the same skill he had used earlier. What Spring Crown used was Weapon God's level 70 skill, Steel Weapon skill. This skill enabled Spring Crown to steal a skill as long as it was executed using weapons, even a skill unique to a native or monster. The stolen skill was permanent until he replaced it with another skill. At max level, he had 3 slots to input the stolen skills. The level of the stolen skills followed the level of Steel Weapon skill. While Mammon was surprised by the dark blades, the World Sentinel slammed into him from behind. The World Sentinel wrapped his arms around Mammon. His 2 severed arms had vines coming out of the stumps. These vines were now entangling each other, locking Mammon in the process. You think you can stop me? Grayuro Mammon exerted his strength. Several of the vines snapped, but new ones grew and interlocked with one another. The World Sentinel's hold became even stronger. Rarga Euro. Mammon bent his knees before forcefully jumping up, dragging the World Sentinel with him. The weight of the giant Treyant caused Mammon to be unable to jump far. He fell back down with the World Sentinel at the bottom. They crashed into the ground and caused an earthquake. Dust clouds spread all around them. David, Spring Crown, and his spirit weapon used this chance to land more attacks. David never stopped shooting. He also used Celestial Commander's level 80 skill, Magnetic Drones. This skill summoned 6 drones at max level. These drones had extreme maneuverability. They flew at high speed and could stop abruptly before changing their flight paths. These made them very hard to follow. They could easily go around a target and fire from unexpected angles. They attacked by firing railgun-type projectiles. These projectiles dealt high physical damage and ignored 30% of defense. They all attacked Mammon in a frenzy, while Mammon struggled to break the World Sentinel's clutch. Mammon's 3 heads roared before they unleashed dark fogs that covered everything. Everyone touched by this fog received damage. Spring Crown and the others had no choice but to back away. While they retreated, they saw Mammon stand up. They were confused about how the devil released himself so easily from the World Sentinel. The dark fog then dispersed, and they saw that he did not. There were 2 Mammons. One was still on the ground, being held by the World Sentinel. The other was the one they saw standing up. Combat clone, Spring Crown exclaimed. This must be one of the random skills this devil possesses. A combat clone couldn't use skills, but Mammon's base strength after the transformation was already troublesome. A combat clone could also move more freely as opposed to Mage Knight's spectral projection, which could use skills but needed to stay a certain distance from the caster. The first thing the combat clone did was shove his 2 claws into the vines binding the real Mammon. He then started tearing those vines apart. "Shit! Stop him!" Spring Crown exclaimed. Everyone rushed forward again. The dark fog Mammon spewed out was to send them away so no one disrupted his combat clone. Spring Crown used Weapon God's level 60 skill, 1000 Weapon Storm. It was an offensive skill that conjured many melee weapons. Many more than what his previous skill, Weapon Storm, produced. These weapons battered Mammon's combat clone. The clone received damage but resisted the force from the hit. But after getting hit by almost 100 weapons, the clone finally couldn't take it and was pushed away. Yet, in that short time, the clone had managed to rip apart more than half the vines entangling Mammon. The vines regrew from the World Sentinel stumps but were not fast enough. Mammon heaved, and he ripped away all the remaining vines still holding him. He rose and uttered a thundering roar. His roar created a shockwave that shattered all the remaining weapons from Spring Crown's 1000 Weapon Storm. Crap! Spring Crown cursed and stopped his advance. His spirit weapon continued charging forward. The World Sentinel tried getting up to grab Mammon again, but Mammon's clone came on top of him and started mauling it like a rabid bear. The spirit weapon transformed into a large spear and thrust toward Mammon. Mammon lightly swung his arm, and the spirit weapon was smacked to the side. His eyes fixed on Spring Crown. He had to get his revenge. Mammon dashed forward. He arrived before Spring Crown in the blink of an eye. "David!" Spring Crown exclaimed. He had predicted the devil's action. David's magnetic drones didn't rush forward with the spirit weapons. They stayed near Spring Crown in a circling formation around him. When Mammon arrived, they released a magnetic energy that linked with each other. This energy formed a hexagon-shaped magnetic shield that protected Spring Crown. This was another ability of the magnetic drones. They were not only offensive tools. When needed, they could create a protective field as long as there were at least 3 drones. The magnetic shield blocked Mammon's claw, aiming for Spring Crown. "Weak attempt," Mammon mocked. He clenched. The magnetic shield couldn't compete with the force he exerted. The protective field was destroyed. The 6 drones wobbled from the violent force. Even though the magnetic shield failed to stop Mammon, it halted him for a beat. Spring Crown used the chance to unleash the 3rd skill he had stolen. His weapon transformed into claws. When he punched, a giant image of a shadow wolf was conjured. This shadow wolf went straight for Mammon. Its claws pierced into Mammon's chest, causing huge damage. A gash appeared at the spot where the claws had landed. Thick black blood spewed from the gash. Mammon roared, both from pain and anger. The despicable Outworlder had not only murdered his son. He also wounded him using his own skill. He wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't tear this Outworlder apart. Spring Crown had again flown back after delivering the attack. He knew he couldn't afford to clash with Mammon directly. When Mammon was about to lunge at Spring Crown again, he sensed strong pressure from the side. He turned and saw a golden dragon rushing at him. Genie had utilized the time when Mammon was occupied to complete her rune technique, the Divine Dragon Spear. Mammon frowned. He sensed the mana from this golden dragon. It was not something that could be blocked. So he jumped to the side, dodging the dragon. The dragon turned and went after him. Mammon moved again, keeping a distance from the golden dragon. "Damn it!" Genie cursed. Mammon was so fast. Her golden dragon couldn't keep up. If this continued, it could expire its energy before touching Mammon. The others were aware of the situation. The spirit weapons and the magnetic drones tried to hinder Mammon's movement, but Mammon's claws easily slapped them away. Mammon continued moving away from the golden dragon until he found Spring Crown before him. The anger consumed him again once he saw this Outworlder. The gash in his chest was still dripping some blood. He threw away all caution and lunged at Spring Crown. "Ah man, take one for the team, they say." Spring Crown sighed. He was wielding a broadsword. He executed Shadowless Slash, the sword art he learned from Arthur. The slashes from the art could match Mammon's clawing speed, but not his power. Spring Crown tumbled from the impact. He then found himself in Mammon's grip. When he looked up, he saw Mammon's huge open mouth. Dark energy swirled within it. Mammon shoved Spring Crown into the mouth of his center head. He then bit down. Dark energy exploded when he clamped his jaws, shredding Spring Crown with the sharp teeth inside his mouth. At the same time, Genie's golden dragon slammed into his body. The divine dragon spear started taking effect inside Mammon's body. Golden spears stabbed out while his body emitted a golden glow. Normal creatures would have been writhing in pain from this skill, but Mammon acted like he didn't feel it. He was savoring the sweet taste of revenge in his mouth. After chewing a few more times, he spat out Spring Crown's mangled body. Spring Crown's health point was already 0, but he stomped his huge feet onto the body for good measure. Ha ha ha! That's what you get for killing my son. Mammon laughed. But you Outworlders are immortal. Never mind. I will hunt you down and kill you again. As many times as possible. I will make your life a living hell. That will teach you about messing with me. Ha ha ha. The others were speechless seeing the scene. Was Mammon not in pain? His health point continued to drop from the rune technique, but he acted like he didn't feel it. A healing light fell on Mammon. A high demon had barged through Nova's blockade. Mammon had instructed no one to touch the 4 Outworlders, but he never said anything about not healing him. Damn it! Stop that demon! Genie yelled. After all the struggles, Mammon's health point had been brought to half. Luckily, the high demon's healing spell was a normal recovery spell. One that healed by a fixed amount, not those that healed by percentage like Penul's fast heal. Hence, the healing amount was almost not noticeable compared to Mammon's total health point. Even so, they could not let this happen. Any tiny amount of healing was crucial. Mammon's natural health point recovery was already troublesome to begin with. David used snipe and landed a headshot on the high demon who healed Mammon. Freddy then engaged it in melee combat. His martial art might be powerless against the huge devil, but he had no problem dealing with this high demon. He could fight it while healing Genie and the others at the same time. Mammon's eyes turned to Genie. This tickling rune technique is yours? I guess you will be my next victim then, Mammon said with a menacing tone. But he then realized something weird. David, the magnetic drones, and the spirit weapons were still assailing him. He turned to Spring Crown's spirit weapon. His health point was low already. He should be able to destroy the spirit weapon with a couple more hits. However, he was confused as to why the spirit weapon was still there. A spirit weapon should vanish once its master dies. He sensed something near his feet before feeling a stinging pain. He looked down and stared in disbelief at Spring Crown, who had stabbed a spear into his leg. How are you still alive? Mammon asked. Did he possess a sacrificial dummy? Mammon thought, but it's not right. Spring Crown's health point was back to full. A sacrificial dummy only prevented a fatal hit. He had seen Spring Crown's health point drop to 0. He even added another stomp after that. What Spring Crown used was the skill from another elite class, which he inserted into the 3rd slot of his skill master. This skill was Paladin's Rebirth. While Mammon was stunned by the revelation, the spirit weapon near him glowed with light. His surprise at Spring Crown's survival slowed his response. Spring Crown used Energy Weapon, a skill that sacrificed his spirit weapon to deliver a devastating attack. The energy weapon slammed into one of Mammon's heads, taking another small chunk of his life. Grahahayuro! Mammon growled angrily while holding the head that was hit. Although Spring Crown's spirit weapon no longer had duration or cooldown, it was unavailable to call upon for a period after it was destroyed. Only David's magnetic drones and Genie's spirit weapon still buzzing around Mammon, sending attacks whenever possible. You are still alive? Good. I will enjoy tearing you apart again. Mammon roared. He used Whirlwind Slash. The radial energy knocked all the magnetic drones away. He then charged towards Spring Crown, catching one drone that was off balance on his way. He bit that drone using one of his mouths. The drone was destroyed. Spring Crown had run away after using Energy Weapon, but Mammon easily caught up to him. The direction he ran to was toward Genie. The girl put herself between Spring Crown and Mammon. Move aside, little girl. Your time will come. Mammon mocked. He swung his claw in an attempt to slap Genie away. His claw was stopped, though, by a colossal creature almost as huge as him. This creature just materialized in front of him. The creature was a dragon in armor. While he was stunned by the dragon's sudden appearance, the dragon slammed its claw into his chest. The impact forced him to take one step back. The dragon opened its mouth and fired an energy beam at him. The beam dealt physical damage and had a strong knockback force. Mammon tumbled back from the beam. The armored dragon was from Dragon Lord's level 90 skill. Summon Battle Dragon. The Battle Dragon rushed forward to engage Mammon. "Let's go. We can do this," Genie said to Spring Crown. She also rushed forward. Spring Crown was hesitant. Mammon was targeting him, after all. It was better if he continued using evasion tactics to lead Mammon into traps. A second later, he was glad about his hesitation. Because even though the Battle Dragon was strong, it couldn't compete with Mammon's speed. Mammon was caught unaware when the Battle Dragon appeared. He was not so now. Mammon jumped to the side, easily dodging the Battle Dragon's claws. He then jumped back and gave the Battle Dragon his claws. His claws turned into a blur as he used Deca Slash. The Battle Dragon stumbled until it fell to the ground from the attack. Genie thrust using 7 spears assaulting heaven, but Mammon was already gone. She turned and saw Mammon chasing after Spring Crown again. Spring Crown couldn't outrun Mammon, so he used another trump card in his arsenal, Weapon God's level 90 skill, the Armament of the Gods. This skill conjured 9 floating melee weapons, the same as Weapons Festival, but with one crucial difference. The conjured weapons were massive. The weapons were like something wielded by giants or gods. They emitted a shine and caused the air to ripple when they passed through. Once appearing, the weapons went for Mammon. Mammon swung his claws. While he could slap almost anything away, he couldn't do that with these giant weapons. The giant axe he hit recoiled from the impact, but it returned soon. Mammon's claws turned into a blur. His attack speed was so fast he could hit all 9 weapons at almost the same time. However, those 9 weapons came striking back again in an instant. This went on for some time. Mammon's claws clashed with the giant weapons, seemingly unending. If it was so, then Mammon was in trouble. Because while he was occupied, David and his magnetic drones never stopped landing hits from range. Unfortunately, it wasn't. A dark hurricane erupted from Mammon. It was the same skill he used earlier in the fight. This skill had completed its cooldown. The dark hurricane swept the giant weapons and threw them all over the place. Mammon used this chance to rush to Spring Crown again. Spring Crown never stopped running after using the Armament of the Gods. Unlike the Weapons Festival, the Armament of the Gods could leave his side. He knew he wouldn't last long if Mammon focused on him, as had been proven earlier. Even so, he didn't run aimlessly. The place he ran to was where he could find someone to help him. "You won't escape me," Mammon exclaimed. He unleashed multiple dark blades. Spring Crown looked at the incoming skill he had stolen. Unfortunately, his was still on cooldown. Several of these blades blocked his path. He had no choice but to use Shadowless Slash to cope with the ones coming at him. Each clash sent him staggering back. When he almost couldn't block, a magic wall appeared before him, blocking the remaining dark blades. The one who cast the spell was Lita. Nearby was the Soul Swan. They were fighting several demons but came to Spring Crown's aid when they saw Mammon approaching. The Soul Swan fired several soul lances at Mammon. These lances could chase after a target. Tag! Spring Crown shouted. He then assaulted the demons whom Lita was fighting. Lita had no idea what Spring Crown meant. But with Mammon approaching, she couldn't ignore the devil. She cast a spell that formed multiple walls made of light, sealing Mammon's paths. The walls of light couldn't stop Mammon. He shattered each wall with one swing. Even so, the walls slow him down. The Soul Swan also couldn't ignore Mammon. It flew forward, producing a wave containing soul energy. The wave washed over Mammon after he broke all the light walls. The wave tried to push Mammon back, but he resisted it. His claw slashed downward, and the wave split. When he was about to move again, he found himself besieged by the Soul Swan, Battle Dragon, and the World Sentinel. The multiple interruptions slowed Mammon's advance, allowing everyone to catch up to him. His combat clone had run out of duration, so the World Sentinel could come as well. The World Sentinel was in shambles, though. If not for its high defense and health point, it would have been defeated by Mammon's combat clone. Mammon looked at the opponents surrounding him. Genie and Freddy had also arrived. David and his magnetic drones never stopped tailing and attacking him from range. The armaments of the gods also caught up to him. These giant weapons still had a few seconds left in their duration. Only his target, Spring Crown, stayed away. Spring Crown fought other demons. Seeing that made him wonder, where were his other underlings? They clearly outnumbered the enemies. Why did it not appear so? The reason was that Nova had abandoned the defensive walls. The underworld forces swarmed these defensive structures and destroyed the siege weapons without resistance. Nova had all their forces crowded around Mammon. This created a circular meat wall that surrounded Mammon and prevented other demons from entering. But outside this meat wall was the demon army. This effectively meant the defender army was surrounded by the enemies. There was no escape. It was fight or die. Nova had truly gambled everything on this battle. There was no more retreat. Either they killed Mammon, or the demons outside the circumference whittled them down to the last soldier. Even the mobile fortress came over to join the fight against Mammon. The siege weapons on the fortress opened fire, damaging the few demons inside the circumference whom Spring Crown fought against. "Hey, why don't you help fight Mammon?" Selena called to Spring Crown from the fortress wall. She cast spells at the demons below. "That devil is too scary," Spring Crown answered. Selena was speechless. What kind of an answer was that? Wasn't the whole reason these four came here to fight Mammon? Why was this #1 gamer chickening out now? Their discussion didn't continue because a loud blast attracted their attention. They looked over and saw the ones who surrounded Mammon had been blown away from him. Mammon then zoomed in their direction. "Fuck! He still doesn't let me go," Spring Crown cursed. He left the demons he was fighting and ran past under the mobile fortress. He was using the mobile fortress as a cover. Selena was still bewildered by the situation. But with Mammon coming at them, she didn't have the luxury of thinking too much. She and the other spellcasters inside the fortress cast their spells. However, Mammon's speed let him arrive at the fortress before they finished their casting. Mammon gave the mobile fortress a double jump kick. Everyone inside the mobile fortress fell to the floor from the impact. The spells they were casting were forcefully cancelled. Mammon flew over the mobile fortress while the fortress dropped to the ground. He landed behind the mobile fortress where Spring Crown was. "Crap!" Spring Crown cursed again. Mammon was glaring at him while grimacing. Having 3 pairs of eyes and 3 mouths doing that was extremely unsettling. "Fuck this. Genie, I'm sorry. I can't save these skills for later." Spring Crown yelled as Mammon's darkness-coated claw came slashing at him. His weapon transformed again, but the transformation was different from before. It turned into a buckler that was 2 times the previous size. Its surface also changed shapes, with many layers of metallic horns jutting out. A layer of crimson aura blanketed the buckler. When Mammon's claw clashed with the buckler, a shockwave radiated out. Mammon was astounded. He expected Spring Crown to get flattened into the ground from the blow, but he felt a great power resisting him. He then felt this great power shoved his hand to the side. Behind the buckler was a different outworlder. Or more correctly, the outworlder had a different form. The outworlder that was holding the buckler now had demonic features. His body was covered in crimson scales with overlapping carapaces protecting certain parts, making them look like armor. At the top of his head was a pair of large horns and 2 pairs of smaller horns behind. On his back were 2 slim black wings. Crimson flames were constantly burning on his body. Demonization? No, it's different, Mammon thought. What Spring Crown used were the skills from his fallen apostle's weapon, Demonize Weapon and Devil Eyes. The transformation stunned Mammon for a breath. Spring Crown didn't let the chance go. His weapon transformed into a spear, a demonic large spear. He made an upper thrust while using penetrating stab combined with 7 spears assaulting heaven. Mammon's reflex was fast enough to block the thrust using his arm even when he was still shocked by the turn of events. Too bad Spring Crown's spear art was only a copy, and he could only pull 4 rapid stabs. However, his weapon under the demonized weapon had a strong wounding chance, so it drew blood from Mammon's arm in addition to scoring high damage. Raga Euro! This will be the last time you wound me, Mammon screamed. His other claw swiped from the side. Spring Crown flapped the black wings on his back. He shot away before the claw arrived. Mammon didn't let him go. He turned into a flash and intercepted Spring Crown before he got far. His speed was still faster than Devil Eye's Spring Crown. They clashed multiple times at high speed. After several clashes, Spring Crown was sent crashing into the ground. Mammon was about to strike the grounded Spring Crown, but something else crashed into him. The impact halted his charge and allowed Spring Crown to get back up. He looked at the one who halted him. It was Genie, also in Devil Eye's form. David and Freddy, who were nearby, had also activated theirs. Hee, you people have also used yours, Spring Crown said. Only the Devil Eyes. We are saving our demonized weapon for later, Genie said. Hopefully, we can get him into that state before our Devil Eyes runs out of duration. Then, let's finish this quick, Spring Crown exclaimed. To do that, Genie used Beacon of Hope, increasing their prowess. With Devil Eyes, the 4 were quick enough to limit Mammon's movements. This allowed the Battle Dragon and the World Sentinel to catch up and help pin Mammon down. Even the mobile fortress barged in and used its 2 metal arms to grab Mammon. Together with the World Sentinel, who again had vines entangling Mammon's body, the devil had difficulty moving. This gave the others the freedom to land more attacks. Unfortunately, the World Sentinel's duration was coming to an end. When it did, the mobile fortress alone couldn't hold Mammon down. By then, Mammon's health point had been whittled down to less than 20%. Be careful. Wilted said he has a powerful offensive skill when his health point is low. Genie warned everyone. Mammon finally realized his precarious situation. With the World Sentinel gone, he bumped his titanic body into the mobile fortress. The fortress barrier was flickering. The rune diagram's power was at its end. He then tried to fly up. Yet, the fortress' 2 metal arms continued clamping down on him. They refused to let go. The fortress was too heavy for Mammon to pull into the sky. You think you can kill me just by sacrificing yourself? Think again, Mammon roared. A surging dark aura shot up from his body. The aura was so intense it might as well be a black flame. The aura expanded until it completely covered Mammon. All everyone saw now was a thick pillar of black flame that went straight up into the sky. This is it. Everyone, move away, Genie instructed. Everyone did except for the mobile fortress. Mother, Genie called. We can't let him get away, Nova uttered. I can feel him trying to pull this fortress up. In the sky, it will be difficult to stop him. If he joins up with his army outside, he can hide behind them. They can even heal him. All our efforts will be wasted then. Don't worry. I wear the amulet of rebirth. Just make sure you win this war. Genie was about to reply, but a loud explosion stopped her. The dark pillar Mammon created suddenly shrunk and turned into a black blade. This black blade zoomed forward and sliced through the mobile fortress. The fortress' weakened barrier couldn't stop it. The fortress split into 2. Dark energy engulfed the fortress 2 parts. This dark energy then erupted in a spectacular explosion. The huge blast caused a shockwave that radiated out and pushed everyone back. When the blast was over, a huge crater was seen where the mobile fortress used to be. Mammon was the only thing still alive in this crater. He spread his 4 wings wide and shot upward. He couldn't believe he was forced to flee. He knew the enemies tried to box him in. He had let them. He was confident he could take care of them even when he was alone. He saw now he had gravely underestimated the enemies. Never mind, he thought. He would still defeat these enemies. He just needed to meet up with his army first. As he gained altitude, 2 people intercepted him. Leaving so soon? I thought you wanted your revenge. Spring Crown asked. You can't leave. For the sake of everyone's effort, we will defeat you, Genie exclaimed. Genie and Spring Crown fought Mammon to keep him in place. Under Devil Eyes' effects, they could keep Mammon from breaking away. David and Freddy supported them, with David's magnetic drones continuing to buzz around Mammon. The Soul Swan arrived next. It used its vast body as an extra obstacle to block Mammon. Lita was with her. She didn't have many offensive spells, but she had spells that caused impediments to Mammon's attempt at fleeing. Mammon continued to try to get past them. He was making progress. Despite Genie and the others having a great boost during Devil Eyes, Mammon was still superior. When Mammon finally managed to execute an explosive attack that forced his adversaries back, something grabbed his legs before he could fly away. He looked down and saw it was Genie's battle dragon. This dragon was strong but not fast, so it took some time to arrive here. Now that it did, it used its weight to drag Mammon back to the ground, much like the mobile fortress did before. David took the chance when Mammon was burdened by the battle dragon. His magnetic drones, which were now down to 4, came together. The magnetic energy that came out of them merged, resulting in a huge electromagnetic blast. The blast slammed into Mammon and sent him tumbling down. Genie and Spring Crown rushed back as Mammon lost his balance. Genie used her Fallen Apostle Spear's offensive skill, Hell-Piercing Demon Spear. She turned into a silver spear once she activated the skill. This spear spun at high speed before zooming toward its target. Mammon only had the chance to put up an arm to block when the silver spear arrived. The spear drilled into his arm. Black blood spurted upon contact. Mammon roared from the pain. His arm was sturdy enough to resist the drilling attack, but his outer skin was shredded. The pain caused him to involuntarily move his blocking arm away. As a result, the drilling spear advanced and stabbed into his shoulder. He uttered another painful roar. The hell-piercing demon spear dealt continuous soul damage. It also had a high penetrative ability and a high chance of causing a wound. Black blood continued to pour out at the point of impact. Mammon finally had a moment of clarity during the pain. He punched into the silver spear from the side. This act finally stopped the skill. The silver spear turned back into Genie as she flew from the impact. Right when Mammon punched Genie, Spring Crown slammed his weapon into Mammon's head. He had been waiting for the right moment to hit one of the weak spots in Mammon's head. His weapon, which had transformed into a hammer, smashed into the enlarged red dot of the weak spot. This not only caused critical damage but also caused strong knockback. Mammon flew straight down toward the ground. The battle dragon utilized the momentum and threw Mammon into the ground once they were close. The impact caused the ground to cave in. The battle dragon opened its jaws. Energy balls started to shoot out. The discharged energy balls slammed into Mammon. The energy balls exploded upon contact. The force kept Mammon pinned to the ground. While Mammon was unable to get up, Freddy cast World Warden's level 70 spell, Living Forest. The ground in a large area around Mammon started to crack. Out of these cracks, leafy branches sprouted. The cracks on the ground widened as the emerged branches turned larger until whole trees grew out of the cracks. Suddenly, it was as if a small forest had materialized, and Mammon was in the middle of this forest. This forest was as its name implied. It was alive. The trees that formed this forest moved and wrapped their branches around Mammon, entangling him and stopping him from getting up. The branch also whipped Mammon, causing earth element damage to him. This spell was best in a war zone where allies and enemies were chaotically mixed. Aside from trapping enemies and dealing damage, the trees also healed allies and protected them. Thus, this spell could turn the tide of a battle when placed at a strategic place. However, their current objective was to defeat Mammon. So, even if this spell was wasted for dealing with only one enemy, it was still worth it. Mammon roared in fury as he struggled to get up. His 3 heads bit and ripped the nearby trees apart, but other trees grew to replace the destroyed ones. They were unending. The battle dragon also landed and pounced at Mammon. The trees didn't hinder it. Mammon again unleashed black fog from his 3 mouths. The trees touched by this fog decomposed and died at a rapid rate. The battle dragon insisted on staying close to Mammon. It continued attacking Mammon using its claws while its health point dropped from exposure to the black fog. Free from the tree's interference, Mammon used the infernal crescent of darkness that was off cooldown. The battle dragon reeled back from the assault. When he was about to fly back up, he sensed something approaching from above at high speed. He looked up and saw a huge bony lance. The bony lance was Genie's Dragon Bone Lance. This skill was also off cooldown. While it failed to hit its target the first time it was used, it was different this time. The bone lance dropped like lightning. Mammon's condition was not as before. His mind was in turmoil. He couldn't believe these outworlders could push him to such an extent. The dragon bone lance stabbed into Mammon's chest. His half-rising body was forced into the ground again due to the momentum. While the skill's damage was not enough to take out Mammon's almost depleted health point, it ripped a hole in his chest. This wound gave Mammon extra damage. It also depleted Mammon's health point by 5%. This was the same as dealing 5% damage instantly. This 5% health point reduction was outside of the normal damage inflicted by the skill. All these factors caused Mammon's health point to drop rapidly. The devil stared in disbelief as his health point bar fell to 0. He lost all strength in his body. His heads and outstretched arms fell to the ground. He stopped moving. Players and native soldiers who happened to witness the fall of the devil erupted into a thundering cheer. They let out a victory cry even when the demon army still had them surrounded. They were sure the devil's demise would cause these demons to lose morale. Yet the demons acted like nothing happened. This confused the defenders. Genie and the others were not as confused. "Get ready. This is the deciding point," Genie called. Following Genie's lead, Spring Crown and the others flew towards Mammon's corpse. Lita and the Soul Swan were as puzzled as the rest of the defenders. Hadn't they defeated Mammon? Despite their bewilderment, they flew down following those 4 outworlders. Right when Spring Crown and the others landed, Mammon's body exploded into a swirling black mist. Within the mist was the shadow of a horned wolf. Above the mist was an health point bar. "Now, give it everything you got," Genie yelled. She activated Demonized Weapon. Similar to Spring Crown's weapon, her spear became larger and exhibited spikes along its surface. David's and Freddy's weapons were also the same. They then sent attack upon attack on the mist. The mist didn't fight back. It just stayed there and took the punishment. Lita and the Soul Swan landed behind Genie and the others. While they watched in puzzlement, Genie yelled at them, "Don't just stand there. Help us attack. We need to deplete this mist's health point as fast as possible. If we fail to do it within 5 minutes, Mammon will return to life with his health point bar fully refilled." "What?" Lita exclaimed in shock. It already took them so much trouble to defeat the devil. If Mammon returned to full health point, they could not guarantee they could repeat the feat. Mammon looked down on them at the beginning. After all, if he decided to return to his army from the get-go, it would be almost impossible to prevent that. Lita, the Soul Swan, and nearby defenders who happened to hear immediately aided them in sending attacks to reduce the mist's health point. Genie and her 3 partners were already aware of this from the start. Wilted informed them that Mammon's other nickname was the Immortal Devil. Just like his dark wolves, he could recover his health point after he was defeated. The only way to truly defeat him was to deplete his second health point bar when he was in mist form. They could freely attack because the mist wouldn't retaliate, but they had only a short time to do it. That's why Genie and the others had refrained from using Devil Eyes and Demonized Weapon. Luckily, their Devil Eyes condition had not yet run out of duration. Unluckily, Spring Crown's Demonized Weapon had, so his weapon was back to normal again. The Demonized Weapon's duration was much shorter than Devil Eyes, after all. David, Freddy, and Spring Crown used the offensive skills from their fallen apostles' weapons. Genie had used hers earlier, so she couldn't. They had also exhausted their pinnacle class skills. Even so, they used everything available to them. They looked at the health point bar that decreased very slowly. Everyone was anxious. "Don't worry. We will make it," they heard Spring Crown said. "If we keep up this pace, we will deplete that health point bar in less than 4 minutes." "Are you sure?" David asked skeptically. He didn't stop firing, though. If he says 4 minutes, then it will be 4 minutes, Jeannie said. She was aware of Spring Crown's reputation as a human calculator. Ha! Listen to your girlfriend, Spring Crown uttered. Jeannie told them to focus. They continued delivering attacks. It was as Spring Crown predicted. When it reached 3 minutes, they depleted the health point bar to 75%. They were sure now that they could do this. When they were rejoicing, the mist suddenly shifted. This took them aback because Wilted clearly said that Mammon couldn't do anything while in this form. While they were still wondering what that little movement meant, the demonic wolf shadow inside the mist suddenly lunged. The mist also lunged with it. Before they could react, the mist zoomed past them. They then heard a cry. They looked back and saw the mist swirling around the soul swan. The soul swan was the one who had cried. It was currently struggling against the mist. They didn't know what they should do. Should they attack? But they would hit the soul swan. While they were undecided, the mist suddenly entered the soul swan through its eyes and mouth at a rapid rate. Once the process ended, the soul swan was bathed in a crimson aura. Its silvery feathers changed color to red. They were shocked by the transformation, but what shocked them the most was the soul swan's eyes. Red mists covered those eyes. They stared at Jeannie and the others with ferocity. They then heard Mammon's voice from the soul swan. You, despicable outworlders. You think you can defeat me, Mammon the Immortal? I will take all your souls and your bodies. Everyone and everything will be mine by the time this war is over. At Southern Palgrost Front. For players, the soldiers around the place were startled by their appearance. They were tense for a beat, thinking enemies had somehow broken through their defensive line. But then they saw the four were no demons. They returned their attention to their task. A battle was ongoing. They had no time to deal with these unknown intruders. Wilted, is that you? A voice called to them. Padoin and the others turned and saw a makeshift workshop where many dwarven blacksmiths were repairing the soldiers' equipment. It took a while before Wilted found the one who called her. Hedite, she called back. A dwarven woman was walking to them. Padoin and the others didn't know this woman. But if Jack, Jet, and Grace were here, they would. Hedite was the one who had helped Jack and Jet craft the armor for their pets. She was, however, not the weak level 20 elite when Jack met her. She was without disguise here. She was a level 70 rare elite. She didn't join the fight, though. She preferred to use her blacksmithing expertise to contribute to the war. What are you doing here? Hedite asked after she arrived. We are here to help with the war, Wilted replied. That's good. We need all the help we can get, Hedite said. This is the last line of defense for Palgrost. Most of this country had fallen to the underworld forces. Even the Sangrod army at the northern front had been defeated a couple of weeks ago. If we retreat again, Palgrost is lost. There was sadness in Hedite's voice. She was no longer this country's citizen. Her home was the Village of Peace. Even so, she was a dwarf. This was where her ancestors came from. She didn't want this country to vanish. Don't worry. We will no longer retreat, Wilted said. She turned and looked far away in the sky, in the direction where two behemoths were contesting for strength. When Hedite saw Wilted's gaze, she couldn't help but ask, You are not thinking about engaging that devil, are you? That is exactly what we are going to do, Wilted uttered. Hedite couldn't believe what she had heard. She thought Wilted was joking, but Wilted's face was serious and her voice firm. So Hedite used her inspect. Euro level 95 euro? Hedite stammered. How do you get to that level so fast? I know you Outworlders have crazy leveling speed, but even the Outworlders who have survived the war until now don't have a level so high. He is not the only one, you know, Joe chuckled. You shouldn't sound so proud. You have the lowest level here, Another Day said to Joe. Ugga Euro, do you have to point that out? Joe complained. Hearing that Hedite used inspect on the rest of the three, she was speechless at her findings. Padoin was even level 97. First, we need to talk to the commander of this army, Wilted asked. Where is the mobile fortress? Thelgrun should be inside the fortress. Shouldn't he? The mobile fortress is no more, Hittite answered. It was destroyed on the defensive line before this one. Leviathan got too close to the defensive walls, so Thelgrun brought the mobile fortress to try to stop him. Not a smart move if you ask me. It wasn't a match for Leviathan's raw strength. Luckily, its destruction didn't affect the people inside it. Some were wounded, but they survived. Thelgrun issued a retreat after that. Such a pity, Peidoin remarked. Jack spent a lot of resources to build that mobile fortress. We lost a lot of things in this war, kid, Hittite said. Not to sound pessimistic, but we will lose even more if things don't change. We will make the change, Wilted said. So, they could organize while defending the wall. I can't see how that is effective, Peidoin said. The war table can easily be destroyed if it was placed so close to the front line. There is no more war table. It is also destroyed with the mobile fortress, Hittite informed. Not like it matters, anyway. There are more Themisphere soldiers fighting here than Palgros soldiers. Palgros troops were already few when the war started. The speed by which Palgros drafted recruits also couldn't be compared to Themisphere, who had an Outworlder sovereign. Thus, the proportion between human and dwarven soldiers defending this front continued to shift toward the human population. If not for the many dwarven Outworlders and native dwarven adventurers, people might have mistaken this place for a Themisphere's front. We have little time. Let's go, Wilted said. To Hittite she said, It's good seeing you again, Hittite. Likewise, Hittite replied. The four spread the wings from their wings tool and flew away. Hittite watched them for a while. She was wondering if they were truly serious about going up against Leviathan. They might have high levels, but the devil was not an opponent who could be defeated with just a high level. Yet, something about them gave her the bravery to hope. It didn't take long for the four to find Thelgrun. With his royal guards, he fought to fend off the demons climbing the wall. While above, Arthur and other defenders who could fly fought the demon flyers. President Thelgrun, Wilted called. Thelgrun turned to Wilted after hearing the call. Do I know you, miss? Thelgrun asked. He then noticed Peidoin. George, it's good to see you again. Does King Jack come here as well? He asked. Peidoin shook his head. No. Jack goes and aids the defensive front at Hydrorond. Don't worry. We will take care of this place. Aha. Do you bring a whole fuckload of an army? Thelgrun asked sarcastically. Hey, come on, dude. You should have more confidence in us. Jack is not the only one who can be relied on. I'm not complaining. Whatever you can help with, it is welcome, Thelgrun said. He ran over and used his hammer to bash a demon about to climb up the wall. If it is an army you want, I can give it to you, Wilted said. You can? Thelgrun asked. We can, Peidoin also asked. Wilted answered by taking out a pipe. It was the pipe of monster control given by Goddess Serenity. After the appearance of the underworld forces, the description of the restriction changed. It could now also be used against the underworld forces. Additionally, if it was against the underworld forces, the AoE of the pipe increased to a 50-kilometer radius, and the number of monsters that were controlled was 1 million. Wilted didn't know how the change happened. She figured it was because of Serenity's will. She blew the pipe. Afterward, she told Thelgrun, This is why I want to see you first before doing what we come here for. Please inform the army not to panic or attack the monsters that will be rushing here. Monsters? Thelgrun asked, confused. Wilted nodded. This pipe summoned 1 million monsters from the surrounding area. It would choose the strongest monsters available. These monsters will be your reinforcement, so don't attack them. Good lord, is that real? This is great. Thelgrun turned to the side and yelled, Broban! Viking! The two dwarves he called were fighting a distance away. The two ran over after hearing the summon. What do you need, my liege? Broban asked. Thelgrun introduced the two to Wilted. He then told them about Wilted's monster reinforcement and instructed them to inform the army. They had skeptical expressions when hearing that an army of monsters would be coming to their aid, but they carried out Thelgrun's order. Broban started to go around barking orders while Vikings sent out messages. The message was also sent to a player who stayed near Arthur. That player informed Arthur so he could inform the Themisphere army as well. After Broban and Viking left, Wilted told Thelgrun, "We will be helping the fight against Leviathan." "Sure, go for it," Thelgrun said nonchalantly. "Please ask your army to be ready," Wilted said. "I know Leviathan mostly stays in the sky and away from his army, but the battle might end up on the ground. When that happens, we will need ground support from your army to fend off the demon army from interrupting our battle with Leviathan." Thelgrun stopped and turned to Wilted. It took him a few seconds before saying, "Wait, you are serious about going for Leviathan? Dude, do you see our faces like someone who jokes around?" Padoan asked. "Yours, Yesuro, well, his also." Thelgrun pointed at Joe. "Ouch, man," Joe uttered. "Mr. President, we are serious. We will face Leviathan," Wilted repeated. "You should have heard about Jack going somewhere to find a way to defeat the underworld forces. We were with him on that journey, and we are now ready to do our part. I might give you monster reinforcement, but we are the true reinforcement you have all been waiting for. Miss, I want to say you don't look it, but then again I've learned to trust King Jack. If he sent you here, all right, you will have the army's support when the time comes," Thelgrun said before adding. "But I need to say something first. If you fail to do what you said you can do know it will be a disaster for us. To give you the support you need, I will need to task a lot of troops away from these defensive walls. We are already stretched thin as it is. Do you truly have the confidence to complete this insane mission?" Wilted looked at the three next to him. Their faces showed resolution. Wilted answered Thelgrun, "Have faith in us, Mr. President. This is what we Outworlders are here for. It's time we show you our worth and prove that we earned our right to share this world with you." Not long after that, monsters started rushing in from all over. If the defenders had not been notified beforehand, they would have panicked, and their formation would become disarrayed. The monsters ignored the defenders and went directly to assault the demons. The defenders pulled back and let the monsters engage the demons. They recovered themselves and provided support. While that was happening, two of the largest behemoths in this world continued to tussle in the sky above. The Sealam whale mainly focused on defense without any attempt at attacking. This was mostly the situation after the first battle. The Sealam whale knew it had no hope of defeating Leviathan. Its role was just to stop Leviathan from doing more damage to the army and the defensive structures below. Maraudis never left the Sealam whale. She cast spells to aid the whale. She was a level 90 Eternal and had many healing spells, so her role was crucial in helping the Sealam whale survive the battle against Leviathan. Timezizes was helping the battle on another side of the battlefield. As with the other fronts, the defenders were stretched thin. They couldn't afford to have many combatants facing Leviathan. Wham! The Sealam whale reeled back after receiving a slam from Leviathan's massive tails. The sharp spikes of that tail left scars on Sealam whale's armor-plated skin. Many such scars were on the Sealam whale's body. These were all lasting wounds it suffered after repeated battles with the colossal devil. The Sealam whale's max health point had even been reduced to 80% than normal. This was a side effect of suffering repeated wounds without having the proper time to heal. To recover this max health point loss, the whale needed a long rest. It wouldn't get that rest anytime soon with how the war was going. Despite the situation, the Sealam whale didn't stop fighting. It had its honor. As long as its faction continued to fight in this war, so would it. It would protect the members of its faction until its last breath. That was his role as the faction guardian. Wham! Another body slam took the Sealam whale's breath. It rolled uncontrollably in the air as the water around tried to stabilize it. Ha ha ha! Leviathan's laughter was full of mockery. He cast a spell that conjured multiple balls made of compact swirling winds. These windy balls flew toward the Sealam whale. Maraudis cast a spell that created a churning energy wall to block the windy balls. The windy balls exploded after hitting the energy wall. Each ball turned into a maelstrom upon exploding, ravaging everything. Maraudis' energy wall was obliterated by this violent power. The water around the coelom whale tried to cushion the maelstrom's effect, but both Maraudis and the whale still felt the force. They lost health point in the process. Leviathan didn't let up. He dove and put himself below them. All the while, sharp wind blades were generated with each flap of his side fins. These wind blades penetrated coelom whale's protective water and cut into the whale's skin armor. He then rose, like an alligator rushing up from the water to catch its prey. His huge mouth opened, ready to bite the helpless whale. An energy beam suddenly slammed into him. This energy beam was so large that it almost covered half his titanic body. Traces of lightning were inside the beam. The beam was so powerful that it was enough to push and stop his attack. Damage numbers also came up above him as the beam continued pushing him back. It took an effort before he could balance himself again. The beam had been so fast that he was hit by the time he sensed the attack. He growled as he looked in the direction where the beam had come from. For small figures came from that direction. Outworlders, he thought after these four approached. The beam just now came from Padoan. It was a level 60 skill from his heavenly mech warrior. The skill was called Gamma Ray Cannon. It was a linear offensive skill that covered a wide area. The skill inflicted both lighting and light element damage. It also produced a very strong force, as had been proven by its feat in pushing Leviathan back. Wilted, Maraudis called from above the coelom whale. Madam Maraudis, Wilted greeted back. We are here to help. Maraudis was surprised by the declaration. But then again they did stop Leviathan and push him back. She used her inspect and was astonished to learn their levels. Even so, she was skeptical. Are you sure? This devil is unlike any opponent you have fought against, Maraudis said. Don't worry. Leave him to us, Wilted replied. You and the coelom whale can take a breather first. The coelom whale had been fighting Leviathan for a whole day. Despite its tremendous pool of health point, its health point bar was down to less than half. That was even after Maraudis kept on healing it. Maraudis herself was still fine because it was the coelom whale who took the brunt of the damage. Ha ha ha! Loud laughter echoed across the sky. It was coming from Leviathan. Leave me to you? A bunch of critters dares to utter such an affront? Ha ha, Euro, know your place, Outworlders. Leviathan opened his mouth wide. He started to suck. Be careful, Maraudis called. Leviathan always used this move against opponents below large-sized monsters. Those who were swallowed couldn't do anything aside from waiting until their life was devoured. Maraudis was immune from getting sucked because she had the coelom whale protecting her. She had a special link with the whale, so she was always tethered to it. A strong suction force was generated after Leviathan opened his mouth. This force got stronger the longer it was. Maraudis was worried about the four. She wanted to ask the coelom whale to go and block the four from being pulled into Leviathan's mouth. But she noticed the four's expressions. No worry was seen on their faces. Their bodies shook as they tried to resist the pulling force. They were struggling, but they stayed their ground. Even after several seconds had passed, they were not pulled toward the devil. Leviathan's sucking force was strong, but it was not a skill. Could be considered a standard attack. The strength needed to resist the pull was significant but not unreasonable. Padoan and the others had high levels, top-rate equipment, pinnacle classes, and max-level bloodlines. Their stats were above the norm. Even Wilted, who should be the weakest, had the minimum strength to resist the pull. Leviathan closed his mouth. If those Outworlders didn't enter his stomach by now, there was no use to keep on sucking. You surprised me, Outworlders. Hee. Leviathan chuckled. Perhaps you can give me a bit more entertainment than that whale. I was getting bored, anyway. I have been debating in my mind if I should just kill it and be done with it. It's a good thing you come along. We will give you more than entertainment. Devil, Joe proclaimed. Leviathan chuckled again. Hee. Come then. Let's see what you got. But let me warn you. If I don't find you worthy after all those statements, I will be angry. If I'm angry, I won't hold back anymore. I will let out my anger on you, that whale, and all those upperworlders. Chayuro, he truly hasn't gone all out yet, a Euro, Maraudis uttered. She had suspected it was so, but she didn't want to entertain the thought, because if she did, the thought would affect her will to fight. Wilted and the others, however, weren't fazed by Leviathan's threat. Wilted turned to Peidoin. "You are up," she said. Peidoin nodded. He moved forward. "What is this? Do you seriously plan to fight me alone?" Leviathan asked. His tone was more like someone who was offended than amused. "No, not alone," Peidoin answered. "But I will be your main opponent. Transform." Light enveloped Peidoin's body as plates of metal materialized around him. They revolved around Peidoin at high speed before slapping into his body. When the process was over, Peidoin had turned into a cyborg. This was the first skill of his pinnacle class Alpha Technosuit. The skill was similar to Brave Technosuit. It gave him a metal suit that improved all his aspects. The metal suit of Alpha Technosuit was bigger than Brave Technosuit. Peidoin could be said to be almost twice his original size. The design was also sleeker. The metal plates covering Peidoin's body were silver in majority, with a few red lines ornamenting them. "Does he have to yell transform before doing it?" Joe complained. "At least he didn't do any funny moves before yelling transform," Another Day remarked. "Oh, I heard someone mentioning Jack did that once. I sure wish I had been there to watch," Joe said. Maraudis was speechless. How could they still chat so calmly? They would be in trouble if they underestimated Leviathan. She turned to Peidoin. "What do they expect from that one outworlder?" His aura increased after donning that metal suit, but it was still nothing compared to Leviathan. Wilted saw Maraudis' expression. She knew what Maraudis was thinking. She came over and said to her, "Don't worry. I know how fearsome Leviathan is, perhaps more than you. But trust me, it will do us all good if you stay back and focus on healing the Selim whale for 3 hours. We will need the whale again after that." 3 hours? How do you expect to stop Leviathan during that time? Maraudis asked. "With that," Wilted pointed into the sky. As she did, something gargantuan floated down from the clouds. That something was a huge fucking giant robot. The giant robot that came down from the clouds was opposite in look from Peidoin's Alpha Technosuit. While the Alpha Technosuit had a sleek design, the giant robot looked bulky. It looked like a giant mechanical human in heavy armor. This giant robot came from Heavenly Mech Warrior's level 90 skill, Omega Battle Mech. Although this battle mech was still smaller than Leviathan, its size was almost as large as True Dragon's. Leviathan couldn't help but focus his attention on this new adversary. "Humfayuro, a mechanical soulless automaton? Do you truly think such a thing can stop me?" He ridiculed. "Heh, your haughtiness is as big as your size," Peidoin uttered. He accessed the Omega Battle Mech remotely and set Leviathan as the main target. The red eyes of the Omega Battle Mech shone a sharp light once it acquired its target. It had 2 large pillars on its back. These pillars opened into 6-bladed wings that revolved at high speed. A ring of light appeared following the process. This ring of light produced a burst that sent the mech speeding forward. Leviathan was taken aback by the Omega Battle Mech's sudden approach. He didn't expect the bulky-looking mech to possess such a speed. Before he could react, the battle mech's steel fist landed on his head. Bam! Leviathan staggered from the punch. The force of the punch was also outside his expectations. A second punch landed while he was still stunned by the surprise. Then another and another. The Omega Battle Mech's elbows had thrusters that produced combustions, which added to the punch velocity. This gave the battle mech the ability to perform rapid punches despite its ridiculous weight. The non-stop pummeling forced Leviathan back. The Omega Battle Mech's elbows had thrusters that produced combustions, which added to the punch velocity. This gave the battle mech the ability to perform rapid punches despite its ridiculous weight. The non-stop pummeling forced Leviathan back. Grua era Euro! Leviathan let out a bestial roar as he spun his body in the middle of the fist rain. His massive tail came up and slammed into the battle mech's torso. The impact sent the mech flying back. Leviathan didn't chase. He smirked. "I must admit I underestimated this junk of a metal a bit too much. But it is still a junk a euro." He opened his jaws, and a silver-colored energy whip lashed out. The whip wrapped itself around the battle mech's waist. The giant mech was then pulled toward Leviathan while Leviathan lunged forward. The battle mech tried shifting to the side as Leviathan's enormous jaws came. It couldn't move away because of the soul lasso entangling its body, but it shifted enough so Leviathan's deadly bite didn't hit its head. Instead, the devil's powerful jaws clamped on the battle mech's upper arm. Cracks appeared on the metallic armor protecting that arm. Leviathan added pressure to his bite, which resulted in more cracks. Damage numbers continued appearing as Leviathan persisted on the bite. The Omega battle mech tried to force Leviathan to release him by punching the devil's head repeatedly, but Leviathan's thick armor cushioned the blows. He didn't budge and wouldn't let go. Padoin didn't let his mech fight alone. He flew above Leviathan and shot at the devil using his fallen apostle's weapon, which was shaped like a large rifle. That rifle fired condensed energy bullets. Despite the high damage value of his fallen apostle's weapon, it did not cause much damage to Leviathan. The devil's defense was too high. Padoin's attacks were only like mosquito bites to Leviathan. Leviathan ignored the shots. His clamping jaws didn't let go of the battle mech's arm. Padoin landed on Omega battle mech's shoulder and put a hand on its neck. "Activate electron blades," he uttered. From the Omega battle mech's gloves, energy blades emerged. Sparks of blue lightning were seen coursing through these blades. The battle mech was like wearing a pair of catter weapons. The battle mech couldn't use the arm that was bitten by Leviathan, but its other arm was free. It never stopped punching Leviathan. Now that its punching arm had an energy blade, each punch pierced deep into Leviathan's armor. The electron blades had a high penetrative ability that ignored defense. Leviathan could no longer ignore the attacks. He started to spin. He was like an alligator that had taken a bite and tried to rip the flesh of its bitten prey. The battle mech spun following Leviathan's movement. Padoin was thrown away as a result. Leviathan didn't stop. He continued spinning, all the while applying more pressure on his bite. He was determined to sever the battle mech's arm. The Omega battle mech wasn't affected by all the spinning. It was immune to dizziness. It never stopped stabbing Leviathan using its electron blades. It was now a contest of endurance. While it seemed no one could interrupt the two titans with them spinning like that, a large energy ball rushed toward them. The ball was half white and half black, separated in an S-shaped line. This dual-color ball accurately avoided the battle mech and struck Leviathan. The resulting explosion was large enough to cover half of Leviathan's body. The generated force shoved the titanic devil away. His bite weakened due to the sudden impact. The battle mech landed another piercing punch on the devil's head. Leviathan involuntarily let go of his bite. Chunks of metal broke after his mouth left the battle mech's arm. Large gashes were seen on the battle mech's armor. The Inyang ball that interrupted Leviathan came from another day. The ball was the level 90 skill of his Veiled Demon Slayer class, the Duality Bomb. It was a throwing weapon that caused a large AoE blast upon impact. The bomb deals 1000% light damage and 1000% dark damage. It stunned and knocked the target away. It also caused random afflictions to all damaged enemies. Leviathan was currently afflicted by some negative status effects. It was suffering from poison, weakness, cursed, disoriented, and confused. Despite his high resistance, the duality bomb's affliction chances were very high. "Grayuro," he growled. He looked at another day. This outworlder had attacked him ever since he started tussling with the Omega battle mech, but he didn't put this outworlder in his eyes because of the pitiful damage. That duality bomb just now changed his opinion. Another day threw his flying dagger again. His flying dagger was not the standard flying dagger from Hidden Weapon Specialist's first skill. It was larger and had a crimson color. It was his Fallen Apostle's weapon. The Fallen Apostle's weapon for this class was a throwing weapon. Once equipped, he could use it in melee, but it also replaced the standard flying dagger when he used the skill. Combined with his pinnacle class, the Veiled Demon Slayer, the flying dagger skill became even more potent. This was because the Veiled Demon Slayer had a passive ability that removed the cooldown of the flying dagger skill. Another day could throw flying daggers as fast as he could. Furthermore, every successful hit of the flying dagger reduced the cooldown of his other throwing weapons by 1 second. If used correctly, the Veiled Demon Slayer could have the highest DPS compared to other classes due to the high frequency of its skill usage. Aside from improvement to the flying dagger skill, Veiled Demon Slayer also doubled the range of hidden weapon specialist skills. This class reach didn't lose to the gunner class. Another day was now using another of his new throwing weapons while Leviathan was having trouble with his afflictions. He used Veiled Demon Slayer's level 80 skill Soul Pellets. At max skill, 10 pellets flew out of his hand. These pellets drilled themselves into Leviathan's thick armor. Once they were deep enough, they exploded from the inside, causing soul damage. 10 massive explosions were seen along Leviathan's titanic body. The devil roared more due to anger than pain. While that was happening, Peidoin and Joe landed on Leviathan's back. Another day was aware of them. The explosions from his pellets avoided hitting the area where they were at. The Omega Battle Mech also rushed back to keep the devil on his toes. Despite the wound in its right arm, it continued to punch fiercely. Felt no pain after all. With the battle mech keeping Leviathan's attention, Peidoin and Joe had a merry stabbing party on Leviathan's back. They used a tool similar to grappling hooks to anchor themselves to Leviathan. These tools were from Wilted. Joe's Fallen Apostle's weapon was a glaive type, but it had a magic stone on its shaft. This turned it into a magic staff as well. One of the passive effects of his pinnacle class, the Eldritch Knight, was the ability to learn non-standard spells learnable by the Archmage and Elementalist classes. With the magic stone on his weapon, these non-standard spells he learned wouldn't lose in power to a genuine Archmage or Elementalist. Peidoin's Fallen Apostle's rifle might be a shooting weapon, but it could emit a constant energy blade at its end. His weapon was similar to the gun spears wielded by the celestial soldiers summoned by David. With this rifle spear, he stabbed into Leviathan's armor while continuing shooting. The two activated the demonized weapon to increase their damage output. While the two had their way, movements were seen among the gaps between Leviathan's armor plates. The movements revealed themselves to be insect-like demonic monsters. These insect monsters moved using limbs that ended with suction cups. These suction cups kept them tethered to Leviathan's body even when Leviathan made sudden movements. These monsters had two long whip-like appendages. At the end of these appendages were sharp curved spikes. "Here they come," Joe remarked. They had known about these monsters. They were called the Remoron bugs. They were like Leviathan's biodefense system against unwanted intruders. Aside from this biodefense system, an obscure yellow mist also hung close to Leviathan's surface. This mist eroded the health point of all hostiles clinging to his body. Peidoin and Joe had drunk a regenerative potion to counteract this health point erosion. "I'll deal with them. You continue applying damage to Leviathan," Joe told Peidoin. The Remoron bugs came at Peidoin and Joe from every direction. Peidoin paid no heed to those bugs. He continued stabbing his rifle spear while firing. He summoned Brave King to help Joe deal with the bugs. Joe and Brave King put themselves between Peidoin and the bugs. They positioned themselves on opposite sides. But since they were only two, they couldn't block the bugs from the other sides. That soon changed. Joe used the first spell of Eldritch Knight. The spell was called Spectral Squad. It was the same as Spectral Projection, but while Spectral Projection created one copy of himself, Spectral Squad created 10. Each projection could use Joe's spells but shared the same cooldown. Added with Mage Knight's Spectral Projection, 12 Joes stood in a circle around Peidoin. They formed a protective wall preventing the Remoron bugs from disturbing Peidoin. Joe left the damage dealing to Peidoin because Peidoin's Fallen Apostle's weapon had better penetrative power. As for him, he was better at dealing with multiple enemies. Each of his spectral projections started casting spells. When they were completed, different kinds of spells took effect. Magic Bombs, Lightning Strike, Flame Wrath, Icefall, Immolation, Black Hole, and many more. Master acquired many spells because of his in-depth knowledge of this world. Wilted was the same. She had also gathered many technique books. She couldn't learn them because the spells were incompatible with her class. She kept them to give to her followers whom she deemed worthy. When Joe acquired the Eldritch Knight class and gained the ability to learn Archmage and Elementalist's non-standard spells, she passed these technique books to him. Various spells battered the Remoron bugs. The spells kept them from approaching. Joe's spectral projection then divided themselves into 2 teams. 6 stayed at the back while continuing to cast spells. The remaining 6 engaged the bugs in melee combat. Among the offensive spells he used was the level 80 spell from Eldritch Knight, Spectral Storm. The spell was an AoE spell that covered a very large area. Every enemy within this area received random elemental damage, including soul and chaos elements. His spells always hit the ground. Considering the devil was the ground they stepped on, all the offensive spells he cast also damaged Leviathan. Leviathan roared in anger at these intruders. However, he was busy tussling with the Omega battle mech supported by Another Day. When Joe ran out of non-standard spells, the 6 positioned at the back changed to shooting range attacks. Another passive ability from Eldritch Knight granted Joe a standard ranged attack. He could fire energy blasts from his hand. It was like a permanent spectral discharge. If he cast spectral discharge, the damage value was added. The Remoron bugs' levels ranged from level 60 to 80. Their grades consisted of elites, special elites, and a few rare elites. They were not Joe's opponents. The bugs were slain one by one without being able to get past Joe or Brave King. However, the bugs also had ranged attacks. They could shoot energy needles from the limbs with the suction cups. Joe and Brave King couldn't stop all these energy needles. Some got past and hit Padoin. Padoin wasn't bothered, though. Around his body was a translucent barrier. This barrier was a passive ability from Heavenly Mech Warrior, a permanent shield that acted like his second health point bar. All the damage he received needed to deplete this shield bar before they drained his health point bar. If he didn't suffer any damage within 1 minute, this shield bar started to regenerate. Its regeneration speed was 5 times the speed of normal health point recovery. The value of this shield bar was half of his health point bar. But when he was in Alpha Techno suit, the shield bar's value equaled his health point bar. In this way, he could be said to have double health point. However, the shield bar wasn't affected by defense or resistance. All attacks that hit Padoin's barrier were considered as ignoring his defense. His barrier would always suffer full damage. Hence, it would always deplete faster than his health point bar. That was enough against the Remoron bugs. This additional layer of protection let Padoin ignore the few attacks that bypassed Joe. While the two were having a party dishing out damage from Leviathan's back, Leviathan dished out fierce assaults on the Omega battle mech. The mech retaliated fiercely, but it was clear from the clash that Leviathan was still stronger. The battle mech continued to get pushed back. Another Day circled the two and stole attacks whenever he could. He had also activated Demonized Weapon. He kept a certain distance so he could flee when Leviathan decided to turn on him, but he was still caught off guard one time. This happened after Leviathan sent the Omega battle mech back with another tail slam. When Another Day expected Leviathan to lunge at the battle mech for follow-up attacks, the devil turned to him instead. Leviathan cast a spell, and 5 pillars of raging tornadoes came at him. He quickly flew away to dodge, but the pillars encompassed large areas. They were all around him and narrowed into his position. Unable to find an escape path, he was engulfed by the tornado. When all 5 tornado pillars converged, a turbulent explosion occurred. Raging wind wrecked everything within the blast radius. Leviathan sneered. He expected this one spell to kill the Outworlder. But when the raging wind subsided, Another Day was still alive. Not only that, but his health point bar was still around 70%. What a euro! Leviathan couldn't help but be shocked. He knew Outworlders had an health point weakness. 2 years had not yet passed since Outworlders came into this world. Their age was not enough to have an health point comparable to natives. His spell should have slain the Outworlder. Not only that did not happen, but the Outworlder still had more than half his health point. Leviathan then noticed a thin energy line coming out of Another Day. He traced the energy line and found the other end was attached to the Omega battle mech. The mech's health point bar was also around 70%, the same as Another Day. That energy line was a soul link. While the soul link cast by a Reaver only affected the caster and the target, Wilted's Grim Reaper had a different version of the spell. It was the class beginning spell Generate Soul Link. This spell linked the health point bar between two targets, keeping their health point at the same percentage. Wilted cast it on Another Day and the Omega Battle Mech when she saw Another Day was in danger. Wilted herself was just back from helping Maraudis tend the Selim Whale. Her Grim Reaper received a passive ability where she no longer needed to be the one who dealt damage to fill up her soul orb. All enemies and allies who lost their health point within her range would have those health point absorbed by her soul orb. The capacity of Grim Reaper's soul orb was much higher than regular Reaver's soul orb, at 1000% of Wilted's health point. Both the damage suffered by Leviathan and the Omega Battle Mech quickly filled up her soul orb. She used that soul orb to heal the Selim Whale. The Selim Whale's health point was massive, so even with such a high capacity, she only healed a little of its health point. She was now back to aid the others, just in time to rescue Another Day from a certain death. Mazen was by her side. She sent her Techno Golem to engage Leviathan with the others. She used her Mech Master skill, Limiter Off. Hot steam came out all over Mazen's body as its power increased. Wilted then used her Mech Master's level 80 skill, Gigantify Golem. Mazen's metallic body enlarged as it advanced. It continued to grow until it was the size of a large-sized monster. It was dwarfed by the Omega Battle Mech, but it was large enough to join the battle between titans. Mazen cooperated with the Omega Battle Mech and fought against Leviathan. Another Day also returned. With his health point bar linked with the Omega Battle Mech, he was not afraid of losing health point. He continued to throw one throwing weapon after another. He used Veiled Demon Slayer's level 70 skill, Chaos Net. 100 needles flew out of his hand. They flew in zigzag patterns. Their flight routes were untraceable. Enemies targeted by these needles would have a very hard time dodging. Not like it mattered, though. Leviathan was too big to miss. Anyway, the needles flew through the small gaps between Leviathan's armor plates and struck the skin behind those armor. These needles dealt Chaos Element damage. Leviathan tried to catch Another Day a few more times. But after almost dying, Another Day was more careful now. Additionally, with Mazen and the Omega Battle Mech together, Leviathan couldn't move as easily as before, even when he was still stronger than the two. "Very good, pests," Leviathan uttered. "I applaud you all for pushing me this far. It is an insult to use this, but I can't just let you think you have a chance to win." After he was done talking, a powerful shockwave erupted from his body. "Joe, Paydoin, he is using it. Leave right now," Wilted warned the two. The two were prepared. They flew away as fast as possible from Leviathan's body. Brave King followed them. As they fled, a transformation happened to Leviathan. All the armor plates on his body were lifted. They became upright. They became like thorns all over his body, making him look like a porcupine fish. The 8 fins by his sides shot out of his body. These fins became long tentacles. He now looked like an octopus. "Hehe. Ready for round 2? Leviathan asked. Wilted and the others already knew Leviathan could change into this form. Despite their knowledge, they still creased their foreheads. Like Genie's team when they saw Mammon's transformation, Wilted's team also couldn't help but feel anxious due to the suffocating aura exuded by Leviathan. The devil had become much stronger after the transformation. Paydoin and Joe could no longer stay on Leviathan's body. They could approach to land melee attacks, but they couldn't stay for long. This was because the mists around Leviathan's body had turned into a radioactive field. All within melee range would suffer damage. This damage increased the longer they stayed within melee range. Only the Remoran bugs were immune to this radioactive field. They now returned to hide inside Leviathan's armors. "Well, ready or not, here I come," Leviathan exclaimed. He opened his jaws, and a bright bluish-white beam shot out. Paydoin had landed back on the Omega Battle Mech's shoulder. The Omega Battle Mech advanced while everyone else retreated. This was to lure Leviathan into attacking the Battle Mech first. Wilted had informed everyone about the danger of Leviathan's radioactive breath. It dealt massive soul damage. Peidoin was ready. He had his hand on the battle mech's neck. "Boson shield," he exclaimed. The surface where his hand touched glowed with electric currents. An oval translucent shield appeared in front of the Omega battle mech. The radioactive breath slammed into the shield. The shield trembled heavily under the pressure. And so did the Omega battle mech. Peidoin had to use 2 hands to grab the battle mech's shoulder plate to keep himself steady. The boson shield lasted a while but ultimately dimmed before dispersing altogether. The radioactive beam crashed into the Omega battle mech. The battle mech used 2 arms to block the blast but was pushed a long way back. Damage numbers incessantly popped up above its head. Luckily, the boson shield had reduced more than half of the radioactive breath's power. Even so, the Omega battle mech lost almost 20% of its health point. The mech's health point is below 50% now. "Do it, George," Wilted called. "Let me use my other 2 skills first." Peidoin exclaimed. His level 70 skill was Delta Station. The skill summoned a hovering battle station at a static location. He placed this Delta Station near Leviathan. Upon appearing, the Delta Station applied a trap effect in a large area around it. Every enemy within its AoE lost mobility for a few seconds. The station itself was equipped with energy guns and cannons that bombarded nearby enemies. Allies with ranged attacks could enter this Delta Station and attack from inside. The station had a barrier that prevented hostile attacks from entering, similar to the barrier protecting the mobile fortress. Allies who entered the station received a boost to their attack range. Another day and Joe planned to enter this Delta Station, but Peidoin placed it too close to Leviathan. So they stayed away for now. They sent ranged attacks from a safe distance. The Delta Station's guns and cannons opened fire at Leviathan, who was still under the trap effect from the station. Normal enemies would need 5 seconds to recover from the mobility neutralization effects, but Leviathan could move again after only 2 seconds. Leviathan looked at the Delta Station. He swung his tail and slammed it into the station. The barrier protecting the station flickered. Leviathan's 8 tentacles grabbed the station. They wrapped around the station and tightened. The barrier flashed brightly as it resisted the tentacles' pressure. While Leviathan wrestled with the Delta Station, another huge object descended from the sky. Those who had seen Peidoin use mothership bombardment would think he was using that skill now. The spaceship that appeared might look the same as the one from that skill. However, this was a different skill. While mothership bombardment was an offensive skill, this was a summoning skill. The spaceship that appeared was from Heavenly Mech Warrior's level 80 skill, Mothership Sigma. The spaceship was not here to deliver only a few rounds of attacks like mothership bombardment. It stayed. If it was not destroyed, it would last for an hour. Mothership Sigma began its assault by firing its main cannon, which it never used when Peidoin used mothership bombardment. The main cannon discharged a bright beam laced with blue lightning. This beam slammed into Leviathan's titanic body and pushed him away. Leviathan ignored the assault. He didn't let go of the Delta Station. The station in his tentacles' grip was dragged away following him. Mothership Sigma continued its assault by firing a volley of missiles and a barrage of gunshots from the various arsenals all over its body. It also had multiple cannons that fired intense plasma rays. Leviathan suffered damage from all these attacks, but not that much. After the transformation, his defense, which was already superb, had improved further. He continued applying pressure on the Delta Station, which now showed many cracks in its walls. Its barrier had weakened to the lowest point. With a violent outburst, Leviathan bit the Delta Station. This was the final straw. The Delta Station finally gave in. It snapped. Leviathan's 8 tentacles split the station by pulling it apart in 8 different directions. Another day and Joe, who saw the scene, were glad they didn't enter the Delta Station. They stayed near the mothership and used it as cover while they continued sending ranged attacks. Wilted did the same. She also had standard ranged attacks, even if not as strong as the others. The mothership released another of its weapons as Leviathan turned his attention to it. Multiple triangle-shaped interceptors flew out of the mothership and started flying around Leviathan at high speed while shooting at him. Leviathan's tentacles slapped around to catch these interceptors. One was destroyed with a slap. The others swerved around in evasive maneuvers. They were as if flies flying around the devil. While Leviathan was busy, Peidoin went to the front of the Omega Battle Mech's chest. He touched the center of the chest, which looked like a power core. That power core opened up and showed what looked like a cockpit. He entered that cockpit. Either one of two conditions was needed before this cockpit could be accessed. The first was if the Omega Battle Mech reached the last hour of its 3-hour duration. The second was if the Omega Battle Mech's health point decreased to half. After Peidoin entered the cockpit, the chest closed again. Afterward, a color transformation happened to the Omega Battle Mech. Before, its color was dominated by dark blue. Now it had become pure white. There was even a soft glow all over the mech's surface, as if it was emitting light. The battle mech's power output increased once it entered this pilot mode. Peidoin had full control over this mech now. The ring of light on its back flared even brighter as it burst and sent the mech charging forward. The Omega Battle Mech had several skills, but it needed Peidoin's access before it could use these skills. That's why previously Peidoin had to touch the mech before it used the electron blades and the boson shield. Peidoin was now using another of its skills while it charged forward, the hadron launchers. The Omega Battle Mech's shoulder pads opened, revealing rows of launchers. Countless missiles were fired from these launchers. The fired missiles were coated with blue light. They left traces of light as they flew in random patterns. The missiles from the hadron launchers evaded the interceptors buzzing around Leviathan. They exploded after hitting Leviathan's body. The devil was soon covered by unending explosions as each missile detonated. A roar of anger resounded from inside the explosion. Leviathan didn't expect his transformation to not only fail to surprise his opponents, but they could still cause him trouble. The Omega Battle Mech arrived then. It punched with its fist equipped with the electron blade. The power of the punch boosted by the charge sent Leviathan reeling back. Peidoin didn't let up. He punched repeatedly to keep Leviathan at bay while the others, his mothership, and the interceptors continued sending barrages of range attacks. "Insolent fool!" Leviathan roared. His tentacles slapped into the Omega Battle Mech and stopped its assault. He lunged forward to take a bite using his enormous mouth, but the boson shield appeared in his path. He crashed into the energy shield. The shield couldn't stop attacks from all directions, though. Two of Leviathan's tentacles slipped in from the side and caught the battle mech's arms. They wrapped around those arms and refused to let go. The other tentacles came. Leviathan was trying to repeat what he did to the Delta Station. He wanted to tear the Omega Battle Mech apart. The Omega Battle Mech started glowing. Leviathan felt the mana built up within the battle mech but refused to let go. He was confident his improved defense could tank whatever assault the battle mech threw at him. His 8 tentacles tightened around the battle mech's body. The glow grew until the light engulfed both the Omega Battle Mech and Leviathan, and then everything turned white. Wilted and the others started moving away once the Omega Battle Mech glowed. The mothership Sigma did the same. The interceptors returned to the mothership. The energy from the Omega Battle Mech reached a critical mass and erupted. The mothership Sigma shielded Wilted and the others from the shockwave. Even after moving quite a distance, the shockwave was still strong. Even Maraudis, who was watching from further away, felt the blow. She still found it hard to believe these 4 Outworlders could fight Leviathan to such an extent. When Wilted and the others looked back, what they saw was a giant white ball in the sky. The nearby clouds were blown away by the eruption. It was a clear blue sky where the white ball was. Not a single cloud was seen. The white ball finally receded. 2 titanic figures returned to sight, the Omega Battle Mech and Leviathan. The Omega Battle Mech was fine. Leviathan, however, lost his 8 tentacles. Those tentacles had been severed by the explosion. Leviathan was silent. He just stared at the Omega Battle Mech. Some armor plates on his body had visible cracks. His health point bar was down to almost 70%. Leviathan had ridiculously high health point. Among the 6 devils, no one could beat him in the matter of endurance. Due to his tremendous health point, his natural health point recovery was also high. Since the war started, There had never been an instance where his health point dropped below 90%. Peidoin didn't stay still for long. If he didn't resume attacking, Leviathan's high health point recovery would render all their efforts meaningless. Leviathan's natural health point recovery was even more potent than the regular healing spells because of his insane health point. The skill Peidoin used just now was Omega Battle Mech's ultimate move, but it could only be used once per summon. Unlike normal skills, the Omega Battle Mech didn't use a cooldown system for its skills. Instead, it used ammo and energy. The ultimate skill just now was the Photon Neutralizer. This skill had only 1 ammo. The Hadron launchers it used before had 5 ammo, so it could use the skill another 4 times. As for its other skills, they consumed energy. The Electron Blades consumed 5 energies for 1 minute of activation. The Boson Shield consumed 30 energies. The Omega Battle Mech had 300 energies. Its energy recovery was 1 energy per minute under normal conditions. When it was in pilot mode, the energy recovery was 3 energy per minute. Peidoin was now using its last available skill, the neutron gun. A turret came out from the mech's glove compartment. It then fired a bright white beam. This neutron gun consumed 3 energies for each shot. The white beam hit Leviathan, who just stayed still in the air. He didn't budge when the beam hit him. His eyes remained fixated on the battle mech. He was as if not even feel the beam when it hit him. The statue-like treatment sent a chill down Peidoin's spine. He stopped after firing the neutron gun. Leviathan finally spoke. "Bravo, Outworlder. I didn't expect one with such a power to exist in this upper world. I kept on being the one who was surprised even after I showed my true form. Let's change that, shall we?" Finished speaking, all his severed tentacles grew back in an instant. They were as good as new. "Instant regeneration?" Wilted uttered after seeing from afar. "You never told us he has that skill a euro," Joe said. "That must be one of his randomly acquired skills," Wilted said. "Damn! I didn't expect him to possess the same skill as the primordial Hydra." After our plan of using the Omega Battle Mech's ultimate weapon to take out those tentacles, it has been wastita euro. The photon neutralizer wasn't exactly wasted since it took out a chunk of Leviathan's health point. Even so, their main targets were those tentacles. Cutting off those tentacles was akin to cutting off Leviathan's limbs. Without the tentacles, Leviathan would have to resort to only using body slams and bites to deal with his opponents, similar to before his transformation. After those tentacles regrew, they all spit out Soul Lasso. Peidoin was still shocked by Leviathan's instant regeneration. His reaction was slow. The Soul Lasso was also very quick and sudden. The silver rope hit multiple parts of the Omega Battle Mech and coiled around them. Peidoin reacted by firing another round of Hadron launchers. The missiles swirled in all directions before they converged upon Leviathan. Leviathan was ready this time. He didn't have things buzzing around him. He cast Solitary Wind World before the missiles arrived. A sphere of raging winds surrounded his body. The missiles hit the sphere and exploded without hitting his body. The fierce wind even prevented the energy from the explosion from reaching him. While Peidoin watched his missiles explode without harming their targets, he felt a violent yank. The ring of light behind the Omega Battle Mech flared brightly as it increased its power output to resist the pull, but it was losing in strength. Leviathan lunged forward before the explosions receded. Peidoin reactivated electron blades and punched at the incoming Leviathan. The punch stopped the devil for half a second, but Leviathan forced himself forward again. His enormous jaws chomped the battle mech's shoulder. All 8 tentacles wrapped themselves around the mech's different body parts. Peidoin didn't stay still. While Leviathan's strength had increased after his transformation, the Omega Battle Mech was also stronger in pilot mode. He never stopped punching Leviathan from close range. The electron blades stabbed into the devil's body repeatedly. The neutron gun on its glove also never stopped firing. Peidoin didn't think about preserving the energy. If he couldn't get the mech out of this grapple, all the remaining energies were useless anyway. The Hadron launchers fired another round of missiles. The missiles flew forward before making a sharp turn and hitting Leviathan on his back. Leviathan ignored all that. He focused on applying pressure on the Omega battle mech. Cracks started appearing all over. System Filuria Euro. Padoan heard the warning from inside the cockpit. The mothership Sigma had returned. It sent out its interceptors again. It also fired all its available arsenal at Leviathan. Joe, Another Day, Brave King, and Mason joined in on the attack. Leviathan ignored all that. He had cast another spell before lunging out to attack the Omega battle mech. A layer of wind blew around his body, reducing the damage from all the attacks hitting him. The spell was Wind Armor. As the pressure on the Omega battle mech increased, Leviathan's tentacles and jaws flared silver. Leviathan's strength suddenly intensified. It was a short boost skill that affected only one attack, Soul Devastator. The Omega battle mech's armor finally couldn't endure that last attack. Its armor shattered. Its parts that were entangled by Leviathan's tentacles broke to pieces. Its health point bar was directly zeroed. It fizzled out of existence, leaving Padoan directly in front of the devil. "Oh, shit!" Padoan cursed. Before he could react, Leviathan opened his mouth and swallowed Padoan whole. "No!" Wilted cried. Did they lose their first member before even reducing Leviathan's health point to half? "I will save him," Joe exclaimed. His body exploded with a foggy blue aura. This was Eldritch Knight's level 60 skill, Spectral Empowerment. It was a buff skill that reduced all received damage and increased all spectral skills. It also added soul element damage to all his attacks. "What are you going to do?" Wilted asked. "Don't worry about me. Just continue attacking Leviathan," Joe said before flying forward. His flight speed increased under the spectral empowerment. Although Joe told her not to worry, Wilted still did. The guy was heading toward a devil who just chomped the shit out of a giant robot, after all. Wilted cast Generate Soul Link again. The Generate Soul Link was unlike other spells with a cooldown. She could maintain it indefinitely but could only have one active at the first level. Her current max level let her maintain 3 soul links. She had deactivated the soul link between Another Day and the Omega battle mech when she saw Leviathan use Soul Devastator. Otherwise, Another Day would have died as well. She was now applying one of the 3 slots of Generate Soul Link between Joe and Mothership Sigma. Another one she used to link Another Day with Mason. The third one she kept for reserve. While Leviathan was busy with Another Day, Mason, Brave King, and the interceptors, Joe flew directly to the devil's head. He glanced at Brave King, who was still there. "Good," he said in his mind. That meant Padoan was still alive. Joe made his presence known by casting a lightning strike that struck Leviathan's head. The devil turned to him with an expression that said, "What does this clown think he is doing?" Joe returned the stare and shouted, "You ugly piece of an oversized eyesore. If you have the guts, eat me too." Leviathan responded by opening his mouth and clamping it down with Joe inside. He then swallowed. Now 2 of the troublesome Outworlders were out of the picture. "This is the first time I heard such a request, weird fool," Leviathan muttered. He then turned his attention back to the others. Violent wind raged inside Leviathan's mouth. Before Joe knew it, a strong suction force pulled him deeper into the darkness that was Leviathan's throat. The raging wind continued to assail his body, causing damage each second. Even with his spectral empowerment, he would have trouble staying alive for long. He realized then that he had overestimated his survivability. Luckily, Wilted had placed a soul link between him and Mothership Sigma. The soul link was still active even after he was swallowed by Leviathan. He continued to plummet deeper into the devil's body. He only stopped after coming out into a large chamber. The chamber was filled with the same raging winds that eat at his health point. At the bottom of the chamber was a lake filled with silver liquid. This silver liquid was sizzling like lava. He didn't doubt his health point bar would decrease even faster if he touched this silver lava. The worst thing was that some sort of powerful gravity was pulling him down toward the silver lava. The wings from his wing tool flapped rapidly to fight the pulling force, but he was losing altitude with each second. While he tried his best not to get pulled down, he heard a call. "Joe? You are also swallowed by Leviathan?" Joe turned and saw Padoan. His body was glowing. Padoan had used Unyielding Hope. The divine skill gave him a short invulnerability when activated. It was followed by a 90% damage reduction for half a minute, then a 50% damage reduction in the next 5 minutes, and finally a 20% damage reduction for 1 hour. His natural recovery also doubled at this time. That's how he survived this long while being inside Leviathan's stomach. The current effect of his unyielding hope was a 50% damage reduction. When that ended, the 20% damage reduction wouldn't be able to keep his health point up. Furthermore, he was close to touching the silver lava. "I'm not swallowed. I'm here to save you," Joe uttered. "Okay. Good job, man," Padawan said with a sarcastic tone. "Hey, is that the way you talk to your savior?" Joe asked. "How about you save me first, savior? Then, I will change my tone," Padawan returned. "You of little faith, I will show you," Joe exclaimed and used his Eldritch Knight's level 70 skill. A circular portal appeared under him. At the same time, a similar portal emerged next to Padawan. "Oh right, you have the skill," Padawan uttered. "Now, do you believe me?" Joe asked and stopped resisting the augmented gravity. He fell into the portal below him and came out next to Padawan. He grabbed Padawan's arm. As he did, the two portals disappeared. However, another soon reappeared under them, and another one a distance away near the entrance to this chamber where they came in from. The two let themselves fall into the portal. They reappeared at the portal near the chamber's entrance. The portals were from Joe's skill, Spectral Doors. This skill created two portals that teleported everything that went in from one portal to the other. At the first level, the maximum distance between the two portals was 20 meters. At Joe's max level, the maximum distance was 50 meters. This portal was not a one-time cast spell. It was a maintained spell. As long as it was still within the spell's active duration, Joe could adjust the portal's positions and use them repeatedly. Spectral Doors at its first level lasted 1 minute. At max level, it lasted 3 minutes. Joe repeatedly used the portals during the spell's duration. He went in one and went out another, all the while progressively placing the portals in the direction back to Leviathan's mouth. "Can't you just place the portal directly outside?" Padawan asked. "I don't know how thick Leviathan's meat is. My maximum limit is 50 meters. We can be stuck inside his body if we come out where there is no cavity to move," Joe answered. "This is the safest path. We will exit the way we entered. Your spell's duration is enough for the task, right?" Padawan asked. Their progress was slow. The raging wind continued to blow them back into Leviathan's stomach. Joe had to always put their entry portal right behind them so the wind blew them back into the portal. This meant they always lost a little progress every time they advanced. Joe also had to be quick in adjusting the portal's positions, so they lost as little progress as possible. "I hope so, Euro," Joe answered. "Now stop talking to me. I need to concentrate." Outside, the battle continued. Wilted cast Grim Reaper's level 60 spell, Soul Trap. This spell created a link that tethered an enemy to a target location. Wilted's max-leveled spell could tether a maximum of 10 enemies. But currently, they only fought Leviathan, so only the devil was tethered. Tethered enemies affected by this spell couldn't go further than 30 meters from the tethered location, which Wilted placed at one spot in the sky. At max level, the furthest distance the enemies could move was only 10 meters away from the tethered location. This ultimately anchored Leviathan to a spot. Additionally, all the damage suffered by the tethered enemies would fill the caster's soul orb, even if said caster was far away. This soul trap lasted 1 minute at its first level and 5 minutes at its maximum level. Leviathan was angry for getting anchored. He pulled to release himself. But despite his overwhelming strength, the link refused to let go. It was getting thinner, though, due to the pressure from Leviathan's pull. A normal enemy might be trapped for the spell's full duration, but that was unlikely to happen against a powerful being such as Leviathan. Even 1 minute was already a stretch. Leviathan was frustrated when the soul trap didn't let go immediately when he heaved. In his fury, he used another of his special skills. Countless things started to fly out of his body. Those things were the Remoron bugs. Leviathan shared his mana to give these bugs the ability to fly and leave his body for a period. These bugs scattered to engage the enemies. Wilted and the others were aware Leviathan had this ability. They were prepared. Another day used Veiled Demon Slayer's level 50 skill, Protective Chakrams. 5 chakrams flew out and revolved around his body. They dealt damage and knocked all hostiles that came into the user's melee range. He followed up with Concealed Needle, which struck all the Remoran bugs in his vicinity. Wilted used her buff spell, which was Grim Reaper's level 70 spell, Presence of the Reaper. This spell absorbed health point from all hostiles while healing all allies within range. It was similar to Reaver's Haunting Ground spell but covered a much larger area. It also lasted longer and followed the caster around. She then cast Grim Reaper's level 80 spell, Conversion of Souls. This spell dealt 500% soul damage to a target area. This area was marked for the remainder of the battle. Anyone who suffered damage within this area contributed to the caster's soul orb, even if the caster was far away. Caster could also heal allies within this area even when these allies were not within the soul orb's range, providing she could see them, of course. Wilted placed the spell where it also touched Leviathan, so the devil received the soul damage. With all the damage from her spells, her soul orbs quickly filled. She used them to heal Another Day, Brave King, and Mazen, who were surrounded by the Remoran bugs. While Leviathan was immobilized, Wilted cast Grim Reaper's level 90 spell, Reaper's Touch. The spell dealt 2,500% soul damage to a target. It had a 30% chance of an instant kill effect. This instant kill effect was useless against Leviathan. Even so, the devil received a debuff the same as any target who survived the instant kill. The debuff caused the target's stats and defenses to reduce by 10% for the remainder of the battle. This debuff effect was not stackable. If Leviathan was hit again by Reaper's Touch, its stats and defenses would not reduce any further. In the case that the target was killed by Reaper's Touch, the caster received a second fully filled soul orb. This second soul orb lasted 5 minutes, similar to Reaver's Soul Annihilation, which Wilted also cast on Leviathan to add to the damage. Leviathan was furious at being a punching bag while unable to move. He discharged wind blades to strike all the opponents, particularly Wilted. Wilted was standing on Mothership Sigma. The mothership had a barrier similar to Patoin's. One had to deplete its shield bar before it received damage to its health point. This barrier shielded Wilted from Leviathan's wind blades. Suddenly, a circular portal materialized beside Leviathan's mouth. Out of this portal, Patoin and Joe emerged. What a euro! Leviathan couldn't believe what he saw. Before Leviathan registered the situation, the two hurriedly fled to a safe distance. Grahaha euro! Leviathan roared in anger. He didn't believe he got played like this. His anger augmented his strength. Wilted's soul trap couldn't hold the devil any longer. It finally fizzled. Leviathan was free. He opened his mouth and a soul lasso shot out. It was not the thin version shot from his tentacles but the thick one that could drag even the Omega battle mech. Leviathan originally planned to use this soul lasso to catch Mothership Sigma, but he instead aimed this skill at the two fleeing Outworlders. It was a waste to use this skill on them, but he was too pissed to care right now. Luckily, the duration of spectral doors was not yet over. Joe hurriedly placed a portal behind them once he saw Leviathan open his mouth in their direction. The soul lasso shot into this portal. The other portal was placed right next to Leviathan's head. The soul lasso came out of that portal and slapped Leviathan's own head. Leviathan growled. He almost couldn't contain his anger. Getting played twice, he had to tear those two Outworlders to pieces to assuage his fury. But before he could chase the two, a massive torrent of water washed over him. A huge shadow within the water slammed into him and caused him to reel. Maraudis! Wilted called. The one who had butted in was Maraudis and the Sealam whale. The Sealam whale is not fully healed yet, but I see you can use the help, Maraudis replied. At the southern Orbor front, the VRMMO army held the defensive line fearlessly. The orcs were a race with unusual battle lust. They were not easily intimidated, even when the enemies outnumbered or outpowered them. Additionally, they were reinforced by their national treasure, the totem banner. Water Lily was in charge of the totem banner, while the 10 war banners that received the totem banners effects were entrusted to the field commanders who spread out on the battlefield. Water Lily herself was working on the war table, organizing the army for an effective defense. She was so focused on what she was doing, and everyone had been running around the place all the time, that she didn't sense someone coming behind her. "How's the battle going?" Water Lily was startled by the question. She turned and saw Four Winds. Leave Me Alone, Arthur Bagrat, and Black Hole stood behind Four Winds. The bodyguards protecting Water Lily and the war table let them pass since Four Winds was the Grand Chief. "Grand Chief," Umiza Giant Killer called. He was in charge of the security around Water Lily. He was fighting. She talked while returning her attention to the war table. "Want to take over? I honestly don't know how to turn things around. I might need to issue a retreat if the situation doesn't change." "I can't. You need to keep steering the army." "I have to deal with another thing," Four Winds answered. "Other things like what?" Water Lily asked. "Like defeating Asmodeus," Four Winds answered. He was observing the map above the war table. It was easy to identify Asmodeus' position on that map. The devil was represented by the largest red dot. "My regiment and I will follow you to battle the devil," Umiza declared. "No. Your regiment stays here and protects this place," Four Winds ordered. To Water Lily, he said, "I need you to rearrange the troops to keep the other demons away from Asmodeus. I want to focus on Asmodeus without interruption." "That will be difficult. Despite his size, that devil is very fast," Water Lily answered. "Plus, the other sides of this defensive line will weaken if I ask the troops to focus on the area around Asmodeus. We might end up having to retreat earlier." "We won't be retreating anymore," Four Winds announced. Water Lily turned to Four Winds again. She was trying to check if he was joking. Four Winds was displaying his regular serious face. Four Winds saw the skepticism in Water Lily's expression. He added, "We will be making our stand here. There will be no more retreat. We will defeat the devil. It's time to go all out." "Grand Chief, maybe that is too hasty?" Umiza said. "Please don't underestimate Asmodeus. You haven't seen the devil in action. He is not an opponent who can be defeated simply by using more troops. We have lost a lot of good orc warriors who tried to do that. The ones who can face Asmodeus are the high-ranked members from the Council of Hybris. Even they lost quite many members already. Currently, they simply tried to keep him at bay instead of trying to defeat him." "I'm not fighting him using more troops," Four Winds said. "The troops' task is to deal with the nearby demons. I will fight Asmodeus with my 3 friends." "3?" Umiza asked. "Yes, 3. These area Euro." Four Winds was about to introduce the 3 that came with him but found that only Arthur and Blackhole were behind him. "Where did Heian go?" Four Winds asked. Arthur and Blackhole looked back. Leave Me Alone stood at the rearmost. They were also not aware that Leave Me Alone was gone. That kid's mana concealment had reached this stage. "Impressive," Arthur said. "The youngsters these days are truly something else." After learning Jack had mastered mana concealment, Leave Me Alone asked Doman to teach him. At that time, Wong was already Doman's good friend. Wong, who was more experienced in mana concealment, volunteered to aid in the training. With Leave Me Alone's determination and talent, he successfully learned the ability. "Uhayuro, I think he is heading to Asmodeus," Water Lily said. She pointed at a green dot on the map. That green dot was moving at a high speed to the big red dot representing Asmodeus. "He must have left after learning Asmodeus' location from that map," Blackhole said. "Damned that hot-headed Lunatica Euro," Four Winds cursed. "We can't let him fight the devil alone," Arthur said. He used his wings tool and flew toward where Asmodeus was. Blackhole went after Arthur without saying anything. "Some troublesome teammates you have there. Are you going to be okay, boss?" Water Lily asked. Four Winds put a hand on his temple and shook his head. "Sayuro, I guess I will have to be the one adjusting to their rhythm." "Grand Chief, are you sure you don't need my regiment's aid?" Umiza asked again. "Don't worry. Despite how they act, they are capable combatants. We will not lose. Let me repeat, we will not retreat again." for Winds used his wings tool and floated up. As he did, he pumped mana manipulation into his voice. His words reverberated throughout the battlefield. VRMMO warriors, this is your Grand Chief speaking. We will defeat the devil and drive back the demons on this battlefield. From now on, there will be no retreat. We will only advance. Steel yourself, my warriors, for victory is at hand. For the glory of VRMMO. The Orcish soldiers who heard the rally responded with valorous cries. Their battle cry echoed throughout the battlefield. Water Lily, who was watching the projection over the war table, was impressed to see the army morale, which had fallen to almost 50, rose back to above 70. She smiled after seeing the number. That's our guild leader for you, she thought. Asmodeus Manhead turned in the direction where the mana-empowered voice was coming from. He snickered after hearing the declaration. No longer retreating? Such a boastful statement, he muttered. He then turned his attention back to the 4 natives battling him. All of them were members of the Council of Hybris. They had lost countless members during this war. They had even lost one of their leaders just 2 days ago. Ballard had fallen. Only Petunia was left. The radiant peafowl also almost died earlier. Petunia forced it to retreat to heal its wound first. It was unwilling but finally yielded to Petunia's demand and retreated. As for Quetzalcoatl, he was helping the other side of the battlefield. Most of his skills were lightning-based. They were very ineffective against Asmodeus. After Ballard's demise, Petunia wished to halt Asmodeus' advance all by herself due to her pride. But a squad of high-level members of the Council of Hybris came to her aid. These members weren't going to lose both their leaders, even if it meant leaving the other parts of the battlefield weakened. That squad was now down to only 4, including Petunia. 2 of the 4 were level 85 mythical grades. These 2 had their health points at critical already. The remaining 1 specialized in healing spells. She tried to heal her 2 comrades, but Asmodeus cast Interrupt, and her casting failed. Asmodeus' bird claws went in a flash and stomped one of the mythical combatants. That stomp was using a skill. It caused a localized earthquake. The combatant died after the stomp. The other one received splash damage, but not that bad since he successfully dodged from getting a direct stomping. His accomplishment didn't last long, though. Asmodeus' serpent tail shot a lightning bolt that pierced him. He lost his life after that assault. Petunia never stopped firing using her bow gun, but Asmodeus ignored her attacks. Asmodeus had a magic shield empowered by lightning that blocked her attacks. Normally, magic shield only reduced damage, but Asmodeus' lightning shield had runic symbols reinforcing it. This lightning shield blocked Petunia's shots completely. None of her arrows hit the devil. "Aeneid, get back," Petunia told her healer comrade. She was casting a spell while firing her bow gun. The spell was now completed. A black hole appeared near Asmodeus. While a black hole was inherently dark, this one had darkness element infused to it. This dark black hole pulled at Asmodeus while causing dark element damage. Asmodeus didn't appear perturbed by the spell. He shoved one of his bird claws into the black hole. He then squeezed. The black hole distorted until eventually, it was ripped apart. Petunia was taken aback. She couldn't believe Asmodeus could end her spell by force. "Without your partner, you are nothing," Asmodeus mocked. "Perhaps it's time I end this game and send you to reunite with him." Petunia's health point was also not well. She was below 30% health point. Aeneid tried her best to heal Petunia, but her healings were not fast enough. When Asmodeus was preparing 3 spells simultaneously to make good on his threat, a high-pitched screech was heard. He turned to the source and saw something that looked like a firebird coming at him at high speed. "Humph! Another plaything?" Asmodeus snorted. He changed one of his spells back into the lightning shield to block this newcomer. The firebird crashed into the runic-empowered lightning shield. While the lightning shield seemed to hold, Asmodeus sensed a sudden spike of mana. Something that looked like a dark drill pierced through his lightning shield. A raging flame burst through the hole caused by this dark drill. That flame transformed into a flaming tiger head. This flaming tiger head slammed into Asmodeus' manhead. As it did, Asmodeus felt like he had been punched by a giant fist. His head reeled back from the punch. His two other spells ended mid-casting, and he was forced a couple of steps back from the impact. The one who had landed a punch on Asmodeus' face was none other than Leave Me Alone. He used the 9-een abyssal finger to pierce Asmodeus' lightning shield, before using Tiger Punch to land the hit. He was in White Tiger Emperor form. The form was buffed with both White Tiger Claws and White Tiger Rage. Flames enshrouded his body. On his back was a pair of flaming wings. This was not the wings from a wings tool. Both the flames covering his body and the wings were Suzaki's flames. Leave Me Alone didn't waste the opportunity when Asmodeus was still dazed by the attack. His body spun at high speed as he performed another martial art he learned from Doman, the whirlwind kick. Suzaki's flames followed his movement, creating a flaming hurricane that both empowered the martial art's power and increased the damage it inflicted. Asmodeus had to take another step back as his heads received repeated kicks. Enough! Asmodeus hollered. A shockwave erupted from him. The force repelled Leave Me Alone, stopping his assault. Asmodeus' bird foreleg came up in the attempt to catch Leave Me Alone, but Leave Me Alone's reaction was fast enough. Leave Me Alone activated elusive form. He left myriad afterimages as he moved away. Asmodeus' claw only caught his illusion. Leave Me Alone stopped a distance away. Petunia and Anaid were stunned by Leave Me Alone's sudden intrusion into the fight. They just stood there and watched. An outworlder a Euro. Asmodeus massaged his man-head with his claw. Do you have a death wish? Leave Me Alone answered by using Key Bullet. The energy ball he fired was coated in thick fire. It made the Key Bullet look like a giant fireball. Audacious! Since you wish to die so much, let me fulfill your wish. Asmodeus rushed forward. A swing of his foreleg destroyed the fire-shrouded Key Bullet, but Leave Me Alone was already gone when Asmodeus arrived. Asmodeus sensed Leave Me Alone circling behind him. His dragon hind legs went up attempting a double kick, but Leave Me Alone's reaction allowed him to dodge. Asmodeus' snaketail followed up by firing a lightning bolt, but that also missed. Frustrated, Asmodeus chased after Leave Me Alone. The two went in circles like cat and mouse, clashing at high speed. Leave Me Alone's two hands were powered by the fire-infused fist. The flames were further boosted by Suzaki's flames. His punches with all the buffs were strong enough to clash with Asmodeus' claws. When the two collided, Leave Me Alone was pushed away but suffered no damage. His fire-infused fist no longer had a duration or cooldown. This was one of the passive abilities of his pinnacle class, the Supreme Fist. His fists would always enshroud in flames as long as combat was ongoing. Petunia couldn't believe a single Outworlder could make Asmodeus focus his attention. She snapped out of her trance and resumed firing her gunbow while casting a spell. She also yelled at Anaid, who hurriedly resumed healing her. Who is that Outworlder? Anaid asked. Don't know a Euro, Petunia answered. She was displeased at herself for feeling the relief of having someone outside of her faction helping the fight. But after suffering so many losses battling Asmodeus, she had to accept they needed all the help they could get. Asmodeus and Leave Me Alone continued to fight at high speed. His two heads on the sides started casting spells. His frontal man-head uttered, "If you think you can face me with just speed alone, you are gravely mistaken, Outworlder." The spells were completed. A lightning wall appeared behind Leave Me Alone, cutting his retreat path. On his left, lightning struck down from the sky. He was forced to move to the right. Got you! Asmodeus shouted as he appeared next to Leave Me Alone. Leave Me Alone sensed the devil's approach, but in such a high-speed battle, sensing and reacting had a very short interval. This time, Leave Me Alone was not fast enough. Asmodeus' bird claw slammed into him. He shot like a cannonball and crashed into the ground below. You didn't die from that blow. You are indeed not a typical Outworlder, Asmodeus uttered. His large body dropped at high speed, attempting to stomp on Leave Me Alone. His serpent tail fired lightning bolts as he descended. Leave Me Alone shot away before Asmodeus crashed into the ground. Leave Me Alone received damage from the earlier slap and the lightning bolts, but not severe. He had activated Battle Monk's steel body before the claw hit. Suzaki's flames also cushioned the blow, reducing the damage he received. Asmodeus stared at Leave Me Alone without a word. While he expected this outworlder to not die from his slap and lightning bolts, he didn't expect his assaults to have so small an impact. He expected Leave Me Alone was still pinned in the ground to receive his stomping. Leave Me Alone also didn't waste words. He advanced while activating Meditate. Supreme Fist improved this Battle Monk's skill. Leave Me Alone no longer had to stay static to use Meditate. He could use it while moving. If he didn't move, Meditate's effect was tripled. His lost health point was quickly refilled as the skill took effect. Leave Me Alone roared as he used Supreme Fist's level 80 skill, Supreme 100 Strikes. While Jack's 100 Shadow Strikes didn't live up to its name, this one did. Supreme 100 Strikes truly conjured 100 copies of Leave Me Alone as they rushed at Asmodeus. These copies came from every direction. Asmodeus couldn't rely on his speed to evade. Instead, the devil erected 3 lightning shields around him. Each of his heads was considered a separate individual. They had their own set of spell libraries. All 3 had magic shields so they could cast the same spell at the same time. The lightning shields couldn't block all angles. Many copies landed hits, but each hit was retaliated by a strike of lightning. Lightning coursed through Asmodeus' body as the devil used Lightning Suit. Asmodeus received damage from Leave Me Alone's Supreme 100 Strikes, but nothing serious. His defense was already high to begin with. After getting reinforced by the Lightning Suit, his defense rose even higher. "I applaud you, Outworlder," Asmodeus exclaimed as the eyes on his 3 heads flared. These 6 eyes shot dark purple lightning. They moved where Asmodeus stared at. Hence, they were very fast. Leave Me Alone tried his best to dodge, but one's body movements could never compete with an eye's movements. The Chaos Lightning rays finally caught up. Leave Me Alone used Key Shield, a non-standard skill he had learned. The Key Shield shattered from the impact. He was knocked back to the ground. Asmodeus had also been casting a spell. Once Leave Me Alone fell back to the ground, he completed the spell. A lightning cage locked Leave Me Alone in. Asmodeus rushed forward. Petunia used a bow skill with a knockback effect and cast a spell to hinder Asmodeus' charge, but the devil barreled through them. Asmodeus was determined to finish the Outworlder this time. Leave Me Alone was punching the lightning cage that confined him. His assault showed results but not fast enough. Asmodeus arrived before he could break out. He was about to use another of Supreme Fist's defensive skills to receive whatever attack Asmodeus was preparing, but an ice net appeared between him and Asmodeus. Asmodeus slammed his claw into this ice net. The ice net was freezing cold. It tried to freeze Asmodeus' claw, but Asmodeus broke the net before it could freeze him. Though destroyed, the ice net halted Asmodeus for a breath. During that time, something fast shot toward Asmodeus. It was a Draconian. Asmodeus put up a claw to receive this Draconian. The Draconian drew a katana from its scabbard in one swift motion. The katana collided with the devil's giant claw. An explosive shockwave resulted from the impact. The Draconian was thrown away, but Asmodeus was also forced to take 3 steps back. By that time, the lightning cage had given in to Leave Me Alone's punches. Leave Me Alone jumped away and reunited with his 2 comrades, Arthur and Black Hole. Arthur was the Draconian who forced Asmodeus back. He combined mana-empowered Iato with the Avenger's Raging Strike, which had a strong knockback force. As for the Ice Net, it was a spell from Black Hole. The original spell he possessed was Lightning Net, but the passive ability of his pinnacle class, Ruler of Elementals, allowed him to convert the spell's elements between ice, lightning, and fire. He knew Asmodeus had a strong resistance against lightning, hence he changed the lightning net to an ice net. The ice element also had stronger endurance to stop an opponent compared to the other 2 elements. Aside from giving a special ability to convert between the 3 elements, Ruler of Elemental's passive ability also enhanced all elemental damage produced by his spells and decreased all elemental damage he received. This ability was not limited to the 3 elements of fire, ice, and lightning, but to all elements except soul and chaos. "You shouldn't have rushed here to face this devil alone," Heian. This fight is for all of us. Arthur reprimanded Heian. More Outworlder Sayuro? Asmodeus stared at the three. He was wondering how three Outworlders way above the norm suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As he had that thought, he sensed a strong incoming attack. But the attack was too close already. A fierce hurricane engulfed him. The hurricane kept him grounded while multiple slashes hit his body. His lightning suit protected him. The lightning from the suit tried to strike back at the attacker, but the attacker moved too fast within the hurricane. The attacker was already gone by the time the lightning retaliation triggered. The hurricane attack ended. An orc outworlder was revealed to be the one responsible. Your reign of terror is about to end, devil. We will vanquish you, Four Winds declared. The hurricane Four Winds used to assault Asmodeus was a skill from his pinnacle class. It was King of Fury's level 50 skill, Tornado Cross. He could get a jump at Asmodeus because he, too, had learned mana concealment. Four Winds always had good martial arts talent. If not for his being bogged down by having to attend to guild affairs, his advancement in martial arts would not be slower than Leave Me Alone. He learned the basics when he was training inside Everlasting Heavenly Legends Spacetime Chamber. During that time, Doman and Wong were also in the chamber aside from his master, Murong. Leave Me Alone started learning mana concealment at the time, so Four Winds took the chance to request the same training as well. His expertise was still far from Jack's level, but it was enough to get him close to Asmodeus before the devil sensed his presence. Asmodeus stared at this newcomer. He recognized this orc's voice. This orc was the one who had used the mana-empowered voice to make the absurd announcement. Now, he was making a declaration that was no less ridiculous. Vanquish me? The Euro interesting thought, but idiotic at the same time. Asmodeus mocked. Are there any more of you, Outworlders? If there are, I will wait for them. I've grown tired of those fools, anyway. Petunia and Aeneid gritted their teeth. It was no secret who Asmodeus was referring to. Their pride was hurt, yet the reality was clear. They were indeed not Asmodeus' match. If not for these Outworlders' interference, perhaps they would have joined Ballard's fate. Four Winds turned to Aeneid and Petunia. Aeneid, you are a healer, aren't you? We will be relying on you, he said. He had used Inspect on the two before addressing them. We have no healer, so your support will be appreciated. Petunia, you stay back and keep Aeneid safe. We will handle this devil. Petunia fumed. It hurt her pride to get ordered like this, but she calmed herself down. Pride had always been their core belief, but they also understood its flaws. Pride let them stand tall throughout all difficulties, but unchecked, it could be the very thing that brought them down. She didn't confirm Four Winds' command, but didn't show any defying gesture as well. Four Winds took that as them agreeing. Handle me. Asmodeus snickered. Every time you open your mouth, your words get more and more silly. Four Winds ignored Asmodeus. He told his three comrades, Arthur, you are with me on the front line. Black Hole, you are in charge of damage dealing, but watch where you place your spells. Don't hit us. Heonayuro, you do whatever you like. Leave Me Alone, harumphed. The flaming wings behind him spread. He charged forward. I guess he will be on the front line as well, Arthur remarked. Humph. Four Winds grunted. We will attack from the sides different from him. Let's move. Arthur and Four Winds also charged forward. I take it that there are only the four of you, Asmodeus said. Lightning wings spread from his back. He shot up into the air before Leave Me Alone arrived. He then dropped back down abruptly at high speed. Leave Me Alone was taken aback by this move. He hurriedly jumped back. Asmodeus landed back on the ground with a loud thump. The ground caved in and an earthquake spread outward. Leave Me Alone flew up to avoid getting engulfed by the quaking earth. Four Winds and Arthur, who were halfway, did the same. Asmodeus had started casting when he flew into the air. The spell was completed when he landed back on the ground. Countless lightning snakes spread in all directions. Four Winds and the others recognized this spell. They had seen Jack cast it multiple times. The spell was the Perpetual Lightning Judgment. The lightning snakes were too fast. The three were unable to escape. Four Winds used his Bloodline's third skill, Titan tenacity. His skin hardened and became like metal. This skill reduced all the damage he received by 80% for 1 minute. Leave Me Alone and Arthur also had defensive skills from their unique grade bloodlines. They hurriedly activated the skills. Before the lightning snakes hit, a change occurred in the environment. The lightning snakes hit the three. However, the damage they produced was less than what they should have inflicted. This was not only because of the bloodline's defensive skills. It was also due to the condition of the environment. The environmental condition came from Black Hole. Black Hole had cast Ruler of Elementals level 80 spell, Elemental Domain. This spell created a domain that boosted all allies' elemental attacks. Whether they were skills or spells, the elemental damage was boosted. The domain also decreased all the elemental damage from hostile enemies. Asmodeus frowned when he saw how ineffective his spell was. While he was pondering, different elemental energies assailed him. His frown turned deeper. He sensed these elemental energies didn't come from any of his opponents. It was as if the environment itself was assailing him. While his sense was not wrong, the cause of the phenomenon was Black Hole. As long as the elemental domain was active, Black Hole could spend mana point to trigger the elemental power within the domain to cause 100% random elemental damage to the enemies. The random elemental damage included the soul and chaos elements. For Winds and the others shot back toward Asmodeus when he was bothered by the elemental assaults. Leave Me Alone had the fastest speed, so he arrived before Asmodeus first. He was eager because he didn't want to waste his beast form. Unlike Jax, his didn't last indefinitely. He intended to make full use of his beast form's power. He activated another buff skill to strengthen himself. This buff skill was from Supreme Fist's level 90 skill, Supreme Rain. His entire body turned golden once the skill was active. Even the flames burning on his body also turned into golden flames. His stats skyrocketed. He used the Iron Punch. Asmodeus was swinging his claw when he saw Leave Me Alone approaching. The claw and fist collided again. Before, Leave Me Alone was always the one thrown back from the impact. This time, the force threw them equally back. Leave Me Alone's speed also increased significantly. He disappeared from where he was and was already next to Asmodeus an instant later. He sent a spin kick, which struck Asmodeus' sheep head. When Asmodeus tried to hit him using his claw, Leave Me Alone was gone again. Asmodeus then sensed a strong mana from below him. He looked down and saw the image of a rising dragon. The dragon was roaring as he felt a strong impact on his chin. The blow was strong enough to lift even his giant body. While Asmodeus' heavy body was lifted into the air from the surging dragon punch, Leave Me Alone used infinite lightning punches. Countless fiery explosions occurred on Asmodeus' chest as Leave Me Alone's fist struck like a rapid machine gun. Leave Me Alone ended the punch with Supreme Fist's level 50 skill, Supreme Punch. Supreme Punch was a skill that delivered a single punch. The skill was simple, but it had two advantages. The first was its fast cooldown, which was only 1 minute at max level. The second was its damaging power, especially if the user landed a clean hit. That was what happened right now. Leave Me Alone's fiery fist struck head-on on Asmodeus' belly. Damage number appeared. The damage was not higher than the one caused by infinite lightning punches. However, this was just the start. If Supreme Punch landed, it had a follow-up effect. The spot where Leave Me Alone punched started glowing. The glow intensified until it exploded. The explosion didn't happen just once but multiple times. Each explosion sent Asmodeus further back. Damage numbers continued to pop up from this explosion. Since this explosion occurred from the inside, Asmodeus' defense and lightning suit were useless against them. He suffered the full damage. Asmodeus only stopped getting pushed back after the chained explosions ended. His three heads growled. He felt that punch. He felt like his inside was turning, which caused his reaction to slow. For Winds and Arthur arrived before him then. Both of them used their Pinnacle class's offensive skills. For Winds used Furious Cleave, King of Fury's level 80 skill. The skill dealt 2,500% physical damage at max level. It also caused bleed and had a high chance of wounding. The hit target got his defense reduced by 20% for the remainder of the battle. The defense reduction was not stackable. If Four Winds hit the same target again with this skill, the defense reduction would remain at 20%. Arthur used Primordial Strike, Primordial Punisher's first skill. This skill dealt 1000% physical damage under normal conditions. But if the target had hit Arthur within the last hour, which Asmodeus did with his Perpetual Lightning Judgment, the damage increased to 1500%. Additionally, this skill had a high chance of causing dizzy, disoriented, and cursed. If Primordial Strike slew the target, which it currently did not, the slain target became an avenging spirit that followed Arthur around. This avenging spirit fought Arthur's enemies until it was killed or the combat ended. The avenging orbs around Arthur were also different. They were larger and had a dark red shade. This was because of Primordial Punisher's passive ability. All the avenging orbs were now punishing orbs. Punishing orbs had double the effects of the avenging orbs. It also lasted longer at 10 minutes, and a maximum of 20 orbs could be generated. Asmodeus gritted his teeth as all these skills landed on him. These skills were unlike any those Council of Hybris members threw at him. These skills had the capability to rattle him. His bird claws and dragon claws gripped the ground hard. The ground cracked from the force. His 3 pairs of eyes shone with an ominous glow. It was time to get serious. Asmodeus Manhead observed his body. His scales had visible cracks on them. He also felt his defenses weakened. His devil body could normally shorten any debuff significantly. He had been expecting these cracks to start mending themselves, but it didn't happen. This was due to Four Winds' furious cleave. Asmodeus' defense was reduced by 1/5 until the combat was over. "Never mind," he muttered. He returned his attention to the 3 who continued to hit him. His bull and sheep heads had been casting spells to repel the 3, but the 3 were persistent. He was also assailed continuously by the elemental energies from Black Hole's elemental domain. When the 3 attacked again, all 3 heads of Asmodeus grinned. The 3 were bewildered by the grin. Before they could make sense of it, Asmodeus split into 3. Arthur suddenly found himself face to face with a dragon with a bull's head. Leave Me Alone dodged a charge from a creature with a bird's body but the head of a sheep. As for Four Winds, he suddenly found himself coiled by a giant snake. Four Winds was the closest to Asmodeus. The snake had crazy explosive speed. Four Winds failed to react to the ambush. The snake's one end was a normal snake's head, while its other end was the head of a man. The head with the man's face was staring down at Four Winds. "Surprise?" Snake Asmodeus asked with a devilish grin. Four Winds and the others weren't surprised by Asmodeus splitting into 3 because Wilted had informed them about this ability. But they were still surprised by how suddenly it happened. They expected there to be a process before it happened. Snake Asmodeus Manhead started casting a spell while its snake head shot lightning bolts at Black Hole. The spell was completed. It caused a blast of chaotic lightning to Petunia and Aeneid, stunning and paralyzing them. All the while, the snake's body coiling around Four Winds was getting tighter. Four Winds received damage every second. Grayuro! Four Winds tried exerting his strength. He even used his pinnacle class level 60 skill, God's Fury. This skill gave him a buff that doubled the effect of max level Berserk without its drawback. This skill lasted 10 minutes. One thing special about this skill was that after it ended, Four Winds would still receive 25% of the skill's benefit for the remainder of the battle. It was not stackable, though. However, even after receiving the buff, he still couldn't free himself. The snake budged when he used the skill, but it tightened its grip again soon. Four Winds' boosted strength was not enough. On the other side, Arthur's katana clashed with Dragon Asmodeus. Arthur had to take a step back every time his sword clashed with Asmodeus' claws. The bull's horns started crackling with electricity. Arthur backflipped when he sensed an attack coming. A lightning blast was emitted from the horns. It struck the ground and chased after Arthur. Arthur was not fast enough to continue dodging the lightning, so he stopped running and slashed at the lightning. A thick crescent light was created following his slash. It was his sword art crescent moon slash. The energy of the slash somehow halted Asmodeus' lightning for a second. It then shattered, and the lightning struck Arthur. Arthur was sent crashing into the ground while suffering the paralyze effect. Stopping lightning with a slash? Are you kidding me? Asmodeus mocked. He rushed ahead. His huge dragon claw attempted to stomp Arthur while the swordsman was paralyzed. Arthur used Primordial Punisher's level 70 buff skill, Lethal Punisher, before the claw hit him. The skill healed 50% health point and removed all status afflictions upon activation. The heal recovered him from all the damage he suffered earlier. It also increased his stats and all the damage he inflicted. While the skill was active, 50% of the damage he suffered was reflected back to the attacker. This included the damage caused by range attacks. The skill also had a 10% chance to inflict fear status on any enemy that struck him. Unfortunately, Asmodeus was immune to fear. Free from the paralyzation, Arthur rolled away before the stomp hit. He still received damage due to the quaking shockwave from the stomp. Half of this damage reflected back to Asmodeus. Dragon Asmodeus was surprised his prey could escape. Arthur made use of the surprise by dashing ahead and landing a hit on the devil. The hit was done using Primordial Punisher's level 60 skill, Punishing Oath. This skill was a short burst offense that marked an enemy. Upon successful hit, all damage from Arthur against the target improved by 1% every minute, until a maximum of 100%. This mark lasted the entire battle. This skill shone when used in a long battle. In less than 2 hours, every hit from Arthur would result in double damage. Arthur kept up the pressure by using Shadowless Slash. Dragon Asmodeus couldn't keep up with the fast slashes. He tanked them and used brute force by shoving his claw through the net of swordlights. Arthur stopped his offense and parried the claw using his sword. Arthur still couldn't contest Dragon Asmodeus' strength despite his buff. He was thrown by the impact. When he finally regained his balance, he found a lightning cage had been erected around him. This lightning cage was cast by Dragon Asmodeus. It was the same spell that trapped Leave Me Alone earlier, but that spell was cast by Asmodeus' other head. Arthur slashed the lightning cage, but it was very sturdy. He was even electrocuted every time his sword hit the cage. Dragon Asmodeus cast another spell while Arthur tried to free himself. A long dark purple lance materialized from the completed spell formation. This Chaos Lance had multiple sparks of lightning coursing around it. "Let's see how you survive this spell," Dragon Asmodeus uttered with a mocking laugh. While Snake Asmodeus had the highest burst speed, Bird Asmodeus had the highest maintained speed. He was faster than Chimeral Asmodeus. His speed was even slightly faster than Leave Me Alone under the effect of Supreme Rain. Leave Me Alone had to rely on his fast reflex and precise reaction to block Bird Asmodeus' every attack. The two fought at high speed, moving all around the battlefield, both on the ground and in the air. They caused loud shockwaves every time they clashed. Their battle seemed like a tie. That was until Leave Me Alone lost his White Tiger Emperor form. His stats dropped significantly. He could no longer compete with Bird Asmodeus in terms of speed. Bird Asmodeus' claw struck him from behind and sent him crashing into the ground. Bird Asmodeus' sheephead cast a spell upon the successful hit. Multiple lightning spears rained where Leave Me Alone had fallen. Leave Me Alone blocked the lightning spears using Key Shield empowered by mana manipulation. The Supreme Rain also buffed his defense while Sazaki's flames reduced the damage he received. This allowed him to survive the strike and the lightning spears. He countered the received damage by using meditation to recover his health point while defending. Seeing his prey was not giving up, Bird Asmodeus resumed a melee approach. He zoomed to Leave Me Alone. His claw struck the Key Shield and shattered it. When he was about to land a follow-up strike, he noticed a strange scene on his opponent. Several blurry afterimages were around Leave Me Alone. The Outworlder himself was not moving. Bird Asmodeus didn't think too much about it. He went along with the strike. However, when his bird claw struck Leave Me Alone, he didn't feel like he had struck anything. Leave Me Alone's blurry afterimages exploded in all directions. Bird Asmodeus' mana sense couldn't detect which was the real Leave Me Alone among these afterimages. While he was confused, he felt an impact on his side. Leave Me Alone punched him using Supreme Punch again. He felt his inside explode as he skidded several steps away. What Leave Me Alone had used to dodge was Supreme Fist's level 70 skill, Supreme Stance. It was a defensive skill that fooled an attacking enemy. Leave Me Alone was impossible to hit when this skill was active. The best thing an opponent could do when Leave Me Alone used this skill was to stop attacking and wait until the skill was over. Because if they did, they would most likely receive a counterattack. Whether it was a melee or ranged attack, Leave Me Alone would zoom toward the attacker while the attacker was confused by his afterimages. All the afterimages had Leave Me Alone's mana signature, so it could fool enemies with mana sense. Leave Me Alone combined it with his mana concealment, further guaranteeing the enemy couldn't detect where he would attack from. Additionally, a counterattack performed after dodging an attack using this skill was guaranteed to always be critical. Same as before, Bird Asmodeus was stunned by the Supreme Punch. Leave Me Alone didn't waste the chance. He used Ki Blast. The energy ball he formed was enshrouded by golden flames. The ball became much bigger than it was. He unleashed this golden flaming ball before Bird Asmodeus recovered from the stun. The golden flaming ball struck Bird Asmodeus, and a fiery explosion occurred. When the explosion subsided, Leave Me Alone sensed a sudden spike of mana. A Chaos Lightning Lance shot out which he dodged. He heaved a relieved sigh. From the mana, he knew he wouldn't be unscathed if this lance hit. But before his sigh was over, a lightning bolt shot out. This lightning bolt transformed into Bird Asmodeus right in front of him. Bird Asmodeus' claw struck his waist before he could react. The strike threw him to the ground. Bird Asmodeus stepped one foot on him while his other foot kicked him repeatedly. Die! Die a euro! Ha ha ha! Bird Asmodeus laughed like a lunatic while kicking endlessly. Damage numbers continued to pop up from Leave Me Alone. For Winds continued to lose health point as Snake Asmodeus tightened the grip. For Winds couldn't do anything because he couldn't move. The snake's body coiling around him left no space. It became tighter by the second. Snake Asmodeus also had the lightning suit on. For Winds continued to get assailed by lightning and got paralyzed continuously. Black Hole cast spells to force Snake Asmodeus to let go of For Winds. Petunia did the same, but the devil ignored their attacks. Snake Asmodeus erected a lightning shield to block most of their attacks. Runic symbols adorned the lightning shield, reinforcing it. The offensive spells from Black Hole's Pinnacle class were all AoE spells, so he refrained from using them. Otherwise, For Winds might end up getting killed by him instead of Asmodeus. He had several non-standard spells in possession, but none could help in this situation. Do you have something that can stagger the devil? Black Hole asked Petunia. Petunia used her wand to cast defensive spells to block the lightning bolts fired by Snake Asmodeus' Snakehead. She could only attack using her bow gun. I have a bow skill with strong stunning ability, Petunia answered. It works on Asmodeus because I've used it on him before. It is a golden opportunity to use this skill since he is not moving, but that shield is in the way. I plan to use it once we destroy that lightning shield. That shield doesn't seem to be expiring anytime soon. I will move that shield out of the way. Use your skill on my mark. All right? Petunia nodded. Snake Asmodeus' human head didn't have his attention on them. He simply had his lightning shield facing their direction and the snake head firing lightning bolts at them. The human head was observing For Winds, who was in his grip. He was surprised the Outworlder lasted this long. Even a native with a large health point pool would have perished if one was in his clutch for so long. Although For Winds had high defense and health point due to his max level armor and max bloodline, he would still have perished if he was still using his old class. He could last this long because of King of Fury's passive abilities. His health point would automatically refill to full when it fell below 50% for the first time. The next time his health point fell to 25%, it would refill to 70%. After that, if it dropped to 10%, it would rise back to 50%. This automatic instant health point recovery had a cooldown of 24 hours. He had currently used up the second refill. He only left the last one when his health point fell to 10%. Aside from that, King of Fury also gave a bonus of 5,000 health point to his max health point. The class also negated the instant kill effect, with a cooldown of 24 hours as well. Among the pinnacle classes that branched from the warrior class, King of Fury boasted the highest survivability. Yet, this survivability couldn't help him. His strength was not enough to wrestle himself out of Snake Asmodeus' clasp. He was powerless in this situation. He was about to use Devil Eyes when he received Black Hole's message. Black Hole cast one of his non-standard spells, Lightning Lasso. Under normal circumstances, Lightning Lasso wouldn't affect the lightning shield. Luckily, Black Hole could convert his spells between the three elements. He converted the Lightning Lasso into the Ice Lasso. The lightning shield was encased in ice when the Ice Lasso coiled around it. Black Hole then pulled. He couldn't move the lightning shield the entire way out, but he managed to shift its position and kept it from moving back. "Now!" he shouted. Petunia had been aiming her bow gun. She fired once Black Hole gave the signal. The bolt from her shot created a spiraling vortex of energy. The name of this shot was Ultra Vanity Shot. It was a bow skill that was only available in their faction. The spiraling energy following the bolt increased in speed as the bolt advanced. The light at the tip of the bolt also turned brighter. Snake Asmodeus sensed the bolt's power too late. The bolt pierced into him. Petunia didn't lie. The shot did affect Asmodeus. He was stunned. Furthermore, the lightning shield, which was still frozen, fizzled out. Magic Shield was a maintained spell. If the caster stopped maintaining it, the spell ended. This indicated Petunia's shot not only stunned Asmodeus' body but also his mind. For Winds took action then. He had been readying himself since Black Hole messaged him. When he felt Snake Asmodeus stop pressing his body, he used Cry of Rage to make himself immune to the paralyzing effect of Asmodeus' lightning suit. He then used his Bloodline skill, Titan Strength. The skill not only increased his strength but also his body mass. The increase of 4 Winds' body mass was system-generated. Even if Snake Asmodeus still applied pressure, he would still get pushed out to give space for 4 Winds' body to enlarge. 4 Winds canceled Titan Strength as soon as his body reached its largest limit. His body instantly shrunk again. If Snake Asmodeus was not stunned, his coiling would squeeze back following the shrinking of 4 Winds' body. But since he did, he stayed in the position following 4 Winds' giant body size. 4 Winds' shrunk body was now in a cavity formed by Snake Asmodeus' coiling body. 4 Winds quickly spread his wings and flew out through the gap between Snake Asmodeus' lengthy body. Seeing 4 Winds successfully escape, Black Hole unleashed his other non-standard spell. This spell was originally also of the lightning element. It was called Lightning Paralyzing Beam. It was a high-damage, single-target offensive spell with a high chance of inflicting paralyze. But since Asmodeus had high resistance to lightning and he had the lightning suit on, Black Hole changed the element into ice. The spell that came out was a beam of freezing ice. While it had an unusually high chance of inflicting paralyze in its original form, its modified form gave it a high chance of causing freeze. The beam slammed into Snake Asmodeus, who had just come out of his stun condition. A layer of solid ice started covering his body while he suffered ice damage. Yet, as soon as the freezing effect took effect, cracks also appeared on the ice layer. Dark purple lightning pierced out from the cracks. The ice layer shattered with a boom, revealing Snake Asmodeus, who was covered in a coat of dark purple lightning. His eyes stared sharply at Black Hole. "Since you wish it, let's change the arrangement. You will die first," Snake Asmodeus uttered with a threatening tone. The chaos lightning around him converged into a spot before it became a ray that shot forward. "Don't underestimate me, Devil," Black Hole exclaimed. He cast the ruler of Elemental Level 60 spell, Elemental Superiority. Elemental Superiority was a defensive spell. At max level, the spell lasted 10 seconds. During this time, Black Hole was immune to all elemental damage. Furthermore, all elemental attacks hitting him were channeled into an elemental orb. Snake Asmodeus was startled his prey survived one of his top skills, the Chaos Lightning Annihilating Ray. Black Hole didn't waste the chance when Snake Asmodeus was shocked. The gathered elemental orb was fired toward the devil. Snake Asmodeus only came out of his shock when the elemental orb was already before him. He didn't have time to cast high-level defensive spells. He hastily erected the lightning shield again. The lightning shield blocked the elemental orb while runic symbols flashed around the shield. Black Hole's elemental orb contained the power of Asmodeus' Chaos Lightning Annihilating Ray. A meager magic shield, even when boosted by the runic defensive technique, was not enough. The lightning shield didn't fizzle like the last time. It was destroyed. Snake Asmodeus wouldn't be able to conjure the shield again for some time. Following the lightning shield's destruction, the elemental orb exploded in a cacophony of chaos and lightning elements. These elements assailed Snake Asmodeus. The lightning element couldn't hurt him much, but the chaos element was another matter. Damage numbers came up repeatedly above him while heavy pressure weighed him down. Black Hole followed up by casting Ruler of Elemental's level 70 spell, Elemental Lockdown. A dome of turbulent elemental energies covered Snake Asmodeus. These elemental energies assailed him while dealing damage. The pressure he experienced multiplied a great deal. Even he had trouble moving under the pressure. For Winds didn't waste this chance. He used the 2 remaining skills from his pinnacle class. The first was King of Fury's level 70 skill, Voice of Fury. He uttered a thundering war cry with the skill. It dealt damage to all hostiles within his surroundings and applied debuff for 1 hour. As for the allies within range, they received a buff for the remainder of the battle. This buff was not stackable. He applied mana manipulation to the skill, which empowered its range. His voice reached Leave Me Alone and Arthur, who fought not far away. His skill buffed them as well as debuffing the other 2 Asmodeus. His other skill was King of Fury's level 90 skill, Axe of the God. It was an offensive skill that dealt massive damage. Now that Snake Asmodeus' movement was locked down, this skill was a sure hit. A loud gong sounded from the sky. As it did, the clouds parted, and an impossibly large axe came down. The appearance of this celestial axe shocked everyone. Many combatants on the battlefield, whether the defenders or the demons, paused their fight to look at this descending axe. They wondered which god dropped this axe onto this world. Everyone watched the godly axe fall. Those who realized they were in the area where the axe fell immediately ran away. Although the axe was humongous, one only needed to flee to the side. The axe's area of impact was a long but narrow line, so it was not difficult to evade. Snake Asmodeus, however, could not because his movement was under lockdown. He saw the incoming axe. Even he didn't dare to underestimate it. He couldn't move, but he could still cast a spell. A swirling chaotic energy appeared above him. Lightning gathered at the center of these swirling energies. The lightning spread until it formed a gigantic buckler. The godly axe arrived then, crashed into the giant lightning buckler. The lightning buckler shattered at first impact. This took Snake Asmodeus aback. He didn't expect his defensive spell to not halt the axe even for an instant. The axe fell on him then. The touchdown caused the earth to quake. The tremor was felt throughout the entire battlefield. Dust clouds spread from the point of impact. Both Dragon Asmodeus and Bird Asmodeus were not in the area where the axe fell, but they, too, looked over when this massive axe hit. They were originally one body with Snake Asmodeus, so they could sense his condition. Though he was still alive, he was not unscathed. When the dust clouds settled, a long gorge was seen along the land. The godly axe had carved a deep wound on the earth. Snake Asmodeus was nowhere to be seen. Dragon Asmodeus was preparing to throw the Chaos Lightning Lance at Arthur. He wanted to savor his opponent's terrified expression for being helpless inside his lightning cage. However, he saw no such expression from the Outworlder. Arthur instead closed his eyes while putting his katana back on its sheath. His face was calm. This confused the devil. Did he give up? Dragon Asmodeus wondered. He preferred his opponents to break down in fear, not accepting their fate calmly like this. Humph. Never mind. Dragon Asmodeus harumphed. He threw the Chaos Lightning Lance in his hand. The lance caused a thundering sound when it was released. Lightning sparks formed its trail. Arthur's calm expression never changed. His breathing was even slower than normal. He was as serene as still water. When the lance was halfway, he finally opened his eyes. The hand on his katana hilt became a blur. His katana went lightning fast. A straight long line swept past the lightning that formed his cage. The combination of his sword's heart, master-level mana manipulation, and one word / cut through the cage where its lightning links were the weakest. When the katana stopped, everyone could see the katana had transformed. Arthur had activated Demonized Weapon when he used Iato. He also combined his slash with his weapon's offensive skill. The lightning cage unraveled from the slash. The offensive skill from his fallen apostle's katana was Demon God's Slash. It was a powerful single-attack skill that hit from a range. A crimson crescent formed from Arthur's swing, and it flew ahead to meet the Chaos Lightning Lance. Dragon Asmodeus was surprised the Outworlder managed to destroy his lightning cage. However, he was confident of his Chaos Lightning Lance. He was sure his spell would destroy the Crimson Crescent and strike Arthur. Arthur remained in the end motion after performing his skill. There was not enough time for Arthur to do evasive maneuvers. Dragon Asmodeus considered his Chaos Lightning spell would lose some power after clashing with the Crimson Crescent. Arthur might survive, so he prepared to cast another spell for a follow-up attack. The distance between the Chaos Lightning Lance and the Crimson Crescent was shortening. Then they passed one another. The two energies grazed one another when they passed, but no collision happened. Dragon Asmodeus was taken aback. Did the Outworlder miss? He didn't mind. This just meant his Chaos Lightning Lance would hit with full force. However, he would also be hit by the Crimson Crescent. The Crescent was already upon him. There was not enough time to dodge. He stopped casting and swung his claw to meet the Crimson Crescent. For a sword practitioner with Sword's Heart, it was almost impossible for Arthur to miss, and he didn't. His target was always Dragon Asmodeus, not the Chaos Lightning Lance. The Crimson Crescent clashed with Dragon Asmodeus' claw. Dragon Asmodeus was shocked to find his claw recoiled from the impact. The power from the Crimson Crescent was more than he expected. The Crimson Crescent cut into him and left a long wound. The hard scales protecting his body cracked. Blood spurted from the wound. While Dragon Asmodeus couldn't dodge, neither could Arthur. He sacrificed himself to land that hit on the devil. Although he sacrificed himself, he did not sacrifice his life. Avenger's final retribution kicked in when the Chaos Lance stabbed into him. His health point stopped dropping at 1, and he became invulnerable for a few seconds. All the punishing orbs around him turned into soul bombs and shot toward Dragon Asmodeus. Dragon Asmodeus was still stunned by the wound he received from the Crimson Crescent. He failed to react when the soul bombs crashed into him. Chained explosions occurred all over his body, causing damage with each explosion. Arthur didn't let up. He charged forward while drinking the ultimate healing potion. He then used Primordial Punisher's level 90 skill, Primordial Punishment. The skill dealt 2000% physical damage to a single target under a normal situation, but the damage increased to 3000% if the target had hit Arthur within the last hour. This skill also dealt splash damage to nearby enemies. But since there were none, this effect didn't take place. 11:33, Arthur didn't let up. He charged forward while drinking the ultimate healing potion. He then used Primordial Punisher's level 90 skill, Primordial Punishment. The skill dealt 2000% physical damage to a single target under a normal situation, but the damage increased to 3000% if the target had hit Arthur within the last hour. This skill also dealt splash damage to nearby enemies. But since there were none, this effect didn't take place. The damage inflicted by this skill ignored 50% of the target's defense. It also had a high chance of stunning and wounding the opponent. Additionally, Arthur received a boost to his stats and damage for 1 minute after he executed Primordial Punishment. Another gash appeared after Arthur landed the Primordial Punishment. Dragon Asmodeus was in stunned condition, both from the mental shock and the Primordial Punishment's effect. Arthur didn't let this chance go. His katana turned into a blur as he executed Shadowless Slash. Countless sword lights crisscrossed all over Dragon Asmodeus' body. Arthur jumped away the second he sensed his opponent's mana return to normal, which was correct because Dragon Asmodeus was about to retaliate. Dragon Asmodeus watched his opponent with a gaze that was different than before. He lost quite a lot of health point from the exchange just now. He no longer underestimated Arthur. Arthur's action was extremely precise. "Not bad, Outworlder," Dragon Asmodeus praised. At that time, for Wind's axe of the god descended from heaven. Dragon Asmodeus glanced at the heavenly axe before turning his attention in another direction. He then spoke, "You, your ethereal comrade, and your orc comrade aren't half bad. The same can't be said about your vampire comrade. The four of you are now down to 3. Arthur glanced to where Leave Me Alone was after hearing that. What he saw was Leave Me Alone lying on the ground with 0 health point. Several minutes before that, Leave Me Alone was still pinned on the ground while Bird Asmodeus kicked him relentlessly. Suzaki's flames cushioned the blows. His supreme reign was also active. Still, he couldn't just take this beating and did nothing. He used Supreme Fist's level 60 skill, Supreme Key Armor. A second layer of armor made of pure energy covered his body. This key armor further enhanced his defense and reduced the damage he received. It also improved the recovery effect from meditation. He endured the pounding while measuring Bird Asmodeus' kicking rhythm. Once he got used to it, he threw an iron punch right when Bird Asmodeus' foot was coming down. When the punch and kick collided, he also used Key Outburst. The energy outburst radiated out from him was reinforced with strong flames. The combined punch and energy outburst caused Bird Asmodeus to lose his balance. The foot that was pinning Leave Me Alone shifted. With the pressure weakening, Leave Me Alone punched that foot with his other fist and freed himself. He rolled away before Bird Asmodeus could pin him down again. "Don't think you can run from me," Bird Asmodeus exclaimed. With only supreme reign, Leave Me Alone couldn't compete with Bird Asmodeus' speed. The devil ran around him while sending lightning-fast kicks. Bird Asmodeus also cast spells while doing that. Multiple spells hit him as he tried his best to either parry or dodge Bird Asmodeus' kicks. He found no opportunity to counterattack. "Calm down," he told himself. Even with the defensive buffs, he was still losing health point. Meditate couldn't keep up with the damage he suffered. His health point bar was now below 30%. This was not much for an Outworlder without beast form. Any common combatant would have panicked by now, but Leave Me Alone knew it was at this critical moment that one needed to remain calm. He was again studying Bird Asmodeus' attack patterns. Despite being extremely fast, Bird Asmodeus did the same thing again and again. This let Leave Me Alone grasp the timing of his next kick. He used Cycle of Shade and Shadow right before the kick landed. Bird Asmodeus suddenly found himself out of balance while Leave Me Alone shifted behind him. Leave Me Alone landed a supreme punch on his back. The impact sent him reeling several meters away. Leave Me Alone was just about to continue his assault, but he sensed dangers from his surroundings. Bird Asmodeus looked back with a grinning face. "Hee, you are done for," he laughed. One of the spells Bird Asmodeus cast earlier was Lightning Mine. 5 lightning orbs were placed around Leave Me Alone. Bird Asmodeus' Lightning Mine was not the standard one. His mines discharged dark purple lightning. When the orbs started discharging chaos lightning, Leave Me Alone took the only way out, which was up. However, Bird Asmodeus was already there waiting for him. "Like I said, you are done for," the devil exclaimed and kicked him hard. Leave Me Alone crashed back into the ground, where chaos lightning stung his body. It didn't take long before his health point dropped to 0. Bird Asmodeus stood over Leave Me Alone's body with a condescending expression. "That's what happens when a weakling attempts to fight someone out of their league," Bird Asmodeus mocked. He turned his attention to the other side. For Wind's axe of the god had just fallen over Snake Asmodeus. Dragon Asmodeus was wounded by Arthur. The injury suffered by his 2 halves wasn't severe, but it was embarrassing. How could they let Outworlders push them to such an extent? He was still thinking about whether to help Dragon Asmodeus or Snake Asmodeus when he sensed hot mana from behind him. He turned around and was astonished to find a raging flame burning from the Outworlder he had just killed. His astonishment turned to alarm when he realized this flame was sentient. A loud shriek sounded from inside the flame. A spell formation formed above the flame following the shriek. Multiple fireballs emerged from the completed spell formation. Bird Asmodeus moved out of reflex, evading the fireballs about to hit him. These fireballs turned and chased after him. Flame Wrath. Asmodeus identified the spell. He cast the spell while retreating. The fireballs evaporated out of existence. When he returned his attention to the flame that cast Flame Wrath, he found the flame had grown wings. Another shriek and the flame converged into a more distinctive shape. A giant firebird. What is this trick? A spell? Bird Asmodeus asked. Arthur, who was a distance away, recognized the firebird. It was Suzaki. Was she freed after Leave Me Alone lost his life? He thought with worry. Suzaki remained still after revealing herself. Bird Asmodeus didn't. Whoever the opponent was, he would tear them to pieces. He cast a spell that conjured multiple lightning arrows before turning into a lightning bolt himself and zooming forward. Suzaki's burning eyes flared once Bird Asmodeus delivered his attacks. She spread her wings, releasing many fire darts. These fire darts intercepted the lightning arrows. The air was filled with explosions as the lightning arrows and fire darts collided. Bird Asmodeus in lightning form moved in a zigzag pattern, evading those explosions. The lightning turned back into Bird Asmodeus once it got near Suzaki. A flame shield appeared as Bird Asmodeus delivered a kick. The kick destroyed the flame shield, but Suzaki was no longer there. She shot up into the sky. Don't think you can run, Bird Asmodeus uttered. His lightning wings spread and he shot into the sky as well. Bird Asmodeus was faster than Suzaki. It didn't take long for him to catch up to the firebird. Suzaki used her wings to cover herself and turned into a fireball before Bird Asmodeus arrived. This fireball then rushed at the incoming devil. Bird Asmodeus wasn't flustered. His leg went up and kicked the fireball. The fireball bounced from the impact. He then chased after it. Suzaki in fireball form was faster than her normal speed. Her current speed almost rivaled Bird Asmodeus' speed. The two went around at high speed and crashed repeatedly in the air. Do you think you can match my speed? Think again, Bird Asmodeus exclaimed. He again transformed into lightning when Fireball Suzaki almost crashed into him. His lightning form made a sharp turn and he was now behind Suzaki. He kicked Suzaki from behind, and the fireball crashed into the ground. Bird Asmodeus cast a lightning strike to pin Suzaki on the ground while he zoomed there. Suzaki had returned to her normal form, but she wasn't helpless. Fierce flames burst out of her when Bird Asmodeus arrived. Bird Asmodeus was damaged by this flame outburst. These flames were intense enough that Bird Asmodeus stopped approaching and took a step back. These flames condensed into a thick fire beam that aimed at Bird Asmodeus. Bird Asmodeus was too close to do evasive maneuvers. He erected a lightning shield. Multiple runic symbols revolved around the lightning shield, reinforcing it. The fire beam crashed into the lightning shield. It held for a while, but eventually the runic symbols melted. The lightning shield shattered with a bang. The fire beam lost its power after destroying the lightning shield, but Bird Asmodeus still received damage from the explosion. After performing the Giga Flame burst, Suzaki shrunk. I won't be able to do this again for some time, she said. Don't die again. She shrunk until her flames formed a normal human shape. The flames diminished in intensity, and Leave Me Alone was seen inside the flames. His health point was back to full. If you let me die, there is a chance you might gain freedom or die with me. Aren't both those outcomes preferable for you? Leave Me Alone asked. It's not a certainty, Suzaki answered. I can only grant you the flame rebirth once in this battle. Don't expect me to do it again. I understand. I have no intention of dying again, Leave Me Alone said before adding, Thank you, Suzaki. Suzaki didn't respond to the gratitude. Bird Asmodeus was surprised that Leave Me Alone was still alive. What kind of trickery did you use, Euro? Never mind. I will just kill you again. Leave Me Alone clenched his fist. Do not expect it to happen twice, devil. Leave Me Alone proclaimed. Although Suzaki let Leave Me Alone take over, she didn't recede completely. While Leave Me Alone had used her flames before, it was different this time. Suzaki was actively supporting him. Leave Me Alone was as if wearing a suit of bird costume made of flames. Suzaki's head rested atop Leave Me Alone's head as if a helmet. Transformation also occurred in Leave Me Alone's body. Demonic features developed as he used devil eyes. Leave Me Alone took a stance. "Come at me, devil," he exclaimed. When Leave Me Alone dropped to the ground with 0 health point, for Winds was staring down the gorge his axe of the god had created. "Your skill couldn't have killed him, could it?" Black Hole asked. "I don't think so. The devils are immune to instant kill, even if they receive a grave wound," for Winds said. He turned to observe the other two Asmodeus. Wilted said the three will recombine once they lost a certain amount of health point. For Winds noticed Leave Me Alone, who died when he was looking at the two Asmodeus. He was considering engaging Bird Asmodeus when he heard a scream from behind. He and Black Hole turned and saw that Snake Asmodeus had shown up. Petunia was shooting at the devil with her gun bow while Anaid was half inside the mouth of Snake Asmodeus' Snakehead. After getting hit by the axe of the god, Snake Asmodeus hid within the gorge. He bid his time and stayed out of everyone's mana sense range. He slithered to where Petunia and Anaid were. Though he didn't want to, he must admit the 4 Outworlders were not easy opponents. He decided to take out the weakest and the source of their healing. With his explosive speed, he struck when everyone was unaware. "Release her, you devil!" Petunia shouted. She never stopped shooting her gun bow while her left hand continued to cast defensive spells. But Snake Asmodeus ignored all that. Less and less of Anaid was seen as Snake Asmodeus gobbled the poor healer. For Winds and Black Hole rushed over to help, but Snake Asmodeus' Manhead had prepared a spell. Lightning Storm was cast. The large area offensive spell assailed the two and halted their advance. When Anaid fully entered Snake Asmodeus' stomach, a large recovery number appeared above him. For Wind's axe of the god had left a long wide scar along Snake Asmodeus' body. This scar narrowed after Snake Asmodeus consumed his prey. Although the wound was not fully healed, it was mending. TCH. For Winds didn't expect the devil to resort to such a covert tactic and ambush them. He had been careless. Snake Asmodeus' Manhead grinned at them. It was not a condescending grin like before, but a savage one. "I'm done playing games with you people." After speaking, he let out a high-pitched shriek. A commotion was heard from the demons all around the battlefield. "He is calling for his demon minions to come here," Black Hole exclaimed. He saw the nearest demons ignored the defenders and rushed in their direction. "Damn it!" For Winds cursed. He expected this devil to have the arrogance to continue taking them on by himself. It apparently was not so. Black Hole cast his AoE offensive spells at the incoming wave of demons. 2 of these spells came from his pinnacle class. The first was Ruler of Elemental's beginning spell, Elemental Tempest. It was a more powerful version of Elemental Storm that dealt every elemental damage except for Chaos and Soul. The second was Ruler of Elemental's level 90 spell, Elemental Armageddon. When this spell was cast, it was as if an Armageddon had occurred. Lightning rained from the sky, the earth quaked, fire burst out of the cracked earth, and multiple hurricanes formed followed by a hail of ice. This spell covered an extremely large area, but the great thing about this spell was the elements assailed only the enemies. The elements left allies alone unless they intentionally stepped into where the elementals were raging. Arthur also adjusted his position and unleashed Primordial Punisher's level 80 skill, Punishing Devastation. This was also an AoE offensive skill. His skill hit both Dragon Asmodeus and the demons coming to the devil's aid. More and more demons came. Several high demons came from the air and were prepared to cast their spells at 4 Winds and the others, but a strong beam of lightning hit them out of the air. A thundering roar followed. Quetzalcoatl arrived and released countless lightning that assailed the demons in the air. On the ground, many orc soldiers came rushing and intercepted the demons who came to Asmodeus' aid. "Sorry, it takes some time to reorganize the army." Water Lily sent 4 Winds a message. "I have sent over most of the defending soldiers on the wall. I will also leave this war table behind and go over there to fight. As you said, there will be no more retreating. This is our last stand." We will focus on the demons around you. Please take care of Asmodeus as fast as possible. Thank you, For Winds replied. We will win this war. You mark my words. Grace, Red Death, Nameless, and Badass came out behind the defensive walls of Sangrod front. The battle at this front had started 5 days ago. The scattered Sangrod soldiers had regrouped under the banner of the new emperor, Arlcard Maxius. Newly trained recruits had also gathered here, so their number was more than the defeated army who fled the Palgrost northern front. When the Sangrod army regrouped at the defensive line of Sangrod, Sangrod's native adventurers, Sangrod's players, and the Nagas also came. They were glad they had a place to focus their resistance again, though they didn't feel optimistic about it. They were also unsure about their new leader. They had never heard of Arlcard. All they had heard was he was of the Maxius blood and assumed the throne since he was the only Maxius left. However, when the battle started, they were surprised that Arlcard was the first to charge at the demons. Arlcard fought at the forefront, fighting together with his army. He left the army arrangement to Darius Armand, using the newly constructed war table Arlcard brought from Vakarist. The Sangrod soldiers were inspired by their new emperor's bravery and ferocity. They threw away all worries and fought with conviction. The native adventurers, players, and the Nagas followed suit. Grace and the others flew toward the wall battlements. They aided the defenders in defending the walls while observing the battlefield beyond the walls. The walls were mostly still intact even after 5 days of battle. The siege weapons on and behind the walls were also mostly in good condition. This was because of 4 factors. The first was the defenders' morale was higher than the other fronts. They spent longer days without battles compared to other fronts when they fled Palgrost. This allowed them a long rest. The Sangrod soldiers were also now defending their home country. The second was the reduction in Underworld forces reinforcement, courtesy of Master's meddling. Because of this, the demons' number wasn't as overwhelming as it used to be. The third was Arlcard's heroic display. Arlcard didn't do anything different than in the previous battles before he became the emperor. But now that he was Sangrod's emperor, his every move was scrutinized. Under normal situations, this only served to irritate the vampire. But during the current situation, this instead inspired the soldiers to look up to him. The previous emperor always stayed behind and commanded the army from a safer position. There was nothing wrong with that. Could even be said that this was the norm. However, there was a sense of pride and admiration when your leader was out there with you, risking his life together with you. This, of course, also put Arlcard in the crosshairs more often than Horatio. However, Arlcard wasn't an easy target. He had increased another level during the battle and was now a level 92 eternal vampire. He could stand his ground against the strongest combatant from the underworld forces, as long as said combatant was not a devil. Additionally, after losing their previous emperor, Darius was more vigilant in protecting Arlcard. He was not going to fail in protecting 2 emperors in a row. He would not be able to live with the shame. By controlling the war table, he always made sure Arlcard had sufficient soldiers protecting him. Arlcard was not a fool. Despite his seemingly reckless battle style, he knew when to retreat and advance. He didn't take excessive risks that could threaten his life. While Grace and the others were surveying the battlefield, Nameless pointed. "There," he said. They looked in the direction where he pointed and saw the obese devil, way behind the enemy line. This was the 4th factor why this front was still in good condition even after many days of battle. Belphegor mostly stayed behind, even more so than when in Palgrost. He didn't join the fight. He just sat back and watched his army fight. Wrath's maids didn't even need to try stopping him. They battled the other demons, allowing the defenders to better cope against the invasion. They knew, though, that this was only temporary. Sooner or later, the devil would take action. When he did, they knew they would need to retreat again. The memory of bodybuilder Belphegor storming through their defense and breaking their wall with one punch still sent chills down their spine. Even when the devil just sat there and did nothing, everyone had a portion of their minds on him. They constantly dreaded the time he stood up. "This is our golden opportunity. No one is protecting him," Red Death uttered. "Even if it is so, he is way behind the enemy line. Badass said. It is easy for the demons to retreat and come to his aid. We will be surrounded then. Do you think you can kill that devil in a few hits before his reinforcement arrives? If you are scared, go back and drink milk, Red Death said. What the fuck? Are you looking to quarrel? Badass talked back. Stop it, you two. We are a team. We need to work together. Grace exclaimed. Speak for yourself. I will go and fight Belphegor. Any of you who are afraid can just stay back, Red Death stated. No one is afraid. The four of us come here to defeat that devil, Grace said. But we are not just fighting for our sake. The hope of everyone is on us. I know we are much stronger than we used to be, but don't let that go over our heads. The devil is not an opponent we can underestimate. We have too much riding on us. We can't lose. That's why we have to do this right. We need to ensure we have the best winning chance because we have to win. Humph. I always fight to win, Red Death harumphed. Then we do this right, Grace said. Let's find Arlcard first. We need the army support so we can focus on Belphegor. How do we find him on this battlefield? He is not there at the field command station, Nameless asked while looking at where Darius and the war table were located. He is Jack's companion, isn't he? Badass asked. Message Jack and tell him to request Arlcard to meet us. No need to trouble Jack. He is over there, Grace pointed. How do you know? Badass asked. That fog, Grace answered. It is produced by his spell, the Orchestra of the Night. Ohayuro, so that is the product of a spell. I was wondering why there is a localized fog on the battlefield. If we have to go there, then let's go. Stop wasting time talking about it, Red Death said as she spread her wings. She then flew toward the fog. Nameless and Badass looked at one another. In terms of fame, Red Death was a household name in the gaming community. Under normal situations, they would have followed her. But after 2.5 months of hanging out together, they preferred Grace over her. So, they were now turning to Grace, waiting for her decision. Grace sighed. She knew Red Death was a difficult person to work with. Let's go, she said to Nameless and Badass. The four flew toward the fog. Some winged demons engaged them. They easily drove those demons away without using their big skills. When Red Death continued to attack nearby demons, Grace reminded her, Don't waste too much time here. Our priority is elsewhere. Don't you want to talk to the Emperor? Just go. I will warm up here while you do your talk, Red Death replied without turning to her. Grace wanted to remind Red Death to refrain from using her big skills, but she knew Red Death was not an amateur. When she was about to leave, she heard a voice calling, Red. They turned and saw an elven woman in crimson armor approaching. Ravina Euro, Red Death called the approaching woman's name. You a Euro, you no longer bear the class bestowed by our goddess. How dare you? Do you wish to bear our goddess wrath? Humph. I will use any class that gives me greater power. This class is better than the Madslayer. I don't see the need to keep an inferior class when I can get a better one. Reuven's face contorted with fury. How dare you insult our goddess first-class special class? I won't stand by for a Euro. She didn't complete her sentence because a high demon carrying a spear came assailing from behind. She dodged the ambush. She was about to retaliate when Red Death suddenly appeared behind that high demon. Red Death's crimson dagger thrust forward. The thrust was performed while her dagger was spinning. This was her new martial art, spinning carnage. The dagger pierced into the back of the high demon's neck and came out his throat. This thrust caused a wound that instant-killed the high demon. While spinning carnage was a martial art that could cause wounds, the power behind the thrust came from the beginning skill of her pinnacle class. The skill was Death Deliverer. The skill let her teleport to a target from a maximum distance of 80 meters away. It dealt 2000% physical damage with a 50% added critical chance. Her speed after teleporting was tripled for a short period, and the attack she dished out ignored 50% defense. If the target was hit on the back, the hit was guaranteed to be critical. The cooldown of the skill was 30 minutes. Reuven was shocked by what she saw. Death Deliverer was similar to the phase kill from Red Death's previous special class, the Madslayer. The difference was Death Deliverer teleported a longer range, hit harder, and had a higher critical chance. From this display, Red Death had proven that her new special class was indeed better than the Madslayer. Ruvin was still angry, but she couldn't deny the fact. "Just you watch. Don't think our goddess will just let this by," she said and stormed away. "Humph." Red Death just harumphed at her. She turned to Grace and said, "You people are still here? Do you want to talk to the Emperor or not?" Grace turned away and left without saying anything. Nameless and Badass looked at one another again before following Grace. Grace, Nameless, and Badass entered the mystical fog on the battlefield. "Impressive spell. I can still see things inside this fog," Badass remarked. "I assume it is not so for the enemies?" "You assume correctly," Grace replied. She was looking around. It didn't take long for her perceptive eyes to locate the person she was looking for. That person also made it easy for her. Arlcard was floating in the air. Around him were black sword energies that zoomed around at high speed, cutting any enemies that came close. That was his perpetual sword of death. Grace brought Nameless and Badass toward Arlcard. Arlcard noticed them approaching. "Lady Grace," Arlcard greeted when they arrived. His perpetual sword of death continued assailing the enemies. The spell was a sustained spell, but Arlcard could easily keep the spell going even while speaking. "I told you to stop calling me Lady, Arlcard." "Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I should call you Your Majesty now," Grace said while giggling, to which Arlcard responded with a smile. When Jack was training or hanging out with Grace, he sometimes summoned Arlcard. His purpose was to socialize with his companion. Arlcard pretended he was peeved for getting summoned when there were no enemies to fight, but he didn't truly mind it. Throughout the time they spent together, Grace got along with Arlcard. As a matter of fact, Arlcard treated Grace with more friendliness compared to his treatment of Jack. "I see that your training has paid off," Arlcard said after learning Grace's level. "I assume your coming here is for €1. "Yes, we will be taking on that devil over there," Grace proclaimed. "€1, are you sure? A devil is unlike any opponent you have ever encountered," Arlcard asked. He hadn't crossed swords with Belphegor since the battle started, but he had done so against Satan. Although Satan was said to be the strongest devil under Lucifer, he believed Belphegor wasn't too far off. "If we can't win, then our training is meaningless," Grace answered. "I have confidence in what we have achieved, and we will prove that." Arlcard nodded. "If you believe so, I won't stop you, but Belphegor is way behind the enemy line. If the demons decide to aid him, you will be in trouble. That's why we come to you. We need the army support so we can focus on Belphegor." Arlcard put a hand on his chin. Grace's request required him to make a difficult decision. Currently, the walls and the siege weapons were mostly still intact. They could minimize losses as long as they stayed near the defensive walls. To give the support Grace asked for was to venture out far from those defensive walls, which meant putting his soldiers in danger. He preferred it when such a decision was left to someone else. It was much simpler when he was just an unknown combatant. He had more freedom. Now, the fate of many was in his hands. Following his decision, many could lose their lives, and those losses were on him. He closed his eyes as he pondered the request. It didn't take long for him to make up his mind. He was not someone who dilly-dally with indecision. "All right," Arlcard said. "I will send out the command. The 3 of you will have the army's support." 4, Red Death said as she arrived. "Are we done here?" "Thank you, Your Majesty. We will not disappoint your trust," Grace said. She then said to the others, "Let's go." Perhaps it was fate. If the one in command was Horatio, he might decide not to take the risk, or Grace might need to put in more effort to convince him. Arlcard used a messaging device to give the command to Darius. Darius argued against such a risky maneuver, but Arlcard firmly told him to go with it. Darius had no choice but to obey. Arlcard looked over at the 4 who were on their way. He decided to give them more help. Grace and the others continued fighting through numerous winged demons as they flew toward Belphegor. The devil was behind the enemy line after all. They had to fight through the army to get to him. Something fast flew past them as they fought. It was Arlcard. I will open the way, Arlcard told them. Fly through as my skill keeps them busy. Arlcard used his regal outfit skill, Judgment of the Founding Elders. One by one, the vampire elders whom Jack and he fought under Vakras' palace came out and unleashed their most powerful offensive skills. While Marcus summoned 9 founding vampire elders during that fight, the number Arlcard summoned was 11. The additional 2 founding elders were Marcus and Cain. The 2 were bound as Sangrad's founding elders. After they perished, they became part of the regal outfit's skill. The spell Marcus unleashed was Purifying Brilliance, which dealt high light element damage while purifying all dark-based enchantment in a wide area. The power unleashed by the regal outfit was influenced by the wearer's power. Arlcard was now a level 92 eternal grade, so the Purifying Brilliance Marcus cast was much more powerful than the one he cast when he was still alive. As for Cain, he cast a spell he was unable to cast when he was in the smoke form. His spell was Dark Plaguing Spears, the same one cast by the Eldritch Beholder. This spell struck many targets. Aside from dealing dark element damage, the targets also suffered continuous damage over time. They couldn't receive healing or resurrection for a period. Go, Arlcard told Grace. Thank you, Grace said. She flew forward with the others. Arlcard continued to attack the demons who tried to intercept Grace's team. Dark tentacles sprout from his body. This was a spell he learned from Cain's memory. It was also the same spell used by the deceased Cardinal of Phobos, Arlstrax. The spell was called Devouring Fog. The dark matter produced by this spell protected Arlcard from attacks and could be shaped into tentacles that assaulted nearby enemies. Sangrad royal guards, who stayed near Arlcard, charged with their emperor. As they opened a path for Grace, Jygorth came. He came due to Arlcard's call. The black dragon unleashed his divine dark breath, taking out many demons who had been weakened by Arlcard's judgment of founding elders. They escorted Grace's team until they broke out of the rearmost line of the underworld forces. They then stayed there and engaged the demons so these demons didn't go and chase Grace. Darius used the war table and sent many troops through the path opened by Arlcard and Jygorth. They then spread and slowly formed a wall behind the enemy's line. Members of the cult of Lita and the Nagas were confused with the Sangrad army's maneuver. They couldn't comprehend why this army let go of the safety of the walls and instead took a position where they were more vulnerable. They didn't follow after those soldiers. They continued to defend the walls, which had become more difficult to defend since a good portion of the defenders had left. The demons also didn't care about the defenders taking position behind them. Their target was to advance. They were to take down the walls. Once the walls were down, they would deal with these troops who had so foolishly placed themselves behind them. Because by then, these troops would have their escape path closed off. Some demons saw Grace's group heading toward Belphegor. They simply attributed it to the 4 being ignorant fools. The last individual who needed help was Belphegor. So, they continued their advance and let those 4 fools learn their stupidity the hard way. Grace looked back. Good. No one is chasing us. Arlcard's troops are forming a barricade. We should have no one interfering with us. What about the underworld's reinforcement when they come from the other side? Badass asked. Let's hope their reinforcement is still far away, Grace replied. That devil is truly underestimating us. He is still not moving even after we are so close, Nameless remarked. Don't get careless. Maybe he is baiting us to let our guard down, Grace reminded. Badass, you stay back and use your spells. The 3 of us. Let's spread out and attack him from different directions. Humph. I will take the center. Let Mayuro. Red Death's words were stopped when they realized why Belphegor didn't respond to their approach. They were now close enough to hear the snoring sound from the devil. Belphegor was dozing off while sitting. Theauro the fuckayuro, is he sleeping? Badass stammered. No wonder he hasn't joined the battle even after so many Desayuro, Nameless said. So what? This doesn't change what we are here to do, Red Death uttered. If he underestimates this battle so much, let's teach him a lesson. I'm going to land the first free hit. Red Death dashed forward at high speed. Wait, don't let your guard down, Grace warned, But Red Death was out of earshot already. "TCH. Let's back her up," Grace exclaimed. The three flew forward. Red Death's speed was the fastest among the four. She arrived before Belphegor way ahead of the others. She was not an amateur. She knew the devils had advanced mana sense. However, she had something that gave her confidence in laying an ambush on this sleeping devil. She had also started learning mana concealment from Wong. Her expertise was still below Leave Me Alone. Considering her legendary grade set armor exuded an intense aura, her current expertise shouldn't be able to mask her presence. However, she had another factor that boosted her concealment. This factor was the passive ability from her pinnacle class. Death Executor possessed a passive skill that clouded her mana. Those with mana sense wouldn't sense her until she executed a skill. Aside from clouding her mana, Death Executor's other passive abilities included increased critical chance to her every attack. She also gained Venom Mastery. This ability gave all her attacks a 30% chance of inflicting poison status. Venom Mastery's effect was stackable with Assassin's Poison Mastery. Red Death flew to Belphegor's back. She was aiming for the back attack bonus in addition to the ambush bonus. She refrained from using any skill while concentrating on concealing her mana. When she was within attacking range, she used her current deadliest skill. Death Executor's level 90 skill, Death's Touch. Her crimson dagger stabbed into the back of Belphegor's neck. Death Touch dealt 3000% chaos damage. It had a 50% chance of an instant kill effect. If the target was killed by this skill, a Death Servant was summoned. The Death Servant joined the battle as an ally and lasted an hour. While the instant kill effect was useless against a devil like Belphegor, the skill's other effect was much more useful for the current fight. The effect was reducing the target's max health point by 10% for the remainder of the battle. If used at the beginning of a fight, it was the same as taking out 1/10 of the target's total health point, no matter how high the target's health point was. This effect was not stackable, though. If Red Death hit Belphegor with Death Touch again, the max health point reduction would not be more than 10%. Still, instantly reducing a devil's health point by 1/10 was an extraordinary feat. Red Death combined the stab with her martial art, Spinning Carnage, while activating Demonized Weapon. Belphegor's health point dropped more than 10% from that one stab. HMEuro? Belphegor started opening his eyes. Red Death didn't plan to stop with just one stab. She planned to land several more attacks before Belphegor fully awakened. However, when she tried to pull her dagger, she couldn't. What? She looked at where her dagger had stabbed. Although the stab inflicted the intended damage, there was no blood. She failed to wound Belphegor. Furthermore, the flesh where her dagger had stabbed seemed to tighten. Belphegor's flesh was like living fat. It wrapped around the dagger and squeezed, rendering Red Death unable to pull her weapon out. She felt a stinging chill on her hand holding the dagger. Flecks of ice started to form on that hand. Euro. Lead a Euro, let go! Red Death exclaimed. Belphegor turned his head and looked at his ambusher. He didn't say anything. The fat behind his neck became alive. They protruded and were about to swallow Red Death's hand that was holding the dagger. Red Death let go of the dagger and used Vanish before the fat touched her hand. She reappeared a distance away. The dagger that was stuck inside Belphegor's neck was teleported back to her hand by the world system. Even the iron grip of Belphegor's flesh couldn't prevent that from happening. Red Death looked at her dagger. A thick layer of ice covered it, but the ice soon melted due to the effect of Demonized Weapon. Belphegor stared at Red Death before turning to the other three Outworlders coming toward him. The three stopped in their tracks when Belphegor's icy eyes landed on them. The ground near Belphegor started to be covered in ice as the temperature around the devil dropped drastically. Belphegor finally started speaking. "I think you, Outworlders, wandered into the wrong place. The battle is over there. Now, go and stop disturbing my rest." He then closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Grace and the others didn't know what to make of this. They looked at each other with confused expressions. Red Death was more decisive. If the devil let them land another free strike, she wouldn't let it go. She again focused on concealing her mana and moved silently toward Belphegor's open back. She felt the chill again when she got near Belphegor. Her movement slowed, but not enough to hinder her. She was about to land a second stab using Assassin's Assassinate Soul when she detected a sudden eruption of mana from under her. Her reaction was fast enough to use roll when a giant ice blade pierced out of the ground. However, due to the slow effect, the ice blade scraped her. She lost health point, but not much. Her legendary grade armor soaked up much of the damage. The result would have been very different if she received a clean hit. "HM you can sense mana?" Belphegor asked. He was just pretending to sleep. Instead of answering Belphegor's question, Red Death asked, "How did you detect me?" "You have a way to hide your mana. That's how you managed to ambush me the first time. Now that I have my ice aura on, you won't be able to approach me again without me knowing." TCH. This meant her mana concealment ability was useless. "We are not only relying on ambushes. You will find that soon enough," Grace exclaimed. "I meant what I said," Belphegor said. "If you people leave now, I won't trouble you. There are plenty of demons over there for you to fight. Go and kill them all. I don't mind. I just want to rest." "You are one weird devil," Badass remarked. "A euro in that case. Do you mind going back to the underworld?" Grace asked. "That way, you can rest as much as you like." "HM a euro?" Belphegor massaged his chin. He seemed to be seriously thinking about the suggestion. "I'm afraid I can't do that. Even I have a superior. You see, Lord Lucifer will be angry if I retreat. So I can't retreat. But if you defeat the army here, I can use that as an excuse not to advance." Grace looked at Nameless and Badass, who looked back. They were thinking they might just take up on Belphegor's offer. Someone didn't have the same thought as them, though. Red Death had no intention to play buddy with their opponent. "This is bullshit. Are you going to trust what he says?" She then pointed at Belphegor and exclaimed, "Listen, Fat, I have no time for your games. Stop your nonsense and fight properly." Belphegor turned to her. His expression was not as friendly as before. "What did you just call me?" he asked. "You heard me." Red Death didn't back down. Belphegor responded by slapping his hand on the ground. Sharp ice jutted out of the ground. They moved like a wave toward Red Death. Red Death dodged to the side. She was no longer within Belphegor's aura range, so her speed was back to normal. When she thought she was safe after the ice wave went past beside her, the jutting ice exploded. Uncountable ice darts came her way. She was surprised but not flustered. Her body spun as her dagger split into two. The shadows of her daggers crisscrossed around her, deflecting the ice darts while she moved back. "You have good moves. Too bad your mouth is foul," Belphegor said. 9 ice orbs materialized on his back. These ice orbs transformed into various melee weapons. "Since you people are so intent on conflict, so be it. Uhayuro we don't. It's all her." Badass pointed at Red Death. "Forget it. Red Death is right. We can't just trust what this devil says," Grace said. "Don't forget they come to invade the upper world. They are the cause of this conflict," Nameless added. Belphegor didn't waste any words on them. He also couldn't talk. Something was filling his mouth to the brim. He vomited that something out. It was a big fleshy ball. Grace and the others had seen this ball from the projection at Chris' secret garden. They knew what came next. Belphegor was not done. He continued expelling more balls rapidly. Seeing the scene, they were worried Belphegor might go all out from the get-go. They were relieved when Belphegor stopped after spewing out 4 balls. These balls transformed into mini Belphegors. "What should we do?" Nameless asked in the group chat. "We take out his mini clones first," Grace answered. "Wilted said that Belphegor can consume these clones. They greatly heal him when he does that. He needs a great deal of time to reproduce these clones. If he no longer has these clones, it will be easier when we fight his true form later." "Will he just stay back and let us do that?" Badass asked. Looking at his behavior until now, he should euro unless someone provokes him. They all turned to Red Death, who sent a message in response. I know. We will deal with his clones first." Red Death was again the first to act when Belphegor's clones started advancing. She had activated her dagger's demonized weapon. It would be a waste if she didn't use it to fight. Each of Belphegor clones grabbed an ice weapon floating around the devil. The one that came at Red Death was equipped with fist weapons. This clone didn't possess the same ice aura as Belphegor, so Red Death's speed wasn't affected when it got near. Daggers and fists soon clashed. The strength and speed of this clone didn't lose to Red Death. It might even be slightly stronger. Red Death's hands hurt each time they clashed. But thanks to her martial expertise, she was able to get the upper hand. The clone received hits while it failed to land any attack on her. Grace and Nameless had the same situation. Grace's martial arts weren't as good as Red Death, but she was not bad either. Combined with the excellent defense from her legendary grade set armor, she had no trouble fighting Belphegor's clone. Nameless martial arts were nothing to speak of. He only started learning after hanging out with Jack's group. However, he was a veteran player. His expertise in using skills was not shallow. He refrained from using his pinnacle class skills, though. He only used basic and advanced skills against the clone. Badass went into a kiting game when the clone came at him. He summoned a lesser demon to take the clone's attention while he shot ranged attacks from a safe distance. His standard range attacks packed a punch. This was due to Hell Ruler's passive ability. All his standard ranged attacks inflicted an additional 10% chaos damage. Belphegor originally planned to go back to sleep after sending his clones to deal with these outworlders, but he noticed his clones were not enough to deal with the 4. HMA. He again massaged his chin. He then pointed at Badass Lesser Demon. When he wanted to assume control over the Lesser Demon, he was surprised that he couldn't. Among the 24 elite classes, warlocks were the most vulnerable to devils. This was because the demonic creatures they summoned could easily be controlled by the devil. Badass class Hell Ruler was not the case. It was a pinnacle class. All the creatures the Hell Ruler summoned were immune to mind control. They were also immune to skills or spells that could normally dispel summoned creatures. Displeased by his failure to take control of the lesser demon, he vomited another fleshy ball. This 5th clone grabbed an ice axe and ran toward Badass. Badass saw the second clone. Fuck! Why does he send 2 of these things to me? It's Red who has offended him. Why is it me who gets the brunt of his frustration? Unlike the others, he was not a melee class and was not a martial artist. He would be in trouble if that clone got to him. He resorted to casting Hell Ruler's beginning spell, Hell's Minions. An ominous gate much like the one conjured by Hell Gate came out of the ground, but this gate was much wider. This gate opened upward instead of sideways. Out of this wide gate, a blaze of hellfire shot out. The hellfire washed over Belphegor's second clone. Following this hellfire, 10 demons and 10 hellhounds came charging out of the gate. Half of these hell minions swarmed the second clone, while the other half went to fight the first clone. Badass Lesser Demon was almost defeated. It was no match for Belphegor's clone. These demons and hellhounds were still no match for the clones. But seeing his clones get swarmed like that, Belphegor sent the 5 floating ice weapons to aid those 2 clones. The ice weapons started slashing and smacking. With the clones, they seemed to have no problem making short work of the demons and hellhounds. Seeing that, Badass upped the ante. He cast Hell Ruler's level 70 spell, Summon High Demon Lord. The High Demon Lord burst out of the ground with an eruption of fire geyser. The High Demon Lord was a stronger version of the High Demon and had more spells at its disposal. The High Demon Lord started casting a spell with one hand while its other hand held a fiery sword. It swung this sword. The blade of this sword broke mid-swing. It split into many smaller parts connected by a string. This turned the fiery sword into a fiery whip that hit enemies from a range. As its fiery whip assailed Belphegor's clones, its spell was completed. A firestorm descended upon the area, hitting Belphegor's clones, the ice weapons, and badass hell minions. The lesser demon died amidst the chaos. HMA. Belphegor massaged his chin again. He then vomited another fleshy ball. His belly was less than half his original size by now. Damn it! Stop calling out more summons. Nameless messaged Badass. Do you want him to get into his true form while his clones are still around? Easy for you to say. He is targeting me, man, Badass returned. I will protect you. Leave your last summon for later, Grace said. She intercepted the sixth clone while still fighting the first one that engaged her. The fallen apostle's mace in her hands was like her previous long mace. It could split into two and gave her two short maces to fight with. Using her martial arts phantom beating stick, she kept the two clones busy. Without using any buff, it was too difficult to fight against two. She got hit several times. If not for the excellent defense and high natural recovery from her legendary set armor, her health point would have fallen below half already. As she received damage, an orb of light materialized above her. This orb of light became larger every time she suffered damage. This orb of light came from Divine Knight's passive ability. Half of the damage she suffered filled this orb. She could then use this orb to heal either herself or her allies, much like a Reaver's soul orb. The Divine Knight's passive ability also granted Grace very high resistance. This let her endure the hits. The clones attacked using Belphegor's ice weapons. Each hit caused a cold affliction that slowed the target. Repeated hits in a short period could even result in a frozen status. If not for her high resistance, she would have fallen into this status. Even with her high protection, Grace knew she couldn't just play defense. She took a chance when the clones lunged at her at the same time. Her mace recombined into one. She used its long reach to smack one of the clones' heads, before using spinning crane kick to kick the other one. While the clones were staggered, she thrust two fingers into one of the clones. Her thrust conjured a spiraling black energy that drilled into the clone's head. The clone's head burst from the shredding force. The martial art Grace used was the 9-in abyssal finger. Out of everyone, only Grace had learned more than one technique from the 9-in scripture. Even Morong still failed to learn the two arts other than the 9-in abyssal finger. After taking out the head from one of the clones, Grace shifted her attention to the other clone. She was about to attack when she felt an incoming attack. The attack was too close. She received a slam in her chest. The force sent her staggering back and she almost fell. She was surprised to find the attack came from the ice hammer held by the headless clone. While it was common for beings in this game world to survive a blow to the head, an attack that caused a wound that took out the head would still kill the target. Grace looked at the headless clone in disbelief. It was still moving normally. Although it lost a lot of health point from the loss of its head, its health point was still around half. Hee. Belphegor chuckled from the scene. He originally wanted to just go back to sleep and let his clones deal with these outworlders, but he felt entertained watching them fight. He also felt rather fired up. These outworlders were good, especially the two females. He was still debating if he should join the battle. Belphegor's eagerness was due to the weight loss after discharging 6 clones. His drowsiness was gone, but his indolence was still there. He wanted to join but didn't feel like moving. He took a deep breath. His chest bulged. Shit! He is throwing out another clone. Nameless exclaimed when he noticed what Belphegor was doing. However, unlike previous, the bulging stayed in Belphegor's chest. It didn't go up to his neck. His head jerked forward while opening his mouth. Something small and fast flew out from that mouth. Belphegor's target was Grace, who was the closest. Grace was looking at Belphegor due to Nameless yell, so she was aware of what the devil was doing. Still, she hardly had the time to put her mace before her. Whatever Belphegor spat out hit her mace. The force was so strong that Grace's parry only managed to alter its trajectory. The thing then slammed into her shoulder. She yelped in pain as she was sent tumbling back. What Belphegor spat out was an ice bullet. This was a skill that lasted for a duration. While this skill was active, he could spit these ice bullets as if they were his standard ranged attacks. He took another deep breath and spat out another ice bullet. This time, his target was Nameless. Nameless was in a better situation because he had a shield. Even so, he staggered multiple steps back from the impact. Belphegor didn't stop. He continued spitting ice bullets. His motion became faster by the second. He was shooting like a rapid gun. The ice bullets rained through badass hell minions. Each of these ice bullets had the capacity to wound. Grace was saved because of her Outworlder's constitution. The demons and hellhounds summoned by Badass were not so lucky. The ice bullets tore through them. Some lost legs or arms. The unlucky ones got hit in the head. With a hole in their vital spots, their health point fell directly to 0. Badass hid behind his high demon lord, who summoned a flaming shield. The shield stopped 2 ice bullets but shattered afterward. The third and fourth hit its body. It suffered damage, but its constitution was sturdy enough to resist a wound. Red Death was positioned behind Belphegor. The devil turned to her last to fire the ice bullets. She was prepared. She used Combat Clone. Her clone shielded her while she continued dispensing damage on Belphegor's clone. Red Death had the highest DPS. Compared to other Belphegor's clones, the one fighting her had suffered the most damage. Its health point was in critical condition by now. Belphegor frowned after noticing his clone's situation. He continued shooting ice bullets while commanding that clone to retreat. He also sent his 3 floating ice weapons to Red Death. Red Death's combat clone persisted in sacrificing itself to block the ice bullets. The force of the ice bullets was strong. The combat clone had trouble staying in position after multiple impacts. It was forced out of the way, opening the path to Red Death. The next ice bullet sped toward her. If she wanted to dodge this ice bullet, she had to let go of Belphegor's clone, which was in near-death condition. She wasn't willing to do that. She used Death Executor's level 70 skill, Deathwind. This skill turned her into a speeding shadow. She performed a zooming strike that dealt high damage. The fleeing clone was killed as she pierced through it. Deathwind at its max level didn't just strike once. She could perform the zooming strike 10 times. Each zoom covered 30 meters. This allowed her to go swiftly around the battlefield and strike the other Belphegor's clones. Many of Badass Hell minions had been killed, but they managed to deal considerate damage when they ganged up on Belphegor's clones together with the High Demon Lord. One of the 2 clones targeting Badass was already low in health. This one also died when Red Death's zooming strike went past it. Belphegor's frown turned into a scowl after seeing 2 of his clones were defeated. Even when fighting the Death's Maids and the Manta Spider, his clones never die. These 4 Outworlders were a bigger threat than those veterans from the Divine faction. He didn't care about those clones, but he needed a couple of days to recreate them. He also needed to be out of combat to do that. His concern was that he needed to be awake to recreate the clones. It was a chore, and he was irritated by the prospect of that chore. Grayuro, you 4 are getting on my nerves, Belphegor growled, his legs starting to move. He was standing up. Kill his other clones. Fast! Grace exclaimed. Grace, Nameless, and Badass also activated Demonized Weapon, increasing their damage output. Red Death's one already ran out of duration, but her DPS was still higher than theirs. They concentrated on the one with the lowest health point. Do you have to make me move? Belphegor shouted. He had stood up. A torrent of freezing ice poured out of his wide-open mouth. Continue attacking, Nameless exclaimed. He put himself in the path of the infernal ice breath. He placed his shield to the front. As he did, the image of a shield appeared. The conjured shield was larger than the Heaven's Shield from the Paladin class. This was God's shield, God's champion level 50 skill. The shield blocked the infernal ice breath and stopped it from hitting everyone behind. The shield dimmed but still standing by the time the infernal ice breath stopped flowing. It was gone soon after. Nameless shield was glowing with a protective light. God's shield had a residual effect that enhanced the shield's defensive value by 300%. All damage suffered by Nameless would also be reduced by 20% as long as the glow remained. This glow lasted 1 hour. By the time Nameless blocked the infernal ice breath, Grace and the others successfully killed another clone. The remaining 3 clones retreated and stayed near Belphegor. Among these 3 were the Headless clone. It had the lowest health point among the 3. Hmuro, very well then, Belphegor uttered. His chest bulged. This time he didn't spit out ice bullets. He was spitting out another fleshy ball. Nameless, Badass, hit him, Grace commanded. Belphegor and his clones were now standing a distance away from them. This was the perfect moment to attack using an AoE offensive skill. Badass cast Hell Ruler's level 60 spell, Hell Furnace. Intense flames burst from the ground where Belphegor and his clones were standing. Hell Furnace was a sustained spell. As long as Badass kept pumping mana point, the spell remained. The burning flames continued to burn Belphegor and his clones while he vomited the fleshy balls one after another. They received high fire damage every second. Nameless also had an AoE offensive skill. His was even stronger than Badass spell. The skill he used was God's Champion's level 90 skill, God's Wrath. When he used the spell, the clouds parted. A blinding light fell from heaven. The light slammed into where Belphegor was standing, and their entire vision became white. When the brightness subsided, what they and everyone on the battlefield saw was a huge crucifix made of light. This crucifix lingered for a few seconds. When it subsided, they saw 6 figures still standing, Belphegor and 5 of his clones. The headless one died from the explosion just now. Another 2 had health point below half, while the 3 newly born ones had health point around 60. Belphegor still had health point above 80%. He had recovered all the damage he suffered while his clones fought the 4 Outworlders, except for the 10% max health point loss. He was in his true form now, the bodybuilder shape. His eyes stared at his 4 opponents with a lively glint. Badass Hell Furnace was still burning his body, but he acted like he didn't feel it. Oh hi Euro, we better a Euro. Badass didn't complete his sentence when Belphegor suddenly vanished from where he stood. When he was about to ask where the devil went, he found that Belphegor was already beside him. The devil's hand had turned into an ice claw. This ice claw was about to grab him. Out of the 4, only Grace's eyes perceived where Belphegor had moved to. She dashed toward Badass when the others were still confused. She put herself before Badass just as Belphegor's ice claw arrived. The ice claw was Ice Death, an offensive skill with the instant kill effect that killed Horatio. It was a deadly skill, but when the ice claw hit Grace, no damage number appeared. She also didn't die. A layer of white light covered her body. This was Divine Knight's level 60 skill, Disciplinary Fortitude. It was a defensive buff skill. The skills rendered her immune to all magical and elemental damage. She was also immune to status effects and instant kill. While the buff was active, she couldn't be targeted by spells, and the effect of all her recovery spells was boosted. Against spellcasters, this skill was a nightmare. It even lasted a long 5 minutes at its maximum level. Unfortunately, although many of Belphegor's skills contained ice elements, he was not a spellcaster. Seeing his ice claw fail to kill or even damage the Outworlder, he sent Grace a punch. Grace saw the punch coming, but it was too fast to dodge. She could only parry it. Belphegor's fist was the size of her entire body. The impact sent her flying back while losing a good chunk of health point. Grace's interference gave Red Death and Nameless enough time to go on the offense. Badass was too close to Belphegor. He had no choice but to end the Hell Furnace and move away. Red Death and Nameless attacked from Belphegor's flanks. When Belphegor wanted to move, he found some sort of a fiery whip coiled around one of his legs, holding him. He looked back and saw it was Badass High Demon Lord. The fiery whip stopped Belphegor from moving away, not toward. Belphegor jumped toward the High Demon Lord just as Red Death and Nameless arrived. The two's attacks hit only air. With a violent stomp, Belphegor pressed the High Demon Lord into the ground. He was so fast that the High Demon Lord didn't have time to react. His foot went up and down rapidly, stomping the High Demon Lord without mercy. Even when the Red Death and Nameless approached and hit him, he didn't let go of the stomping. The High Demon Lord soon lost all its health point and turned into dust. Grace wanted to heal the High Demon Lord, but Belphegor's punch sent her far away. She instead used the healing orb above her to heal herself before charging back toward Belphegor. On her way, Belphegor's 5 clones blocked her path. "Red!" Grace called. Red Death glanced at her but soon turned back. "Deal with them yourself," Red Death said. "Ugh!" Grace was vexed. She called Red Death because Red Death had the highest DPS. It was a prime opportunity to take out the clones. While with her defense, She was better suited to keep Belphegor busy. Leaving Grace to battle the clones, Red Death continued to assault Belphegor together with Nameless. Belphegor didn't just let them hit him when he killed the High Demon Lord. His body had an ice armor protecting it. All the damage inflicted on him was reduced considerably. Nameless used God's Champion's level 80 skill when Belphegor gave them free hits. The skill was called God's Branding. The skill conjured a hammer of light that slammed into the target. It was a single-target offensive skill that dealt 2000% light element damage. Successfully hitting the target would give the target a God's mark. Anyone bearing this mark had the damage they dealt reduced by 10% for the remainder of the battle. This effect was not stackable. After dispensing the High Demon Lord, Belphegor turned his attention to this mark. He sensed that even he could not dispel the effect of this mark. All his attacks were weakened by 1/10 from now. "Not bad, worm," Belphegor told Nameless. He kicked while speaking. The kick was so fast Nameless almost didn't manage to block. But even with the block, the impact still sent him flying. Belphegor then vanished, evading a stab from Red Death. Red Death sensed the devil had circled to her back. She didn't waste time turning back. Her two hands twisted behind her back while executing twin dragon stabs. She hit something hard. She could feel from the impact that her stabs didn't deal much damage. Something hard then banged into her from above. She smashed the ground. The impact was so hard she recoiled into the air. While she was still in the air, something rammed into her from above, sending her crashing into the ground again. It was Belphegor's foot. With one punch and one stomp, he incapacitated Red Death. If not for her legendary grade set armor, she probably would have lost her life. Belphegor stayed his foot and kept her pinned to the ground. He then turned to Badass, who had been sending range attacks at him nonstop. Badass had the demonic possession active, which boosted his standard range attacks. When their eyes met, Badass felt a terrifying chill from inside him. His mind slowed while a layer of ice formed all over his body. He had been hit by the infernal freezing gaze. Belphegor focused ice energy onto his arms. The ice solidified and formed gauntlets made of curling ice chains. He then shoved his two arms out. One pointed at the frozen Badass. The other pointed at Nameless, who was running back to him. The curling ice chains shot out of his two arms. One caught Badass. The other coiled around Nameless' shield when he used it to block the ice chain. The two were then pulled toward Belphegor. They were slammed into the ground where Red Death was still pinned. Belphegor then jumped up. Affected by the ice aura around Belphegor, the three were too slow to react. Belphegor shot back down again. Following him was an illusory image of a falling iceberg. The three were helpless on the ground. The iceberg fell into them with a loud crash. Clouds of ice dust spread everywhere, obscuring the view. Belphegor sensed the three were not killed. Not only that, their aura had become stronger. He sensed the three attacked him. He could not see due to all the ice dust, but he met their attacks using his two arms. From the impacts, he couldn't believe the ones assaulting him were his previous opponents. They were much stronger. He stomped the ground. An ice ring spread following his stomp. The ice ring dispersed all the ice clouds and cleared the view. He had a good look at the three then. All three were still his previous opponents, but their appearances had changed. They now looked like his kind, the demons. The three had used devil eyes before the iceberg hit, but that was not the only thing that saved them from certain death. The other factor was Grace used generosity of hope on them when she saw the three were about to get squashed. The three's health point was refilled to full before the impact happened. The full health point and increased defense from devil eyes helped them survive. A soothing light covered their devilized body. This was the lingering effect of the generosity of hope. If they died in the next 30 minutes, they would return to life with 70% health point. Interesting, Belphegor uttered after seeing their transformations. The ice chain gauntlets were still on his arms. The ice chains rolled out as he swung his arms. These ice chains flailed about, increasing his striking range. Even after using devil eyes, they were still staggered when they clashed with Belphegor's ice chains, but at least the devil's speed was no longer that menacing. "Well, since we are going all out a euro," Nameless exclaimed. He used his pinnacle class level 70 skill, God's Protection. This skill buffed himself and his allies in the vicinity, doubling their defense and reducing any damage they received by 30%. With these buffs, they became much tougher. They could afford to get hit a few times, so they focused on offense. Red Death used Death Executor's level 60 skill, Death Clone. This skill produced a clone similar to the combat clone, except it lasted much longer and could use her skills. Their skills shared the same cooldown, though. The clone was in her normal form, not the devilized version. This clone lasted 1 hour. Red Death and her Death Clone barraged Belphegor from the flanks while Nameless forced himself to engage Belphegor with frontal assaults. Badass returned to attacking from range. His demonic possession ended, but he had a better option. He used Hell Ruler's level 80 skill, Devil Possession. While Devil Eyes transformed his physical body, Devil Possession transformed his aura. The image of a devil made of black flames enshrouded his body. This skill boosted the power and range of both his standard attacks and spells. For standard attacks, his attack rate also increased. The boost was even stronger than the evolved form of the demonic possession once showcased by the Herald of Greed. Badass also went all out. He used the last spell from Hell Ruler, Summon Archdemon Lord. Same as the one Jack summoned using his Amulet of Summoning, this one was also an eternal grade. Its level followed Badass level, which was level 94. Despite having the same name, the Archdemon Lord Jack summoned was a spellcaster type. The one summoned by Badass was a hybrid type. It carried a long scythe for a melee weapon and could cast spells. Without wasting time, this Archdemon Lord advanced while casting a spell. A gravity field appeared where Belphegor was. This gravity field bogged down Belphegor's movements. The great thing about the spell was it didn't affect allies. Red Death and Nameless could move normally while Belphegor was hindered by the gravity field. The Archdemon Lord also cast another spell that enshrouded its scythe with dark smoke. This enchantment added dark elemental damage to its every strike and eroded the durability of the equipment it hit. It barged in between Red Death and Nameless and slashed using its enchanted weapon. The scythe left a long trail of darkness in its path. When the scythe slashed into Belphegor's ice armor, it left a long dark gash that remained. As the Archdemon Lord landed more slashes, more dark gashes appeared in the armor. The ice armor's effectiveness decreased with each of these dark gashes. Seeing the Archdemon Lord had a dark-based spell, Red Death asked Badass, "Hey, does your summon possess a spell that darkens the surroundings?" "It does," Badass answered. He sent a mental command to the Archdemon Lord. The Archdemon Lord started casting. When its spell was completed, a shadow enveloped the surroundings. It was still noon, but the area around them darkened as if it was evening. The spell was called Dark World Domain. It was the weaker version of Mammon's Absolute Darkness Domain. Though it didn't create a pitch-black environment like the Absolute Darkness Domain, it hindered enemies' vision without affecting allies. It didn't inflict DOT but reduced enemies' stats within the domain. This spell was not effective against Belphegor since Belphegor could sense mana. Red Death didn't ask for this spell to hinder Belphegor's vision or to reduce his stats. She had other uses for the spell. While Nameless, her Death Clone, and the Archdemon Lord assailed Belphegor, who was still hindered by the gravity field, her figure turned blurry. She slowly blended into the shadow caused by the darkening environment. Her presence was gone completely. Even Belphegor's ice aura couldn't detect her anymore. Though Belphegor had many opponents ganged up on him, he was attentive to his surroundings. He was aware when Red Death vanished from his detection. He paid more attention to the mana within his ice aura. His sense swept the surroundings. There was no trace of her presence. Did she use a teleporting skill to move away? He thought. When he was still pondering about the situation, he sensed a sudden burst of energy behind him. It only lasted an instant. Following that burst was the stinging pain of getting stabbed. He received critical damage from that stab. That burst of energy was gone as soon as it appeared. When he turned around, there was nothing. This was Death Executor's level 80 skill, Death Shadow. It was similar to the stealth mastery from the ninja class, only much more powerful. This skill let Red Death blend into the shadow. As long as she was in a place with minimal lighting, she was practically invisible. This was why she asked Badass for the spell that darkened the environment, so she could utilize the skill to the fullest while in the daytime. This skill gave Red Death other advantages aside from blending into the shadows. Her speed and the damage she inflicted increased while this skill was active. If she happened to receive an attack while hiding in the shadow, the damage she received was decreased by 80%. So, even if the enemy tried using an AoE attack to draw her out, she could remain hidden and tank the damage. All her mana was concealed when she blended with the shadow. The first attack she landed when she came out of the shadow was guaranteed to be critical. This skill lasted 5 minutes. She could go in and out of the shadow as many times as she wished in that duration. This was what she did. She kept zooming in and out of the shadow, utilizing the moments when Belphegor clashed with the other combatants. Belphegor was peeved. His icy aura didn't seem to affect this shadowy assailant much. The time by which she appeared and disappeared was too short for him to react. When the Archdemon Lord's gravity field ended, Belphegor suddenly stopped moving and crossed his 2 arms in front of his head. He looked like someone who had been cornered and gone into full defense. Nameless and the others didn't waste the chance. They redoubled their offense. Belphegor abruptly opened his 2 arms when his assailants were at their closest. An energy shockwave radiated out of him, stunning all his melee assailants. 4 of the floating ice weapons, which had lost the clones who wield them, returned to him. They attached themselves to the end of his ice chains, turning those chains into flails. Belphegor's arms started swinging at high speed. His swings created multiple afterimages of the ice flails that hit everything around him. This swinging attack was a skill. It caused tremendous damage to those in his vicinity. The Archdemon Lord received repeated damage but survived due to its high health point. Red Death's death clone was not so lucky. It failed to escape the strike zone. Perished after receiving multiple hits. If Nameless didn't have God's shield and God's protection active, he would have perished as well. He had a backup life from Grace's generosity of hope but preferred not to waste it. He kept retreating until he was out of the strike zone. Only Badass kept on attacking from range. With Devil Eyes and Devil Possession, he could be said to be their highest DPS contributor, even higher than Red Death. Red Death herself stayed within the shadow. All the damage she received was greatly reduced. She was also in Devil Eyes form so she could tank the damage. She didn't dare to come out, though. Belphegor's skill struck every inch around him. She would get smacked the instant she came out. Belphegor's skill finally stopped. When Red Death was about to come out and resume her attack, the devil made a super jump into the sky. The jump was so high he was out of the Dark World domain, so Red Death couldn't follow him. Up in the sky, he put both his hands together. It was the signature move of Battle Monk's Ki Blast, but the energy ball he formed was 10 times larger than the regular Ki Blast. It was also filled with ice mana. "Perish, you worms!" Belphegor said before unleashing this super ice Ki Blast. The giant ice ball shot into the ground at high speed. Everyone tried their best to get as far away as possible from where the ice ball landed. When the giant ice ball touched down, an ice world was born. The explosion encompassed the whole area covered by the Dark World domain and beyond. It was called an explosion because of how abruptly the energy expanded, but it was not a bang like in the traditional explosion. It was more like an instant freezing of everything within its area of effect. The only ones who were not trapped within this frozen world were Grace and Badass. They were the furthest away from Ground Zero. Belphegor dropped back down with folded arms. Standing upright, he stomped both feet onto his frozen world. Cracks spread like wildfire on the ice surface. The whole ice world then shattered and turned into ice dust. Nameless health point dropped to 0 even with his buff, and so did Red Death. The ice world dispelled the Dark World domain by force. Red Death was out of the protection of the shadow when she was frozen. Only the Archdemon Lord survived, but its health point was less than 1/3. Grace's generosity of hope took effect. Red Death and Nameless returned to life. Humphyuro. Belphegor was displeased seeing that. These Outworlders had more tricks than he expected. Agayuro. Red Death was still shaken by her death. She might have come back to life, but she lost her devil eyes form. Her death shadow also ended when she died. Yet she had no plan to back down. She was about to go on the offensive again when she sensed something coming at her from the side. She jumped back and saw one of Belphegor's clones fly past her. The clone fell violently a distance away and skidded on the ground. Deal with these clones. You, uncooperative woman, Grace scolded. It was Grace who threw the clone. She didn't have the firepower to kill any of the clones. All 5 were still alive. The clones were level 96 mythical grades. They had natural health point recovery. Additionally, the clones were pretty cunning. Only 4 or 3 fought Grace at any one time. The ones with the lowest health point retreated to recover themselves. She finally couldn't take it anymore and used her Devil Eyes form as well. The strength boost let her overpower the clones and break out of their encirclement. Red Death was upset by the scolding. She ignored the clone Grace had thrown and defiantly advanced at Belphegor again. You mad woman! Grace put herself in Red Death's path. Move aside. Red Death gave Grace a spin kick. Grace was startled by the attack of her teammate. She barely blocked the kick. What the Euro? Both Nameless and Badass were shocked by this turn of events. Even Belphegor stopped moving when he was about to lunge. He massaged his chin and watched. Grace's strength during Devil Eyes outclassed Red Death, so she didn't budge from the kick. Red Death didn't mean to truly attack. She just wanted to give Grace a scare, so Grace stopped blocking her. She ran past Grace when Grace was still dazed by her kick. Contrary to expectation, instead of getting scared, the kick pissed Grace off instead. Grace's hand shot out and grabbed Red Death's arm before she advanced too far. Red Death suddenly found herself getting yanked by a very strong force. I said, move back a Euro. Grace yelled and flung Red Death far away. Red Death somersaulted in the air before landing on her feet. She gritted her teeth. She was also pissed now. She lunged back. Grace didn't waste any more words. She simply stood in Red Death's path. If she had to knock some sense into this woman's head, so be it. Both women were ready for a clash as they neared one another, but something interrupted them. An ice spear pierced Grace's back. The speed of this spear had been so fast that Grace failed to react by the time she sensed the backstab. Her body was flung forward by the impact force. She crashed into Red Death. The two fell rolling on the ground. Thanks to Grace's insane defense aided by Devil Eyes, the backstab wasn't fatal. She still lost almost half her health point because of the back attack bonus. The ice spear was thrown by Belphegor. The devil was sneering. He said, as amusing as it is to see you fight among yourselves, I prefer to wrap this up as soon as possible. Belphegor's interruption brought realization back to Grace and Red Death. Emotion got the better of them, but their anger seemed insignificant now. The current situation was too dire for them to surrender to their ego. Grace decided to be the better woman and apologized. I'm sorry, but we need to work together. Please, we can't win if we fight like this. Red Death didn't respond. She simply turned to Belphegor's clone, whom Grace had thrown earlier. This clone had retreated to Belphegor. It attempted to recover under the protection of the devil. Red Death turned in the other direction and saw the other 4 clones harassing Badass. Without saying anything, Red Death dashed over to where Badass was. While the 2 women were doing introspection, the Archdemon Lord lunged at Belphegor. It executed Pentaslash using its scythe. The scythe crisscrossed at high speed as it slashed the devil. Darkness almost fully covered Belphegor's ice armor as erosion from the dark enchantment accumulated. The ice armor finally shattered. Belphegor wasn't concerned about losing his protective suit. He pulled back his arm when the Pentaslash hit him. The fist on that arm expanded exponentially. Once the Archdemon Lord finished its Pentaslash, that fist went forward. The gigantic fist slammed into the Archdemon Lord. This was the same skill that took out Palgros's defensive wall with one punch. While this skill dealt extra damage against structure, it still caused massive damage to any other target. However, the most terrifying aspect of the punch was its force. The Archdemon Lord who received the punch flew at an unbelievable speed. They didn't even have time to glimpse the damage number caused by the punch because the Archdemon Lord was already a speck far away in the sky. "Holy fuck, Euro, it's a home run punch," Badass remarked. He was still wondering if his Archdemon Lord made it out alive when Red Death came and relieved him from being bullied by Belphegor's clones. He opened his skill page once he had the chance. His summon was gone. The Archdemon Lord was killed. He guessed this was expected. The Archdemon Lord didn't have much health point left when it received the ridiculous punch. After killing the Archdemon Lord, Belphegor turned his attention to Red Death, who was fighting his clones. He wasn't worried about those clones. Even if Red Death could kill them, she would require some time to pull that off. What made him focus on Red Death was because Red Death was the Outworlder who dealt the most damage to him. She was currently without any buff, so it was a prime opportunity to take her out of the board. He unleashed his infernal ice breath that was off cooldown. The breath aimed at Red Death, but someone intercepted this breath. The one who did was Grace. She put her palm out and used 9 devouring palm. The freezing beam that came her way was absorbed into her palm. As the ice energy entered her, recovery numbers appeared above her. The health point she lost from Belphegor's ambush earlier was fully recovered. "What a Euro!" Belphegor uttered with a shocked expression after his infernal ice breath ended. He asked Grace, "What did you do? I sense that what you did just now is not a skill." "It is not," Grace exclaimed as she flew forward. She activated Faith Armor and Angelic Possession. With Devil Eyes still on, she appeared to have both angelic wings and devil wings on her back. She became much faster. She thrust her fingers forward. The drilling energy of 9 abyssal finger pointed toward Belphegor. The energy was even larger and fiercer when she used it on Belphegor's clone earlier. This was because the ancient art was strengthened by the energy from Belphegor's infernal ice breath. There was still considerable residual energy left after Grace converted the energy to heal herself. Her mastery of the ancient art had improved further that she could direct the absorbed energy to bolster her attack. Belphegor could easily dodge the attack, but he chose not to. He was curious. His sense told him Grace's current attack was also not a skill. He formed an ice shield using his palm to block the attack. Runic symbols were on the surface of this ice shield. When the black drill collided with the ice shield, it first appeared as if the black drill couldn't advance. But as seconds passed, the runic symbols covering the ice shield started to shimmer. The ice on the spot where the black drill touched started to melt. Belphegor looked in disbelief as the speed of the melting increased. While he was still processing what was happening, he felt a cold, stinging pain in his palm. The black drill had pierced through his ice shield and was now stabbing into his palm. "Grayuro!" He stifled a pained cry from his mouth, but he had to pull his hand back from the pain. This gave Grace an opening. Grace landed a hit. Her mace struck using Divine Knight's level 70 skill, Angelic Penalize. This was a single-target offensive skill that dealt 1000% light element damage. While the damage it inflicted was meek compared to other Pinnacle class's single-target skills, its advantage was in the side effects it caused. The target hit by Angelic Penalize could not use skills or cast spells for 3 minutes. Belphegor felt the restriction. His shock again opened him to Grace's follow-up attack. Grace's mace struck his chest using Judgment Strike. This strike was a distraction, though. The real attack came from an unexpected angle above Grace. The air right in front of Belphegor's face shimmered. His attention was still drawn to his struck chest when a black light shot out of thin air and stabbed his face. "Argar Gayuro!" He could no longer keep the cry from coming out of his mouth. The black light that stabbed his head not only caused damage but also disrupted his mind. This black light was the 9 Phantom Sword. Grace had successfully learned all 3 arts from the 9 scriptures. This was all due to her special constitution, which Murong described as compatible with the 9 scriptures. Grace didn't waste the chance when Belphegor was staggered. Her mace split into 2. She beat rapidly while executing the phantom beating stick. Nameless had also come over and struck using his fallen apostle's hammer. Before Belphegor returned to his senses, the 2 used their weapons' offensive skills. Nameless weapon skill conjured a dense crimson light from heaven. This light bathed Belphegor while applying tremendous pressure on him, preventing him from moving. Damage number continued to come up above the devil. Grace's one was also a single target skill that came down from heaven. Hers came in the form of a giant fist made of light. This giant fist fell at a speed much slower than Nameless Crimson Light. Belphegor could have easily dodged this attack with his speed. But thanks to the Crimson Light pinning the devil down, the giant fist of light was able to hit its target. The giant fist slammed Belphegor into the ground and caused a cave-in. The fist continued to push even after Belphegor was flattened into the ground. The ground churned until the rock and soil buried Belphegor. The fist didn't stop. It continued to push the devil deeper into the ground. Grace and Nameless stood on the ruined ground, unsure of what to do now that their opponent was buried inside the ground. Wow! I didn't expect my weapon skill to have such a forceful effect, Grace said. Yeah, perhaps you should have a euro. Nameless didn't get to finish his sentence when multiple ice weapons tied to 2 ice chains pierced out of the ground. These ice chains accurately struck Grace and Nameless. Grace failed to dodge because the ground was filled with the residual mana from her attack. She couldn't sense the ambush. The ground then exploded as Belphegor's huge body jumped out. He could not use skills but could perform mid-range attacks using his ice chains. With the ice weapons attached to these chains, every strike dealt considerable damage. He made a rapid circular swing. The ice weapons struck Nameless and Grace, who were still staggered by the ground ambush. The two were hit multiple times as the chains whirled like a helicopter's blades. Grace quickly used Divine Knight's level 50 skill before Nameless' health point was depleted. The skill was Divine Aura. This skill recovered 50,000 health point for herself and her allies in the vicinity. After the healing effect, the affected targets received an increase in stats, passive health point recovery, and passive stamina or mana point recovery for a duration. Don't underestimate us, Grace roared back. She advanced and engaged the devil directly. Nameless was a tank, but Grace with Devil Eyes could better withstand Belphegor's punishments. Nameless supported Grace by attacking from the flanks. He used God's Champion's level 60 skill, God's Light. This skill conjured a pillar of light from heaven, covering a large area. All allies exposed to the light received healing over time, while all enemies received damage over time. Badass came to help them after seeing they were in trouble. He took over as damage dealer while Grace focused more on defense and hindering Belphegor's movements. Red Death didn't mind Badass leaving her. She always preferred to fight alone. She continued to whittle the health point of Belphegor's clones. She focused her offense so he could kill one of the clones first. When Grace's Devil Eyes ended, she used Divine Knight's level 90 skill, Seraphic Possession. It was a stronger version of Angelic Possession. 3 pairs of wings made of light appeared on her back when she used this skill. When her ally's health point was low, she used Healing Domain, Divine Knight's level 80 skill. This was a mass recovery skill that covered a large area. This skill lasted for a long duration. Allies inside this domain were unlikely to be killed unless they were hit by an attack that could one-shot them. The battle continued until one of the clones' health point dropped to a critical state. Belphegor's health point had also dropped to 40%. Grace and her allies were in high spirits. Although they expended most of their big skills, they managed to whittle the devil's health point to below half. As long as they could defend until their skills were off cooldown and repeat, they should be able to take Belphegor down. Suddenly, Belphegor ice chains shot into the distance. His chains caught all his clones and pulled them to him. Red Death was startled that her opponents were suddenly gone. All 5 clones clung onto Belphegor's back. Belphegor picked the clone that was in a critical state. His mouth opened unnaturally wide as he shoved that clone inside. "No!" Grace exclaimed. She tried to advance, but the ice chains on Belphegor's arms flailed about. They created a tempest that made it hard to approach him. They could only watch as the clone entered Belphegor's mouth, and he gulped. The clone didn't fuse back with him. It was devoured, so he didn't lose his bodybuilding form. His health point, which was around 40%, shot back up to 90%. He looked at his opponents and sneered. I still have 4 lives here. He pointed to the clones hanging on his back. Want to see whose lives expire first between us? Grace turned to Red and said, Look, we don't have to like each other, but we truly need to work together if we want to have a chance to win. This time, Red Death didn't give Grace the silent treatment. She harumphed, Humph, so be it. When John, Giant Steve, Fierce Flame, Jet, and Purple Mist appeared at Hydron's northern defense front, everything wasn't as they expected. Many parts of the wall had been destroyed. In many areas, the defenders were fighting demons and demonic bugs behind the defensive walls. Only a few of the siege weapons were still working. What the hell a euro? The situation wasn't as bad as this when we watched using Chris' spying tool, Giant Steve said. It has been many hours since then. We took quite a while preparing. Purple Mist offered her opinion. It was just a few hours, and everything has gone to shit? Jet asked. Many things can happen in a few hours, John said. But with things like this, we can't make our stand here. What should we do then? Steve asked. This is the last defensive line for Hydron's northern front. If we don't fight here, we will have to retreat through the Khan region and into Themisphere. Everyone turned to John. He ignored their gazes. He continued to look at the situation in front before turning and looking at the back. He then opened the map in his status window. While he was studying the map, a loud horn sounded. What was that? Jet asked. It's the signal to retreat, John answered without turning his gaze from the map, which only he could see. Already? Steve asked. While they were dejected, the army retreated the moment they arrived. They couldn't deny the situation was bad. More and more demons breached the defensive walls. The defenders continued to get pushed back. This front always had the fewest number of troops. If not for the ancient sect and the many powerful natives from the League factions defending this front, it would have lost earlier than the Palgros northern front. We need to help them, Steve exclaimed. Many demonic bugs were scurrying from the sides. From the look of it, these bugs planned to cut the defenders' escape path. John closed his map. Beelzebub must have decided to stop holding back. Wilted did mention that among the devils, he is the one with the most no-nonsense attitude. From the ridiculous number of demonic bugs we see here, he must have kept his bodily portal open for a long period. Wilted had explained to them that the bugs coming out of Beelzebub were not creatures he housed inside his body. They were his minions, raised in his territory in the underworld. Each of these bugs carried his marks. When needed, his body could act as a portal to bring them to where he was. Throughout his territory, he had cultivated hundreds of millions of these bugs. He still had many more to spare. Opening the portal consumed his mana point, though. Keeping too many bugs in this plane also drained his energy. They didn't come through the proper underworld portal, after all. Hence, he didn't conjure too many if not needed. He did so now because he wanted a decisive win. He grew tired of this slow conquest. There was also the matter of a decrease in the reinforcement coming from the main underworld portal. He didn't understand why that happened. He had sent a squad of demons to check, but that squad had not yet reported back. He disliked uncertainties, so he decided to defeat the defenders here before other unexpected things happened. The demonic bugs he pulled from the underworld were enough to cover the missing reinforcement. He stepped it up even more and doubled his army count using these bugs. That's how his army could overrun this front and force them to retreat in such a short time. Even if Beelzebub was alone, he could become a one-devil army. Considering the situation, we can't fight Beelzebub yet, John continued. We will focus on helping the defenders retreat. All right. My hands are getting itchy, Jet exclaimed. He spread the wings from his wings tool. He was about to fly up, but John held him back. Slow down, you old kid, John scolded. You won't make much impact by blindly rushing forward and engaging the enemies. We are helping them retreat, not advance. So what should we do? Steve asked. See those bugs coming from the flanks? John pointed. They are targeting the Runecraft Society's members who were deactivating the rune diagrams sealing the traps. If those traps fail to work, The enemies will continue to harass our army during retreat. We will continue to lose troops that way. Steve, Flame, you two go that side. Jet, you and your pet help the opposite side. The three nodded. They flew in the directions John indicated. What about me? Purple Mist asked. The two of us will move forward and give the defenders the opening to retreat. Ready your level 90 spell, John told her. The two flew forward. As they did, John cast a spell. When it was completed, nothing happened. He continued flying forward. There, John pointed. In the direction he pointed was Ragorth, who was in gigantify condition. His greatsword was also under enlarge weapon skill. Ragorth swung his giant weapon without ends. He held back the demons so the rest of the defenders could retreat. Supporting him were many young Janus casting spells to hold the demons at bay. Duke Alfredo and Jack's other royal guards were also there. In the sky, Cindrillis and the top combatants from the Eaglefolk held the line. Royal Advisor John, True Janus greeted without pausing his spellcasting. My royal advisor title is currently being lent to someone else, John replied. Anyway, we will be helping you retreat. I understand you have many clones spread among the army for fast coordination. Don't you? That's correct, Janus answered. Please organize so the army moves to these coordinates, John said. He opened his map and let Janus interface with it. Why there? Isn't it better if we retreat directly to Themisphere? A defensive line has been prepared there, Janus asked. It takes too long to retreat to Themisphere. Our world is short on time if we are to win. We will defeat Beelzebub at these coordinates, John answered. Janus was about to ask how, but he decided not to. Now was not the time for explanation. Furthermore, he had heard of John's reputation. Jack might be the heart behind many of Themisphere's victories, but John was the brain. Understood. I will guide the troops there, Janus said. Good man, John said. Now tell everyone to prepare to break into a run. We will create an opening. Also, tell everyone not to worry if they see wilderness monsters coming their way. They are here to help. Wilderness monsters? Janus asked. Because she has a spell that could have saved you many resurrection potions, John answered for Purple Mist. Purple Mist herself had flown toward the pile of corpses after Janus stopped speaking. 14:23, Purple Mist saw that almost half of the pile were members of the Council of Virtus. This faction boasted many high-level natives, but they tended to put themselves in harm's way. It was not strange if they suffered the most losses. Just trust me, John answered. He didn't have the time to explain. He turned to Purple Mist. Purple, ready? Wait. What is that pile of corpses? Purple Mist asked Janus. Those are our fallen brethren with the highest levels and grades, Janus answered. We started this system quite a while ago. We carry the body of our fallen with levels at least 70 and rare elites and put them in one spot. Healers with resurrection spells or resurrection potions are on standby to use the spells or potions on the ones with the highest level and grade. This way, we don't waste the spells and the potions on weaker combatants. We only have a few of both, after all. Are you saying those are all natives who died less than 1 hour ago? Purple Mist asked. Most are. We normally separate the ones who have died for more than an hour. But with the current chaos, the healers have retreated. We have stopped organizing, so some in that pile might have been there for more than an hour. Why are you concerned about that? Because she has a spell that could have saved you many resurrection potions, John answered for Purple Mist. Purple Mist herself had flown toward the pile of corpses after Janus stopped speaking. Purple Mist saw that almost half of the pile were members of the Council of Virtus. This faction boasted many high-level natives, but they tended to put themselves in harm's way. It was not strange if they suffered the most losses. Purple Mist started casting. The spell she cast was Keeper of Immortality's level 80 spell, Mass Resurrect. This spell resurrected a maximum of 100 dead allies within a 50-meter radius area. She could manually choose who to resurrect if the number of the fallen was more than 100. If she didn't choose, the spell would automatically choose the ones with the highest levels and grades. She let the spell go into auto mode. A lot of corpses were in that pile, so the spell's quota was easily reached. 100 people came back to life with 10% health point. They were easily killed again with such low health point, so Purple Mist cast another spell. Her spell was Sanctuary, which was Keeper of Immortality's level 60 spell. The spell marked a 50-meter radius area. Upon casting, all allies within the area healed 10% health point. They then received a healing of 1,000 health point every second. This spell lasted 10 minutes. Everyone within this marked area was immune to status afflictions and movement restrictions. All the damage they received while within this area was reduced by 30%.